follow her in either, as if doing so would acknowledge the invading presence and snap her into changing her mind. But she felt the darkling enter after a small hesitation. Sayana didn't turn. Instead, she eyed her large room. She supposed the space was as close to what a mortal would call home. She wasn't one for sentiment, but her whole body relaxed the moment she entered every time. No eyes, no pressure, no expectations. Just quiet. The large quilted bed was a luxury very few had ever come to glimpse under the mountain. She had her own desk, sitting area, and fire pit. A part of her used to feel guilty for the riches, but Sayana had earned her place. Through blood, through sacrifice. She'd worked from the bottom just like any of them. Sayana didn't plan to bring Amaya here. There was one smaller private living space she knew had been vacant for over a century. But in a flash of cowardice, she couldn't bring herself to go there. Not when memories of its previous occupant and what she'd done with him there throbbed in her head. It was a last-minute decision to bring Amaya to her own rooms. Though even as she felt the young dark Faythe timidly at her back, she was relieved to feel no regret. Sayana finally twisted to her, finding Amaya barely over the threshold, scanning the room while she clutched a small bundled cloth. "Close the door." Amaya quickly did as she asked, then took a few tentative steps inside. Sayana let her observe it all, not really caring what she made of her private space. Going over to the fire pit, she summoned the sparks of her lightning to her 2 fingertips, enjoying the vibrations along her skin. She played with the purple bolts that weaved between her fingers. Then she cast her iron-clad fingers down, sending the collective bolt to strike the wood. The logs popped and crackled, slowly catching in a flame that merged until an inferno filled the darkness. Sayana breathed in the wholesome smell of burning wood and eased her muscles against the glorious heat. She forgot about Amaya for a few seconds, silent as a ghost. Turning her head, she found her observing the bookcase with curiosity. Sayana's personal collection. None of the scriptures she'd touched in over 100 years. Sayana expected her to say something of her rooms, or at least ask why she'd been brought here. Amaya didn't tear her eyes from the books as she said, "They're all stories." Her observation held a question Sayana didn't answer. "I didn't imagine you as one to read fantasies." "I don't," Sayana said foolishly, with a bite of defense. She turned to the darkling fully, hands folding behind her back as she enjoyed the warmth behind her. "Not anymore," she amended. Amaya raised her hand to caress the spines. They were all covered in dust from neglect. Not that Amaya showed any care for it. She halted on one, twisting to catch Sayana's eye. "May I?" Sayana's head cantered out of curiosity, but then she gave a small nod in affirmation. She watched Amaya drop her small bundle of belongings onto the long lounge chair before peeling the chosen book from the case. Strangely, Sayana was fascinated. She couldn't be sure what it was about the young dark Faythe that made her want to know more, as if the depth of her person was endless, yet no one stopped for long enough to figure her out. The book opened, and she splayed it across her hands. Then a small smile spread over her cheeks, suppressed as though it longed to be a grin. Sayana frowned, but her question was answered when their gazes met. "I definitely didn't take you as one to read romance," Amaya commented. There was a hint of teasing in the darkling's voice that took Sayana aback. Very rarely did anyone use such a casual tone with her. Her inner circle was not always so formal, but it wasn't often Zayana felt her face twitch in genuine, light-hearted amusement. If you value your innocence, I'd be selective about which books you dive into from that particular row, Zayana said, only now realizing which set had caught her attention. Amaya's cheeks flushed, and Zayana's eyes danced. She found her reaction oddly endearing. "Sorry," she muttered in slight embarrassment. Amaya closed the book, but Zayana said, "You should read it. You're old enough to find enjoyment in such descriptive texts. Though I would wait until you moved to your own room," she said as casually as she could at Amaya's amusing, flustered look. Zayana schooled her face. "There's no shame in finding out what brings you pleasure. Just as there's no shame if you find those books aren't to your particular taste." The darkling's stiff posture relaxed, and she offered a timid smile, laying the book down next to her things. "I'm getting my own room?" she asked in disbelief, doubling back to the detail. Zayana nodded. "If you're to be one of us, I can't have you undermined in a hall of rogues and imbeciles." She eyed Amaya, then her pitiful bundle of belongings. "You'll stay here tonight. Tomorrow you'll have your own room." She had to face it. Finian's old room. She refused to bow down to cowardice over foolish memories. Mercifully, Amaya didn't deign to ask why. Perhaps she was becoming in tune with Zayana's signs, and knew when not to question further. The Darkling was a quick learner. Zayana had to admire it. Fatigue started to weigh on Zayana's eyes. She unbuckled her sword belt, discarding it by her bed as usual. She said nothing as she went to the trunk at the foot of the bed and found her nightclothes, giving no warning as she began to change. Sliding a glance at Amaya, she found her rustling through her own pile, but she didn't seem to have anything even mildly comfortable to sleep in. Zayana realized she likely slept in what she wore, and had only one alternative outfit. A lack of basic essentials Zayana once knew. When she was in her sleep leggings and had pulled the thick jumper over her head, Zayana sighed. She opened her trunk once more, finding a spare set of pajamas that would likely be too big for the small dark fae. But at least they would be comfortable. "Here," she said, and as Amaya caught her eye, she tossed the items to her. Amaya's eyes widened as she looked between Zayana and the articles of clothing. She seemed inclined to thank her, but Zayana's look warned against it, so she offered a small smile instead. An act of simple decency didn't need to be commended. Zayana busied herself with preparing her bed for sleep to give Amaya some privacy to change. She sat on the edge and pulled at the piece of cloth that bound her long braid, unraveling her waves of ink-black hair. Figuring Amaya had finished slipping into the nightclothes, Zayana stood and grabbed the blanket folded over the foot of her bed. She walked a few strides and held it out to the Darkling. Timidly, Amaya reached for it. Zayana turned to leave her to get comfortable, but Amaya's small voice halted her. "Why are you being so kind to me?" Zayana stiffened with her back to Amaya. The question inspired a need to take it all back, to cast her back to the dorms and rescind her offer of sanctuary. Kindness was a weakness. It was what she had always been taught. She didn't turn to her as she said, "You're to be a weapon in my arsenal, Amaya. Don't mistake this as anything more than my doing what is necessary to keep you out of the hands of those who will attempt to dull the edge of your blade while I sharpen it." As she made it to her bed and pulled back the covers, she dared a look at the silent Darkling. Amaya was fixing herself under the blanket so her wings dangled off the long-cushioned seat. She didn't speak again, or even respond with one of those insufferable innocent looks. eyes that pinned Ziana as if she were someone not to simply follow and obey, but trust and admire. Ziana knew it was for the best she set the rules down hard on the Darkling. She trained warriors, not puppy dogs. Yet, as she climbed into bed, she couldn't shake the feeling her last words weren't entirely the truth. Chapter 23. Faythe. Better, but still lacking, Faythe panted, spinning around to stare down at Livia in incredulity as she finished the assault course for the third time that afternoon. She's doing great, Reylan defended from the sidelines. He stood with arms crossed and frowned in irritation at his cousin. Faythe didn't need him to stick up for her, but she didn't have it in her to scold him for interjecting on her behalf. Livia cast him a flat look. This is why you weren't invited to this session. She paced over to Faythe, poised, and looked her over with the commander's assessing gaze. Am I being too harsh on your sensitive feelings, Faythe? She ground her teeth at the mockery. Then she directed a subtle glare at Reylan as a warning to stay out of it. Livia smirked at the exchange, and Faythe couldn't be sure if her taunting was purposeful, intended to rouse a reaction and expose her reckless, unhinged side. You're fast, agile, but this is a game, and it shows that's all it is to you. On the battlefield, you'd be wiped out within minutes. She glanced over at Reylan and Kylier, who stood on the sidelines. Neither said anything, and Faythe was quietly taken aback, caught between anger that they had kept such insight from her out of concern she would be offended, and embarrassment that they thought it necessary. It seems I may have to be the one to state the obvious here, but you're human, Faythe, and you need to stop trying to rise to the expectations of a fae you'll never be able to compete with in strength and stealth. But you're smart, and you have the advantage of your ability. You shouldn't be wasting your time running a course that does nothing to train your biggest weapon. Your mind. She has a point. Kylier chimed in casually. He stood mimicking Raylan's position, and the general slid him a warning glance for siding with his cousin. It was oddly amusing. Clashing steel preceded a loud thump, and an audible groan had them all snapping their attention to across the hall. Reuben lay on his back in the training ring, clutching his shoulder while Isaiah propped himself up with his sword. He looked thoroughly unimpressed. Don't even get me started on him. He could get us killed, and I hope seeing this might get you to change your mind about allowing him to come, Livia commented with a disapproving shake of the head as she stared at Reuben now fumbling to his feet. Faythe winced but flared in defense. It's not for me to allow him to do anything. He could get us all killed out there. You don't have to concern yourself with him. Livia backed up a few paces, going over to the weapons rack and retrieving 2 swords. As she returned, Isaiah and Reuben also ended their session to come over to the training ring Livia and Faythe occupied. The commander extended Lumarius expectantly, but her expression was hard. Faythe took her sword with apprehension. When we stand on the lines of battle, waiting for it to begin, do you think I don't care for each and every soldier, regardless of their station? Livia angled her blade in a silent command for Faythe to take her stance. Faythe swallowed hard, but braced her legs in a firm defensive position. Livia moved, and she was fast. Faythe honed in on her mind to keep up as they began a loose parry around the ring. Of course not, she breathed, trying to stay focused. Livia twisted around her, switching sides. She was incredibly swift on her feet, and Faythe found herself challenged more than she had been in some time. She was so used to sparring against tall, broad warriors like Reylan that she'd allowed herself to get complacent against opposition who almost matched her in height and build. Fighting Reylan required strength and speed. Against Livia, She needed focus and attention, as she too was a master dancer with a blade. It wasn't long before Faythe was caught in a killing strike when Livia's blade hovered at her throat. "Of course not," Livia repeated, lowering her sword to give Faythe a chance to collect her breath. "Regardless of what I think, out there, we're all equal. The strike of a weapon knows no rank. Everyone watches each other's back." Livia cast another look over to Reuben, who shifted under her gaze. None of her companions had been particularly pleased when Faythe informed them of their last-minute addition over a week ago. None of them had been subtle about it either. Still, there was no dissuading her friend. They were set to begin their journey by week's end, and had spent every day since either in training or in the drawing room going over logistics. There were so many conflicting opinions on every decision Faythe had to make that she had been forced to have no input at all, letting the Fae, who were at least acquainted with the lands beyond Elyum, battle it out for who would lead in terms of direction. "You want to be the commander of this mission, Faythe. Everyone you bring along with you is on your neck." Livia backed up a few strides, then twisted to angle her sword again. It was a silent taunt for Faythe to advance first. "I didn't ask any of you to come." Faythe lunged but cleaved nothing except air as she struck out a round of offense attacks. Livia moved like the wind out of the path of her blade. "Because you're weak and afraid," Livia remarked, clashing swords with her. Faythe spun low, but Livia caught her blade while simultaneously spinning around and kicking the backs of her knees. Faythe fell, but didn't allow herself to stay down for Livia to wind it again so fast. She rolled, pushing herself to her feet just in time to lock blades with her before Livia could claim victory. "You don't know anything about me," Faythe hissed in defense, feeling her fury rise at the taunting insults. "I know enough," Livia dismissed casually. Steel sang, and Faythe forgot about their companions who stood as onlookers as she honed in on her moving target. The more Livia riled her, the more her determination rose to prove her wrong. The commander's smile was goading, and Faythe didn't hesitate to clash swords with her once more. The room became a blur, and the steel sang to her senses. She canceled out friend from foe, desperate to wipe the victorious look off her face. "Slow," Livia chanted. "Weak." She folded one arm behind her back as she continued to deflect against Faythe's blows, as if to mock her further. Her anger built, almost overflowing into recklessness. "A coward." The final insult flashed across her gaze in a white rage, and Faythe delved deeper into Livia's mind, farther than she should. The commander gasped, dropping her sword when Faythe commanded her to through her ability. Then she forced Livia to her knees, taking a step forward to meet her, and braced her arms to plunge Lumarius into her chest. Faythe panted heavily in her anger. But when it subsided, and she realized what she'd done, she backed up a few strides in cold horror, severing her connection to Livia's mind all at once. "I'm sorry," she said quickly. She watched in wide-eyed guilt as the commander rose to her feet again, looking oddly odd. Faythe glanced at the others at the side of the ring, who also looked quietly stunned. Reylan had one foot braced in the training platform, as if he were about to step in and intervene before Faythe's final maneuver. Livia grinned, then huffed a laugh along with a shake of her head. Faythe was quietly taken aback by the reaction, considering the invasive cheat she'd used. "You've been holding back, Faythe. I knew you had more in you than just being able to glance surface thoughts during combat." Faythe blinked, realizing now that Livia had purposely roused her past breaking point with her words. "Don't limit yourself. The battlefield is never a place to think of fairness when your life is on the line. You have a great advantage. Use it." Faythe's heart calmed, and her guilt eased that there was no resentment from Livia for her invasion of her mind. Your anger, however, could get you killed no matter how skilled you are. I've seen the way it consumes you, and if you don't learn to tame your storm, you're as good as useless. Livia went on, pacing toward Faythe. When she got close enough, her face held understanding as her voice dropped low, personal. You're right. I don't yet know much about you. Those were just hollow words, Faythe, but they strike you because you believe them to be true. Only you can be the one to prove otherwise within yourself. Faythe dipped her head in appreciation of Livia's guidance, even if it were more obscure and brutal than her cousin's. She cast a look over to the silver-haired warrior who was frowning at them intently, offering a weak smile as she strolled over to her friends, finished with combat for the day. It pained her as she looked at their faces. Reylan, Kylier, Isaiah, Livia, and Reuben. They were all ready and willing to follow her in an uncertain quest across perilous territory. But she no longer felt the stabbing guilt. They had all made their choice, and she was filled with more strength and pride than she'd ever felt before at having them by her side. I can't thank you enough for all you're risking for this, Faythe said quietly. The quest loomed closer by the hour. Soon they would leave their comforts behind and not be sure when they would return. Why is everyone so gloomy about this? See the adventure. You will just need to have a little... Isaiah paused as his gaze fell to her, a cunning grin splitting his cheeks. Have a little faith. He shot her a wink, reveling in the play on her name. Faythe rolled her eyes as she stepped down from the training platform, and they all turned to leave the hall. I don't think faith and belief are going to help us out here, she commented. Isaiah smirked. Oh, I don't mean in the literal sense. Faythe's brow curved in question, and he grinned wickedly. To have faith. To live like death is a game, love is a prize, and danger is desire. Livia giggled, and even Raylan's stern face upturned in amusement. Who knew you could be so poetic, Isaiah? Livia remarked. It's quite fitting. Faythe's cheeks heated while they all teased, but her embarrassment was cast aside by the smiles upon their faces that brought her great joy to see. Reylan caught her eye, sapphires bright with the warmth on his face. The others were ahead, chatting between themselves. To having faith, he declared quietly. Chapter 24. Faythe. Faythe stood in the familiar comfort of her golden white mists, anxiously working herself up for what she was about to attempt. It had been over a week since her first full night's rest, followed by her talk with Agalor and his helpful advice about how to cure her night terrors. So far, she'd only succumbed to them twice, and was slowly managing to rest her mind and find her subconscious before the nightmares gripped her first. Reylan offered invaluable support, and every time she awoke unable to reel in her terror-filled mind and grasp where she was, he was right there to ground her instantly. He would stay awake with her for hours after those nightmares, and they'd simply talk until her mind found peace once more. Faythe observed the colors of her mind, as if they would turn to the black and gray smoke she so desperately longed to see. Every night she made it here, she tried to project herself across the kingdoms, but she was never strong enough. Maybe it was the intermittent nightmares that still dampened her strength and ability, but she was starting to fear more than anything that perhaps she had never been strong enough even without the strain on her magic. With a deep breath, Faythe reached up to hold Nick's star pendant in her palm. She closed her eyes and prayed with everything she had that she would be able to make it there this time. She focused all her mental energy, pictured the prince, imagined High Pharaoh, and visualized the clouds of his subconscious. She pulled on all her memories of him and forced her will to see him. She felt herself projecting, casting far out into an endless oblivion where she floated through a void without time, a space with infinite destinations. But it wasn't long before her collected hope shattered, as she felt the familiar damning force wrap around her, eager to pull her back to confinement. Her mind had reached the end of its elasticity. She tried to push past that hold and defy magic's dark chant that it would take far more of her if she dared. Faythe kept pushing, even past her throbbing headache that rang with alarm. She knew the consequences could be fatal if she kept trying, as Reylan's warning about her limits rang through her desperation to just keep pushing. With a sob of defeat, Faythe let go. She was thrown back into the confines of her subconscious, landing painfully with force. She didn't bother trying to stand up as she curled into herself and cried. Gods, she missed her friends so hard it cut deep and physical. All she needed was to see Nick and hear the others were safe, even if just for a minute. Faythe trembled as she thought of them, and what they might think of her as she'd failed to check in even once in months. As she lay there, she felt something trying to pull her from her subconscious. She wanted to fight it and stay, to wallow in her own self-pity and failure. But it became far too strong for her to resist, and reluctantly, she gave in to that pull. Her eyes fluttered open, not to meet darkness as she expected. Instead, familiar sapphire eyes looked down on her. Then she felt his hand at her face, his warm palm at her cheek momentarily soothing the pain in her heart. He pulled it away once she was awake. The cold breezed across the damp trails, giving away that she'd been crying. Raylan's face was deeply disturbed and etched with concern. "Another nightmare?" he asked softly. Faythe bit her lip, shaking her head, and had to cover her face out of shame and defeat. "I can't do it," she croaked. She felt the bed dip as Reylan inched closer. Then his hands went over hers to guide them down from her face. "You don't have to hide from me, Faythe." His words were enough to soothe some of her grief, and she composed herself. She shuffled up to sit against the headboard as she took deep breaths to calm down. "I can't night walk to Nick. I'm not strong enough. We leave in a couple days, and the journey will take me farther from High Pharaoh. I won't get to see him or hear about Jacon and Marlowe and Toria before we go, and perhaps I never will. And they'll never know why I had to do it." The truth crushed her spirit all over again. That should she not return, she would never get the chance to explain to him, nor to see him one last time. Raylan sat up abruptly before getting out of bed. Faythe's panic surged. "Where are you going?" she asked as she watched him reach for his shirt, thinking perhaps he'd had enough of having to console her with no result. Her fear was momentarily overshadowed as she couldn't tear her eyes from his toned torso in the moonlight that highlighted his every impressive contour. When he pulled his shirt over his head, she was glad for the darkness to disguise the heat that flooded her cheeks and her whole body. Raylan hastily pulled on his boots and must have read the worry on her face as his features softened from hard determination. "I'll be back in a few minutes," he assured her as he stood and made for the door. Faythe relaxed at the promise, even though her heart still sank the moment she was left alone in the dark solitude of her rooms. She tugged her knees to her chest as she waited, unable to peel her eyes from the door, as if she didn't believe he would return. She wouldn't blame him if he decided she was a lost cause, and didn't want to suffer sleepless nights with her any longer. But her heart selfishly ached at the thought. Faythe counted the minutes, the stillness chanting cruelly that she deserved to be alone. Then the door creaked open, and she jerked up, overjoyed at the silver hair that wandered through it. She loosened off as he once again settled in beside her. Faythe stayed silent, waiting for him to explain. "I don't know if it'll work," he said apprehensively. "I borrowed power from another Nightwalker." Faythe's eyebrows rose. "Have you ever nightwalked before?" Reylan nodded. "Only to see what it was like. I've never had a personal use for it. I tend to prefer more physical abilities." He paused, and she could see he was deliberating. "I've never been able to pass power that I've taken to anyone else. But in High Pharaoh, with the temple ruin, when we touched, it was like I could feel you, but you could also feel me." He scratched the back of his neck, and she almost believed it was out of nervousness or embarrassment for what he was going to propose. Faythe bit her lip, finding his flustered look highly amusing. "It seemed worth a try to see if I could somehow strengthen your nightwalking with what I have within. Just like with the power of the ruin." Faythe blinked, astonished they hadn't thought to try it sooner. It made sense, but at the same time, it seemed like a shot in the dark. "How do we try?" Reylan shifted down the bed until he was lying flat. Faythe did the same and waited expectantly. Hesitant, Reylan held out his palm to her, and her heart skipped a beat. Slowly, she reached over, sliding her fingers over his, holding her breath at the warm trail that shivered up her arm and through her chest, until their fingers were entwined and palms joined. Reylan looked at their joined hands, but she couldn't read what passed his thoughtful face in the few seconds of silence. "Once you fall asleep, wait for me in your subconscious." Faythe didn't have words to respond with when his voice seemed to thicken, as if he were holding back a desire to pull her closer. The gap between their bodies held a noticeable coolness. When her quickening pulse prevented her from speaking, Faythe nodded in understanding, then let her eyes flutter closed. She willed her heart to settle and tried to ease her racing mind, but her thoughts were tense. Then she felt the gentle caress of Raylan's thumb over her own. The movement was soothing and a comforting sign of his patience as he waited for her to fall asleep. It tamed her restlessness and slowed her thumping pulse. Soon, sleep beckoned her, and she let the shallow vibrations of Raylan's touch send her into the blissful arms of darkness. Faythe waited patiently in the confines of her golden white mist. Irrationally, she felt nervous at the thought of Raylan's presence in her mind. Although she'd allowed Nick in many times, it felt different with the general, perhaps more intimate, as she welcomed him into the deepest, most personal part of herself. Faythe foolishly observed her colors as if this were her home, and she was inspecting it for disarray before hosting guests. But she didn't get the chance to work herself up further when she felt a familiar impression in her mind. She released her barriers to him completely, feeling no need to hide anything. Reylan materialized before her, and a smile bloomed across her face of its own making. Reylan didn't return it. He had yet to glance at her at all, while his eyes roamed over their surroundings instead. Faythe watched him carefully. He was slow to walk to her, his reaction not what she was expecting. He looked around her mists as if he were searching. No lines creased his face, but in his wandering gaze it was as though he traveled elsewhere while observing her colors. Then his eyes met hers, and Faythe was claimed by his look. Just for a split second, with their air of wonder. A tremor swept through her as he neared, stopping close enough to touch. She wanted to ask what he was thinking, noting he'd closed off all his own emotions in here. Never would she think to break past those boundaries, though it was within her power to do so. Before she could, Reylan cast a look around once more, the tension shifting as he made a casual, curious sound. Faythe folded her arms. "You don't seem impressed." Reylan chuckled at her reaction. "I guess I'm just not surprised." He stuck a hand out, and in his palm a small tornado swirled beautifully, slowly separating the white until it was a flurry of pure, glittering gold. Faythe was momentarily awestruck. Nick had never been able to manipulate her mists, or at least he'd never tried to. But even in Nick's mind, she couldn't recall having an influence on its appearance or otherwise. "What color is yours?" she asked when he let his display dissipate. "I don't have one." She heard the lie. "Tell me." When he stayed silent in amusement, Faythe huffed. "You know I could just find out for myself." He huffed a laugh. "I may not be a Nightwalker, but I would know if you tried to enter my mind." Faythe grinned in challenge. "We'll see." Then, dropping the subject, she asked, "So, how do we do this?" "I don't know if it will work," he began as if in apology before even trying. He looked afraid to give her false hope. Faythe offered a warm smile. "It's worth a try no matter whether it works or not," she assured him, making sure he knew her disappointment would never be directed at him. His nod was wary but accepting. "When you nightwalk, I'll be forced back into my own mind while your mental being channels to Nick's. I'm hoping if I remain in my own subconscious until you return, through our mental and physical connection, I may be able to pass some of my power to you and strengthen your reach." As he explained his plan, Faythe stared with raised brows. Reylan was brilliant. Utterly, mesmerizingly brilliant. Her smile stretched out into an eager grin, giddy and hopeful it could work. His own reservations seemed to loosen off at her reaction. Then, wordlessly, he once again held out his hand to her with an encouraging smile. Faythe's heart fluttered at the sight, and she took one step forward to close the distance. She slid her palm into his with a quick burst of warmth at the thought nothing would ever feel so safe and right. "Thank you," she muttered quietly, not feeling words were enough to express her gratitude for everything he'd done for her. He didn't respond. She didn't need him to, as his soft eyes spoke everything. For a moment, while they stood, she felt nothing. But she continued to stare into the depths of his irises, as if she could make the connection through them alone. Then she felt it, starting as a tingling through their joined hands and crawling slowly up her arm. Waves of power, his power, humming through her veins and adding new heights to her own. It encased her body, and Faythe felt a strength like never before. It were as if her mind lay dormant until it was sparked to life once more with the joining of their essence, and it filled her with new confidence she would be able to make the leap to High Pharaoh. She breathed consciously, adjusting to the surge of energy that awoke all her senses. Raylan's face said it all. He knew it had worked, at least the transfer of his power. She had still to test if it was enough to add to her night-walking ability and help her reach Nick. Reylan gave a single nod of encouragement, a silent push for her to try. So she closed her eyes and thought of Nick, praying with everything she had that it was enough, and she would finally see him again. Chapter 25. Nikolaius. Nick was lost, hopeless, and alone. With the friction between himself and Toria, he had no one else to turn to for relief from the emotions that wrecked him from the inside out. He was almost desperate enough to go to Chacon, but while he considered the human a friend, they weren't nearly close enough that he felt comfortable taking his woes to him. Not if they would likely flow out of him in insufferable whining. His mind was a storm with the weight of the duties required to run the kingdom, along with the crushing feeling in his chest at the possibility of parting with Toria. With a long sigh of defeat, Nick walked to his bed, hoping to soothe the pounding in his head by morning with a deep, restful sleep. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Nick eyed the sleep tonic on the nightstand. He'd become dependent on it to get his turbulent mind to settle, or he'd never manage even a couple hours if he relied on falling asleep naturally. With a huff of anger, he swiped the bottle, dropping the required dose of the foul-tasting liquid onto his tongue before settling into bed. As his lids grew heavier, he let his pain and sadness drift off, giving in to the clutches of darkness. Nick waited in his subconscious, as he always did, for a while. Perhaps foolishly, as he was waiting to see if tonight would be the night Faythe finally made it through. As the weeks passed, he understood perhaps she needed time to adjust. As the months passed, he began to dread gifting her the necklace was a futile effort at keeping her close. It was hopeless to believe she could make the subconscious leap so far. The black and gray smoke around him swirled angrier than usual. He couldn't tame it. He didn't want to. With every day that passed, he felt himself slipping into a dark pit of despair he feared could permanently grip his soul. Nick stood with his hands in his pockets, simply staring into the depthless void ahead, as if it were a door that he expected the familiar sight of gold eyes and fair brown hair to walk through. She never did, and he was losing out on much-needed hours of rest by waiting. He knew it would be easier for her to channel into his subconscious if he were present. In his deep rest, she might not be strong enough to wake him and enter. His shoulders fell as he turned and closed his eyes, about to will himself into the arms of the darkness that would offer temporary numbness. Then he halted. A faint impression, barely there, made him glance back. Nick stilled completely, extending his senses and releasing every single barrier in disbelief. Nothing happened, and he began to believe he had imagined the familiar essence imprinting on the edge of his mind. His heart thundered as he waited. Then color flickered through the dark folds, so faint he had to blink long and hard to be sure this too wasn't of his own imagination. It was more a ghost forming from his shadows, until the gold flicker broke the darkness. Then she looked at him, her ghostly form becoming full. It was Faythe, unmistakably. Nick didn't move, in complete terror that he might be conjuring her image on his own, a cruel trick of his desperate mind. But Faythe's brow pinched together, and a shallow cry left her that felt like a tear within himself. It was enough for him to know Faythe was real. She was here. She ran to him, and his arms opened to catch her as they collided. Hers clamped tightly around his neck, and he closed his eyes, breathing deeply into her hair. It relaxed his tormented mind after being so painfully on edge to see and feel her again. Faythe shook in quiet sobs into his shoulder. He didn't know how long they held each other before he released her, letting her toes meet the ground to study her face. "It's about time you paid a visit," he teased lightheartedly. Her face fell, a sight that tugged his chest as she buried her face into him again. He held her for as long as it took for her to calm, but his mind reeled. Perhaps she hadn't been well all this time in Ryanel, and he'd left her there. In a flash of panic and rage, he took her shoulders to peel her away from him and scanned her for any possible sign of injury or distress. "Did something happen?" he asked calmly, but he was one short fuse away from erupting if she had been mistreated in any way by anyone. Faythe shook her head and wiped her face with the backs of her hands. It was a small relief and relaxed his rigid posture. But something was still wrong. "I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. Faythe paused, choking up again. Nick tried to be patient, his hands curling into fists as he waited for her to explain. "I haven't been strong enough." His whole body loosened, and he released his anticipation in an exhale. "You're here now." Her small smile wrenched his heart. "I don't know how long I have. Reylan is helping me, filling in the strength I can't gather on my own to channel here. At least not while I'm still having nightmares." Nick pulled back, running a hand through his hair. "Shit," he swore in a wave of immense guilt. How could he not have thought her trauma might affect her night walking? He'd been plagued with nightmares before, and could have warned her if he hadn't been too overwhelmed to ignore everything she went through in High Pharaoh. "I should have warned you." Faythe shook her head to halt him, but it didn't ease his self-loathing, that he had failed her by letting her traverse across kingdoms to suffer in silence for months while he was wrapped up in his own problems. The only consolation was that she was here now, and from the look on her face, it was exactly what both of them needed. When they released each other at last, Faythe shivered, and as she did, Nick took in the sight of her in the short nightgown. Clearly, she didn't anticipate making it here tonight. Her whole face flushed as she too looked down at herself and tugged at the hem. Nick smirked, and his hand came around her shoulders once more. In his subconscious mind, he materialized a cloak and fastened it around her. Fate's gratitude flowed through him while she left her mind open and vulnerable. "We have a lot to catch up on, and not a lot of time," she muttered quietly. He didn't hide his sadness. He didn't hide anything, and knew she would be able to feel everything while she was in his subconscious anyway. He didn't care. He wouldn't risk putting a strain on her link here by trying to shield anything. He wasn't afraid. Faythe would never judge him for his vulnerability. Nick conjured a bench, and they sat, neither knowing where to begin, but also acutely aware of their precious time counting down rapidly. "How are Jackon and Marlowe?" Faythe asked, trying to muster a brave face that was discredited by the creases of longing in her expression. "They're well. Jackon makes a fine emissary, and the gates to the Gaia's city have been opened indefinitely for both Fae and humans. Marlowe insists on keeping up with work at the blacksmith's, but her home is at the castle." Nick felt Faythe's joy, and had thawed a small piece of the ice that had started to freeze his chest. "I knew you would make a fine king," she said quietly, choked with emotion. He was humbled by the comment, but he didn't feel deserving of it. "And Toria?" He had to look away, but his pain at the mention must have alarmed Faythe, as she shifted closer, body angled to face him. Nick took a long breath. "She plans to leave for Olmstone." Faythe's inhale was audible enough that he turned to see the shock on her face. Her wide-eyed look fell quickly into a firm, lecturing frown. "What happened?" Her voice didn't hide her accusation, and Nick's gut twisted. He took a deep breath, knowing this was his first chance to get word to Ryanel about what he suspected of Olmstone. I think Varlas might be looking to Valgard for aid. I don't believe he has given up on his path of vengeance. As Nick relayed the rest, everything he knew, and Toria's brilliant but dangerous proposition, Faythe fluctuated between shock, anger, and disbelief. "She can't," she said firmly. "How can you let her walk right into the arms of the enemy?" Nick flared. "It's not my decision. She is a queen, Faythe. Her actions are for the good of her people and the prospects of her kingdom. It's not an easy responsibility." Faythe winced, and Nick immediately realized his error as his harsh tone came out in a bitter jibe. He didn't know what she was going through in Ryanel, and if she too was beginning to experience the weight of the monarchy. "She's not safe there alone," Faythe said quietly, but she knew as much as he did that there was no dissuading Toria once she'd set her mind on something. "She won't be alone, at least not in her mind. I'll be night-walking to her to gather information. I won't be able to interact with her in her subconscious like we can, but I'll be able to plant thoughts and feelings. I won't allow her to feel alone." Faythe smiled warmly, reaching to take his hand. "You are good, Nick." He shook his head. "No, I'm not. I should find another way that won't risk her being in their grasp should things take a turn for the worse. But I have nothing else, not to offer her, and no other plans to get us what we need." "She'll be okay. Toria is one of the smartest, most resilient people I know. She'll know what to do in any situation. Once she's achieved what she needs, she'll come home." Nick wasn't going to tell her about Toria's very real, aching plan should Olmstone not turn out to be a threat. But he felt Faythe's grip tighten and imagined his desolation was suffocating the air. "I don't think High Pharaoh is her home anymore," he admitted quietly. "She may be going to find out if Olmstone has malicious intent, but should there turn out to be nothing, her true intention is to entertain a marriage alliance with Tarle." Faythe's shock rippled through him. "She can't be serious." "I can assure you she is." "She doesn't have feelings for Tarle." Nick couldn't deny the satisfaction she stoked with those words, but he wasn't an arrogant fool to believe Faythe knew how Toria truly felt, despite what she may have confided in her. "Feelings are often a luxury we cannot afford," Nick answered quietly. He felt Faythe's understanding. Perhaps even her fear should the same fate befall her if she decided to embrace her heritage. "I know you, Nick. Are you really willing to let her go?" Nick stood, sliding his hands into his pockets as he stared into the darkness. "If it is what will keep her safe, then yes, I am." "I don't understand." Nick's heart pounded, and he took a few long seconds to collect his thoughts, feeling the overwhelming need to explain, to have someone other than his demons know the truth. He glanced over the black and gray whirls of his grim subconscious mind. "It used to be green," he said vacantly, pausing to swallow the hard lump that choked his airway. "My mist. It has always been a darker tone than yours, but the gray, it used to be green. It's been over a century now, and I often forget about it." He turned back to her, and Faythe stood, glancing around with a note of sorrow. "What happened?" Despite what she might think about him after he voiced his eternal torment, a small weight lifted at what he was about to confess, a story he had never told a soul before. But he had to tell her, had to make her understand. "After my mother was killed, I was so consumed by my need to discover the culprit. My father tried, but I always believed he could have done so much more considering she was the queen, his mate. Nick's fists curled, but Faythe's comforting warmth embraced him through the tether of their minds. I spent days on end tracking and seeking out those who claimed to be experts in the field. Toria was the only one that kept me grounded, or I might have gone insane in my need to find them. She talked me down from many reckless, harrowing ideas. I would be a completely different person now if it weren't for her becoming my conscience. Toria. I owe her everything. And I have treated her so awfully, but only because I thought it would be better for her not to want me. Because I thought I was protecting her. From me. He had to pause to ease the tightening in his throat, his chest. Faythe stayed silent, letting him relay his story. I found someone who led me to a woman who claimed to be a seer. Someone who could glimpse pasts and futures. I was too desperate to even question the absurdity of a human having such talents. She wasn't like Marlowe, and technically she was nothing beyond mortal. What she had gained a name for was the item she possessed, a mage mirror. He heard Faythe's heart quickening and stole a glance at her reaction as he paced. She dropped a shade paler. She lived in a rundown trailer and traveled through kingdoms, luring people in to glimpse knowledge they thought they wanted. I was warned by those who knew of her that people who went to her didn't gain hopeful insight. Many of them fell to insanity, some ending their own lives over what they discovered through the mage mirror. I didn't care. I had to try. Yet what I learned that day haunts me still, and will for the rest of my days. It is not the mirror itself that should be feared, but what lives within it. Faythe's breath caught, and he halted his steps, thinking he'd shared too much and frightened her. Did it have a name? Nick's brow furrowed at the odd question, and he thought back. Not exactly, though I believe it was a creature called a Dresser. Nick's pinched brow lifted then. How do you know? Because I have encountered one before. Below the castle in High Pharaoh. A second passed. Then realization dawned on him all at once, striking him cold and still. I saw it when I went to retrieve the ruin, and the only way to leave with it was to accept the knowledge. Her voice cracked. Her eyes glittered. I knew he was going to die, she whispered. Nick was stunned, having already concluded what she meant. Who she meant. Caius. Faythe dropped her eyes to the ground as if they were weighted with guilt. Or at least, I knew one of you would die while we tried to stop your father. If I had known it would be Caius, if I had considered him more, perhaps he would still... Nick took the few steps to her. His hand grasped her chin, and his eyes were fierce as he said, His death is not on your conscience, Faythe. Not even for a second. Faythe's lip wobbled, but she gave a small nod. When he released her, she took a calming breath, throat bobbing to swallow the immeasurable grief. What did you find out when you faced the Dresser? Her question was careful, and Nick's gut twisted with the knowledge he had harbored all this time. It told me it would give me what I needed, but in return, I would shoulder the burden of a dark glimpse of the future. Faythe nodded, painful understanding clear in her wince. I didn't get the information about my mother's murderer. That was the first trick I fell into. Apparently, that was not what I needed. Instead, Nick raised an open palm and materialized a version of the item he received that day. It gave me this. Faythe gasped, eyes widening as she raised delicate fingers but made no move to take it. He almost wished she would, as even the sight of the thing, a single small red feather, had mocked him for nearly a century, having no purpose in exchange for the burden of knowledge he was left with. He was a fool to trust the Dresser. "Do you know what this is?" Faythe asked through a breath of disbelief. Nick furrowed his brow, dropping his hand. Faythe squinted to catch the odd-colored feather, but it remained suspended in the air at his command. He slid his hands into his pockets as he examined it. "A waste of my time is what it is." "You're wrong." Nick curved an eyebrow, but she didn't meet his eye. "You have a phoenix feather, albeit a very small one, perhaps from a young firebird." Nick almost scoffed, but watching her tenderly trace her fingers over the feather in complete admiration, it seemed it would be an insult to her childish fantasy. "It is nothing but a pheasant feather dyed red. I was tricked. The creature I faced was simply a masterful jester." Faith's expression of wonder fell as she angled and dipped her head, glimpsing every possible angle of it as though it would reveal his words to be true. "I can't be sure without seeing it next to the real thing, but if it is real, do you know what it can do?" Nick racked his brain for loose teachings. While he found the myth of the phoenix mighty and awe-inspiring, there were very few who believed it to be true. "The firebird feathers were said to have healing properties," he recalled from a spark of memory. "If they roamed the land and skies in our history, they were highly protected so they wouldn't be hunted and used for their feathers, which could not only heal, but amplify powers unimaginably." "Yes," Faythe confirmed, and he wondered what tales they had been filling her head with in Ryanel for her to be so entranced. "It's real, Nick. All of it. I've seen it. Aguilar guards a full-grown phoenix feather in his castle. It's alive." Nick shook his head, trying to find the words to gently diffuse her naive hope. "Even if it were real, it makes no difference. I have no use for it." "Perhaps you will." Faith's sparkling amber eyes finally looked up to lock with his. "Retain your ignorance and defiance if you want, but there must be a reason you were given this. Always keep it close to you." By his command, the feather dispersed into glittering embers until it was engulfed by his darkness. "What knowledge did the Dresser burden you with in return?" Nick was embraced by ice at the mention, riddled with the same damning feeling at the mere recollection of that day he was forced to hear the unthinkable. Instead of replying, he wordlessly unfolded the scene around them. Much as it stiffened every muscle in his body to be back, he had to show her, unable to voice the words himself. From the black and gray whorls, faint color filtered through, mostly hues of a satin brown, as he stepped back into the place that haunted him still, where everything changed and any prospect of happiness died. They stood inside a sad, run-down trailer that belonged to the one he believed to be a seer. The plump old woman looked as neglected as the home she occupied. Nick might have felt sorry for her had she not been so wicked and cold.
"Look into the mirror, and you shall see,"
the woman's voice croaked. Spindly fingers encased his arm and guided him over to the distorted shape of a tall mirror against a wall. Nick was staring at his reflection, his face, yet he could no longer associate it with that Faye.
"A past, a present, a future to be free."
Nick breathed hard, eyes transfixed on the memory. Warm hands encased his tightly clenched fist, and it was enough to ease his tenseness and stop him from casting the memory away before she could see it. He opened his hand to allow Faythe's palm against his. It was the only thing that kept him grounded, kept him from wanting to collapse in defeat, as though he were hearing the damning knowledge for the first time. His reflected self smiled, the Dressere wearing his face, so wicked and goading, challenging him without a single word, knowing how tormenting its knowledge would be. "Are you sure you wish to accept what I am about to tell you? It cannot be unheard, Prince." Nick didn't recognize himself in the vision. So detached and cold. He had been so nether-bent on finding his mother's assassin, he had parted with any decent traits he harbored. This version of him was one he wanted to bury and never allow to surface again. It sank his heart to think he had been so emotionless back then. And Toria still didn't abandon him. She stayed. He pushed and pushed, and she still came back. When the vision of him nodded in confirmation, the Dressere straightened. "Very well," it sang. "In your quest to stop great evil, the one you are soul bonded to shall lose their life by your hand, and yours alone, Prince." The words echoed and taunted, chilled and swirled in his mind, his gut, his soul. They had not stopped replaying since he first heard them. His hand clenched. No, it was Faythe's grip on him that forced him to glance sideward for her reaction. She stared with a puzzled vacancy at the vision of him. Nick stilled the memory, not wanting her to see the outpour of rage that followed that confrontation. In truth, he was ashamed of how he reacted, destroying so much in his path he couldn't fully recall the details after his anger had consumed him so wholly. He'd refused to believe the knowledge at first, but if there was a chance it were true. "I still don't understand," Faythe muttered. She shook her head as the vision dissipated around them, returning to the gloom of his subconscious mist. With nothing to fix her gaze upon, she finally settled her eyes on him. "Soul bonded, as in my mate." Faythe's face was unflinching, but she was clever. Nick watched her fitting the conclusion together on her own. His heart was a hard, rapid beat in anticipation. Never before had he been so fearful of judgment, so concerned over the opinion another may have of him. Time crawled as he studied Faythe's every flicker of expression, until he saw the exact moment she figured it out. Her face paled. Her eyes widened. Faythe's mouth parted with a pause before out tumbled, "Toria?" Nick didn't move. He didn't need to confirm it. This was it. The moment all was revealed to Faythe. His confession that he had used Faythe all that time ago, and that he had pushed away and hurt Toria more times than he'd ever be able to atone for. The truth about who the Fenstead princess was to him, that he'd buried so deep and never told to a soul. Oh, gods! Faythe turned away from him, and each step she took clenched his heart. He couldn't be sure what she was thinking, but the waves of her disbelief were mixed with anger. He expected it and was wholly deserving of it. Nick waited for her outpouring of betrayal and rage. But she was silent for far too long, as if calculating where she hurt the most. "How could you?" she whispered with her back to him. He opened his mouth to form some kind of pitiful explanation that would never justify his actions. But Faythe turned to him before he could, and something far worse than anger was etched in her expression. Disappointment. "How could you do that to her?" Nick blinked, taken aback. He didn't expect Faythe's concern to be for Toria before herself, though it seemed she was already long past what was once between them. I didn't want to, and I tried. I tried to resist what I thought I felt for you. Her brow flinched. Nick's self-resentment swirled like shadows in his gut. I wanted to protect you. I wanted you to need me, and I led you into something when you were the most vulnerable, if only to keep you close. I'm so sorry, Faythe. You did not deserve that. But you should know what I felt for you then was real. I fell in love with you, just not in the way either of us believed. For a second, he thought he felt her agreement, yet her eyes were pained as she kept her distance from him. Can you ever forgive me? Faythe shook her head, and he wanted to go to his knees if that was what it would take. But she asked, You haven't told her? The diversion from herself, from them, took him by surprise. I knew who she was to me that first night we spent together. I think she might have had her suspicions too. But then my mother died, and I was overcome with grief. I pushed her away in my madness to find her killer. Then I learned the knowledge from the Dresser, and suddenly nothing else mattered. Nothing but keeping her safe. I knew the only way to do so was to make her believe we weren't mates, that what we shared was nothing but a one-night infatuation. Nick. Faythe's voice fell to a sympathetic plea. He hated it. She deserves to know. She wouldn't understand. You would never hurt her. I don't believe for 1 second I could ever harm her. I would kill myself before laying a hand on her. But you have only confirmed the worst of my fears, Faythe. He had to pause. The air left him completely at the thought. What you learned from the Dresser came to pass. I cannot take that chance. Maybe it's a stab in the dark, but the only way I could think of to try to prevent it is to never truly mate with Toria. There will always be a lingering bond between us. The tragic reason she doesn't know is likely why she hasn't given up on me yet. But without the mating, we are not truly soul-bonded. Faythe's silence was excruciating, her judgment impossible to decipher. So many emotions filtered between them, he couldn't be sure what was his or hers. Finally, she released a long sigh and ran a hand over her face, her fingers pressed to her temple a little longer. But then she strolled over to him. Nick's stiff shoulders relaxed when she was close enough to touch. All tight lines of anger smoothed into sympathy. I know how it feels to harbor a secret under the belief it will keep others safe. Sometimes, it's not always what is best. She reached for his hand, and he didn't stop her despite being undeserving of her forgiveness, if that was what this was. What I felt for you was as real then as it is now, Nick. There is nothing to forgive, because I think a part of me has always known that I was right to want you, to need you. You are right. It was just in the way we both thought. But I regret nothing. He nodded his understanding, having no words to convey his relief. I can't tell you what to do, but you are good, Nick. You deserve to be happy. A deep pain shot through him and stiffened his spine with dread. It was Faythe's pain, and on her face, it was as though she were holding something back. What's wrong? Faythe dropped her gaze and his hand. After a short moment, she lifted her eyes to stare ahead in silent contemplation. You will need each other when I'm gone. Gone where? He dared to ask, on edge while he watched the slow pooling of tears form in the eyes she kept off him. He couldn't bear it, and his hand went to her chin to force her to look at him again, as he urgently scanned her face in aid of understanding her sadness. She was putting effort into calming her features as her fingers took his hand. Her eyes turned hard, fierce, and he braced himself. We knew it wasn't over, that the conflict with Elmstone was merely a diversion, a distraction. Faythe rubbed her temple again, and his panic surged at the indication she couldn't hold the link much longer. Faythe, whatever you're planning, let me help, he begged. She shook her head. Marlowe knows. Tell her you saw me tonight and let her tell you everything. Everything I'm sorry I never got the chance to tell you myself. Nick, she paused, choking on whatever her next sentence was meant to be. Don't do anything foolish. I'm coming with you. I'll come to Ryanel. No. Faythe blinked slowly, leaning more of her weight onto him as he braced an arm around her. If she didn't go back to her own mind soon, she was risking her life trying to exhaust her ability past its limits. I have all the help I need. Reylan is coming with me. Nick's pained wince almost broke through at the mention of the general. A lingering guilt twinged every time he pictured the two together. But above all else, Nick was relieved. Then you are with the best of us all. At least, the best for her. Faythe's smile was sad but grateful. Speak with Marlowe. She will help you to understand why I had to do this. Marvellus has to be stopped. And it can only be me. Her warm hand raised to his cheek, but he was too rigid in dread and panic over something that didn't even make full sense to take comfort in her touch. Nick. No, Faythe, he said quickly, knowing he only had precious minutes left. No goodbyes. I will see you again. We all will. She released a sob and fell into him. He held her as if the moment could last forever. I hope so, she whispered. He felt her presence fading, even though she grappled to stay a little longer. You can let go now, Faythe. I'll see you soon, he promised. Her arms tightened, but their grip was weak as her strength rapidly faded. Tell Jackon and Marlowe I'm safe and that I miss them. You'll get to tell them yourself, he said quietly. A guilty pain stabbed his chest, knowing he wouldn't get the chance to apologize for breaking his promise by sending her friends across the sea to Ryanel. All he could do was pray they made it safe to explain it all to her themselves. Tell Toria. Tell her I know she can do it, and that her people live. Many of them are in Ryanel waiting for her. Faythe pulled back to look at him. And Nick, thank you for everything. A single tear fell down her cheek, but as his hand lifted to wipe it away, Faythe faded in his arms, her image becoming transparent. She faded and faded until she was gone, and he embraced nothing but darkness. The ghost of her presence lingered to spear a dagger in his gut. Then he was completely alone again. Nick couldn't settle the anxious feeling that grew in the pit of his stomach at the knowledge he had to speak to Marlowe straight away to make sense of what Faythe said. He feared for her, but in seeing her, in getting to voice his truth and absorb some of her effortless comfort, a weight had been lifted, one that was close to crushing him completely. With a heavy heart, Nick turned to take the door to dark oblivion before his demons resurfaced to steal the precious dose of peace Faythe had left behind. Chapter 26. Zayana. It was a horrible day to stand exposed to the elements on open ground. Wind cut through the passage between the mountaintops surrounding the trial arena, howling like a jeering crowd of onlookers. The mass of bodies and wings actually watching them was utterly silent. Everyone had gathered outside the mountain to witness the showdown between Zayana and Maverick. She couldn't blame them. This was likely the highest glimpse of entertainment any of them would get to experience in their lifetimes, though she certainly had no plans to be ridiculed in the spectacle that was about to unfold. A dreary, overcast sky dulled the daylight and restricted visibility. Zayana didn't fret in the slightest that the weather was unfavorable. She liked a challenge. She even hoped it might string out the otherwise easy defeat. The dark-faced spectators weren't the only ones giddy with excitement for the battle after all. She was high with adrenaline. Every dormant sense rattled awake to her dark pleasure in the face of a fight. Zayana unclasped her silver-lined cloak, and it was swiftly taken from her by one in her ranks whose name she didn't know, nor care to glean from their face. Her focus was solely on the opposition, who were no more than specks of darkness across the long arena where they huddled before the battle began. Even still, she could make out Maverick's frequent and equally arrogant glances at her. Good. She enjoyed his confidence. It would bring her far greater joy and satisfaction to see him at her mercy once this was over. She scanned the onlookers, a wave of darkness over every mountain edge and peak. Thousands had crowded to observe, but they were only a fraction of the current line of dark fae. Over a millennium of rebuilding their race and bidding their time to raise armies, and the dark fae had amassed in the tens of thousands, many of whom were to be spread out between the conquered kingdom of Dalrune and their High Lord's domain of Valgard. The observing crowd gave Zayana conflicting emotions. Pride for those of her blood who were not savage beasts, for the rise of the silver fares she had watched unfold. But there was also a small coil of damning darkness at the knowledge she was also akin to those who were beyond humanity. With a deep inhale, Zayana tore her eyes from Maverick to turn to her companions. She looked over them all, a smile of pride curling her lips at the lethal ensemble. Dressed in all-black leather fighting attire of the highest caliber, equipped with just enough steel and iron to suit each of their fighting styles. As individuals, they were dangerous. As a team, they were untouchable. They all stood poised, attentive and focused, with their undivided attention on her. She was pleased to see even Amaya blended in well as their unexpected seventh member. She'd had small bouts of creeping doubt about the Darkling over the past few weeks, but each time she was pleasantly surprised by her, and seeing her now, Zayana didn't have one single regret about her choice.
We all know how this ends.
Zayana addressed her inner circle, the closest to what she would ever call real joy or excitement reflecting on her face.
But let's at least have fun with it, shall we?
The same wicked amusement was mirrored on the faces of those in front of her, which added some warmth to her cold chest. They all gave one short nod of agreement in unison. Good. Let's go. Twisting on her heel, Zayana led the way out of the alcove where they lingered in wait. They didn't need pep talks, didn't need time to strategize. Zayana and her six were always one step ahead, solving problems before they were posed. Of course, nothing in battle was ever certain. Planning always came second to mastering adaptability. To expect the unexpected and be able to use mind over body was key to not getting caught out. Zayana had every faith in herself, not out of arrogance, but from spending every year of her existence learning not only how to stay alive, but how to rise against the odds. Out in the open, the bitter wind hit hard and cold. Zayana didn't feel it. With each step, she tunneled down into a dark, focused state. The whistling air was silenced, and the thousands of eyes that tracked her disappeared. Down and down she went into the well that canceled out her mercy, straightened her poise, and drowned out every objective in her mind but one: to win. Maverick locked eyes with her as he led his own band of rogues onto the stone field. Her eyes drifted briefly over to glance at his chosen ensemble, and she didn't refrain from matching his gleeful smile. He may like to poke fun at her obvious choice of soldiers, but Maverick was equally as predictable. What made his choices even more humorous was that he tried not to be. Those behind him were almost carbon copies of the savage brute force. Unlike Maverick, who held a shred of humanity, albeit questionable and lacking a lot of the time, those behind him had cruel, cold expressions and nothing but one goal in life: to kill, and not think twice about it. Momentarily, she wondered what tactics he might have imposed on such heartless beasts. They were prohibited from killing unless in defense of their own lives. But Maverick was cunning and smart. In the gleam of his eye, just for a second, she felt a pinch of what she dared to call fear. Sayana's identical goading smile faltered, her face falling to a hard promise of death for any of them who thought to cause real harm to her companions. Not even the might of Dakotas herself could save them from Sayana's wrath if they dared. Drya and Selene occupied the back left quarter, while Aislinn and Kellius took the right. In the center two zones, Amaya was behind her on her right, and Tynan on her left. Sayana kept walking, out of their zones and into the center half-circle, where she came to a halt at the same time as Maverick. While she tracked him with a look of violence, his crooked smile remained, as if they weren't standing in a battle arena about to face off against one another. His expression was as unfazed and arrogant as ever, a look that would get him killed one day when she finally took a blade to his pretty smirk. "You look simply exquisite, Sayana." Maverick's voice was carried on the wind with a seductive caress. "We're here to fight, not... What do you call your poor performance in the bedroom?" Her tone was shallow enough it wouldn't be caught by anyone but him. His grin turned feline. "You sound curious to find out. Perhaps after your defeat, I can offer you consolation with my performance." Sayana gave her best sultry smile, one she knew inspired a lustful shift in him. If it wavered his focus and cracked his guard, she didn't see the harm in playing. "This little battle is likely to be short. I think I'll pass on following one disappointment with another." Maverick chuckled, delight twinkling in his black eyes. She looked him over from head to toe, never one to deny something impeccable to look at. Slender, tall, lethal. The clawed tips of his wings hovered impressively high, splayed slightly apart, and she couldn't be sure if it was to appear all the more intimidating or to shield him from the cold. Sayana guessed the former as he stood so casually, idly adjusting his cuff as the warm tendrils of sun, not freezing clouds of mist, kissed his skin. The droplets glistened in his hair. They may as well have been enjoying a leisurely bask on a field in spring, rather than preparing to face off in battle for all the reaction he gave to his surroundings. Sayana turned her gaze to the main viewing platform, where the four masters and Mordecai observed from under the cover of a tent that hosted 4 chairs and a central, more prominent seat of importance. Even from such a height and distance, she could make out the High Lord's feral grin as his eyes pinned her. She didn't balk at the attention, even as he rose from his throne and came to stand at the stone edge overlooking the arena. In every visual aspect of the word, he appeared a king, broad shoulders clad in the thickest furs over the finest tailored garments, his poise radiating dominance and authority.
"Welcome all to the trial ground,"
Mordecai's voice bellowed, and it would have been swallowed completely by the whip of the wind were it not for the magic he used to amplify it.
"Today, we observe a challenge of strength and leadership. One will emerge victorious and claim the honorable prize of my utmost commendation."
His pause was accompanied by a lingering look directed at her.
"To be recognized as the fifth master."
A buzz carried over the cries of the weather, the murmurs of the onlookers. Zayana's gaze was hard. She didn't want or need his commendation, though she supposed whatever his quest was, the real prize to be won, it was to remain a secret. But to become the fifth master, Zayana couldn't be sure if it was thrill or dread that straightened her spine. His declaration and what it meant to every soul watching the delegates sharpened her desire to win to a dangerous extent. Victory would not only secure her the fate away from the mountain, it would officially rank her above Maverick and place her as equal to those she promised to get vengeance on someday. She couldn't decide what would bring her greater pleasure, Maverick's humiliation to lose and bow to her, or the master's rage that she would match them in station. Giddiness fluttered her stomach, like the lick of a delightful burning flame that blazed higher as she pictured them submitting to her status.
"On the mark of the drum, the trial will begin,"
Mordecai announced. The crowd grew silent.
"Runners and first players, take your positions."
Zayana didn't glance back at Amaya and Tynan, who would be taking stance behind her as they had rehearsed many times. It was a waiting game for the two delegates once the match began. Time to rile the dark bastard and imagine his fealty to her.
"In darkness may you triumph."
With a saying of their people, Mordecai flashed her one last gleaming look of satisfaction before he lazily occupied his throne to observe the show. Zayana diverted her bored attention from him, switching from one cruel gaze to another when she found Maverick already staring with a sly smile. She held his depthless stare and let the breeze of the chilly air circle her head, her mind, calming it in a serene tornado with cooling notes from the shimmering mist. Neither of them moved. Though she faced the opposition, her attention was masterfully divided to note every flicker and intention of her team behind her. Perhaps the biggest advantage she had was how in tune she was to her companions. She knew Maverick held no bond or relation to those behind him, who seemed to have been chosen for nothing but brutality and muscle.
"I'm looking forward to watching you do what you do best,"
Maverick said. She wouldn't have reacted to it, as she was stilling her mind to a lethal calm for combat. But curiosity got the better of her when she swore among the taunting and arrogance that the twinkle in his eye was genuine admiration. And what might that be? The curl of Maverick's mouth was devastating.
"Making it storm."
In her moment of distraction, the loud pound of the drum made her flinch. Before the vibrations ended across the length of the arena, Amaya and Tynan had already taken off. Zayana and Maverick would remain with the inner circle until all three of the opposition flags were in the hands of the runner. But they weren't prohibited from fighting to wear down their opponent in the meantime, before they raced to locate the final black flag. Neither delegate moved. Challenge was thick in the glaze of their eyes, and she knew he'd fallen equally into the laser-focused mindset she knew all too well. This combatant was one she had fought and beaten, but she was not immune to defeat with his ruthless determination. He was the single person under the mountain, she admitted with great internal reluctance, who was a worthy opponent. Maverick's eyes flashed behind her to where she knew her little darkling was displaying her weaknesses in the sky, with Tynan covering her. Zayana refrained from smiling in delight at his scoff. This shouldn't take long. She couldn't fight the upturning of her mouth. No, I don't think it will. His eyes narrowed with a canter of his head. Steel or storm, Zayana. In answer, she drew her sword. Slowly, deliberately, not dropping his stare, which was lined with a dark hunger. With a twist of her wrist, sparks hummed through her veins, prickling her skin, and shot down the length of her blade to turn it into a lethally blazing amethyst. Both. He matched her predatory gleam. I was rather hoping you would say that. Maverick drew his own blade, casting a blue flame to engulf the silver glint in his own signature flare. She expected nothing less. Fire on fire was how they always played. It was beautiful, dangerous, and entirely exhilarating when their energies collided in combat. I'm looking forward to seeing you kneel before me. I'll get on my knees for you any time, Zayana. You know you need only ask. Maverick used his flaming sword to prop himself up in front of her. I want your fealty, not your disappointing bedroom favors. In the bedroom, I might just yield both. If you were the last male on the continent, our species would cease to exist with us. His deviant grin stretched to his eyes as he took a few slow steps forward, right until he toed the line between their halves. Zayana didn't display her satisfaction. We both know I don't need to be the last male for you to finally submit to what you truly desire. What I desire is to rip the dead heart out of your chest. Zayana raised her chin. And I will. Maverick held a hand to the cold, still organ. You wound me, my dear. The sudden roar that broke in a wave over the open space snatched their attention, followed by the single beat of the drum that signaled a captured flag. It didn't come as a surprise to Zayana, who had been tracking the Darkling with every sense she could spare while distracting Maverick. She knew Amaya held the first flag of the game with the aid of Tynan without looking. Taking the second she gained from Maverick's bewilderment as he twisted his head to glance back, Zayana struck. Casting her sword arm out, the impact of her lightning blast hit him harder from his foolish proximity. It sent him shooting backward, and he splayed his wings to catch the air and avoid an embarrassing tumble to the ground. As he landed on his feet, boots scraping over the stone, he curled into himself with gritted teeth while the aftershocks subsided. Zayana beamed in triumph. Her strike had been enough to send him marginally outside his inner circle. Every time they were forced out of their zone before their turn in the game, it added a penalty time of 60 seconds. Even if his team managed to capture all their flags and release Maverick first, he would be stuck here for however many precious added seconds she could pull from him. When he straightened, his look was nothing short of shadow-kissed rage. A pissed-off Maverick was perhaps the most pleasing sight to exist. Zayana kept her sly composure as he stalked back to her. You make it too easy, Maverick, she goaded. The more she could rile his anger, the more reckless he would become when it remained the two of them.
Cheap tricks, Sayana. I expected better.
It seems we were both disappointed. The shift in his arm alerted her to his next move. Just as she caught the flicker of light appearing at his fingertips, Sayana cast her free hand out, iron claws pointed to strike lightning to flame. When their powers met, they shook the ground beneath them. Sayana shifted her stance to absorb the impact, while amethyst and cobalt fused to create a flare of blinding light. He was strong, but it wasn't the first time she tested her ability against his. In a challenge of raw power against power, they would kill each other. The only way to triumph against him was in cunning tricks and agility. Sayana took the liberty of casting their beam of merged power skyward, and the echoing beat of two drums was quickly swallowed by the resonating boom of thunder that exploded ferociously over the bleak clouds. The sudden sever of energy had them both panting, and Sayana took the moment of recovery to spy Amaya just as she sent an arrow into the leg of one of the opposition. What was more satisfying were the two blue flags tied around her belt. The other drumbeat was to signal Maverick had acquired one of theirs, but at least she held the lead. All her players now swarmed the board, and Sayana inwardly beamed with pride. Straightening, she dropped her eyes back to Maverick, but his black orbs turned to twin white spheres of fire that hurtled for her, turning a bright blue as they expanded. She twisted around one of them, but her moment of distraction scrambled her mind, preventing her from avoiding the second, which hit her chest like a searing brand. It sent her sprawling back, but she allowed herself to fall to the ground instead of splaying her wings for the air to catch her. The wind would have carried her too far, whereas the harsh scrape of loose stone that cut her palms and wings slowed her. When she stopped moving, she immediately pushed herself to her knees, glancing to her side. The injury was worth it to see herself still within her circle, a mere inch from being outside of it. Sayana chuckled, then tipped her head back, laughing harder with a haughtiness she knew would entice those shadows of rage that circled Maverick's eyes whenever she bested him. She stood slowly, dusting herself off with nonchalance.
"You can do better than that," she called to him.
In response, another ball of flame was sent for her. Sayana lifted her sword and braced, allowing the steel to cut through his pathetic shot. Good. She wanted to wear him down. He seemed to realize it, and his fists curled tightly to refrain from brazenly attempting to strike her and deplete his strength. She figured she held the advantage already. She'd succeeded in riling him. Another sound of the drum, but it was not her final flag that was captured. Maverick's rogues had caught up. Sayana would have ground her teeth in irritation, except a glance at her team made her wish she didn't have Maverick to be wary of, so she could enjoy the entertaining show of Amaya acting exactly as they'd planned. Feeble and weak, scurrying around with glamoured wings that made the brute vultures circle her, so tempted by an easy takedown that they focused on gaining her flags rather than securing their final one to release Maverick.
We both know they are just for show. The real battle is between you and me.
Sayana looked to Maverick, who had regained his cool, masterful composure. The insufferable amusement had returned to his cunning little face. Just like old times, she responded. His grin was enticing.
I have missed this.
Getting your ass handed to you.
Watching you.
His eyes trailed her from head to toe.
Become beautifully untamed.
Before she could respond, one beat, followed closely by another, sounded over the ground. This was it. as Amaya raced for her with all flags in tow. But to her horror, 3 of Maverick's rogues were hot on her tail, and none of the others were covering her. Instead, Drea and Kilius were fighting 2 others. Selene lay unmoving on the ground, and Tynan and Aislinn were advancing on Maverick's runner to delay him from reaching the inner circle. It was distorted chaos and not their plan. Sayana couldn't concern herself with any of the others. All she could do was watch in rigid anticipation while Amaya ran, occasionally twisting to shoot arrows that missed their marks since she had so many to consider. She was a fine archer, but required far more fine-tuning on a battleground to be able and aware to dodge and strike multiple threats. Sayana caught the glint of a blade seconds before the dagger went hurtling from the sky directly toward the Darkling. A drop hollowed Sayana's stomach, and her eyes widened. She opened her mouth to warn Amaya, but she was too late. Just as Amaya turned to release another arrow, the dagger lodged into her side. She cried out, and Sayana lost complete focus on Maverick as she ran to the edge of the circle and watched helplessly as the Darkling fell. "Get up!" Sayana shouted. She was close. So damn close. Amaya's eyes snapped to hers, ghostly with a fear that stilled her cold. "Now, Amaya." Sayana coded the words with as much will-bending authority as she could, flashing her eyes to the 3 dark fae who were closing in like wraiths. They would kill her as a punishment for Sayana, no matter the repercussions. She saw the moment in Amaya's eyes that fear turned into hard determination. To survive. She pulled the dagger from her side with a cry of agony. Sayana winced, and only hoped she could heal just enough for the blood loss not to be fatal. Pushing to her feet, Sayana could only watch in sickening fear, something she wasn't used to. Even in the face of the most perilous battle, she never felt fear. But it quickly turned to awe as Amaya retrieved her bow, reached for an arrow, took her stance, and released. Then again, and then again. The fierce cry that came from her with each agonizing movement was utterly inspiring. Seconds away from being pummeled into by the final male, she released her final arrow. It met its mark, plunging through his throat and killing him instantly so he wouldn't feel the cracking of his bones as he plummeted down. Amaya didn't waste a second despite her wound, which poured silver blood over the hand clutched to it. With gritted teeth, she started running again, and when she reached the circle, Sayana would be free. Maverick hadn't struck her, although she'd been fully vulnerable for him to have gotten his own back several times over. She didn't look at him to gauge what could be occupying his attention while her eyes were on Amaya. Just a little farther. She was stumbling now. Come on, just a few more steps. Her labored breathing was audible, her pace slowing. Sayana's arms opened of their own accord, and Amaya fell straight into her. She lowered the Darkling until they were both on their knees. The shrill of a siren signaled her release. Go, Amaya breathed. Sayana's hand went over Amaya's on her wound. It was still gushing, and the panic that clouded her head was so rare she didn't know what to do with it. So much silver blood when it should have stopped by now. I think, Amaya panted, and not from physical exertion. I think it was Niltain's steel. An all-consuming hot rage flashed across Sayana's widened eyes, and she snapped her neck toward Maverick with the promised mark of death. He was masterful in maintaining a look of innocence, his expert acting even portraying shock, as if she would believe he knew nothing of the illegal weapon his rogue had smuggled onto the field, a metal that could be fatal to their kind. You need to go, Amaya said weakly, bringing Sayana's attention back to her. Her face was paler than usual, and she couldn't be sure if it was sweat or the mist that slicked her skin. Her eyelids dropped a couple of times, and though her words rang in her ears with the urgency that she needed to leave her if she stood a chance of retrieving the last flag before Maverick, Sayana couldn't move. A second siren sounded, and she knew Maverick's runner had made it back to him too. But she still had 60 seconds advance on him. Sayana fought internally, not knowing if the young dark fae would make it if she left. She needed a healer fast. In her hesitation, she was sacrificing the opportunity to have everything she'd ever wanted. She was being weak. Sayana ground her teeth at the tornado of chanting conflicts that beat hard with each passing second. She was about to settle on her choice and damn to the nether what that made her. But she didn't have to. Tynan swooped down, landing and crouching next to Amaya, taking the darkling from her arms. "Go, Sayana!" he barked. It was enough for her to see sense, and she met his hard gaze as she straightened. Tynan took her place, bracing a hand on Amaya to keep pressure on her wound as her strength faded. With a nod, Sayana splayed her wings. Just before taking flight, she said, "You stay alive, Amaya. That's an order." Chapter 27. Sayana. With a strong pulse of her wings, Sayana shot to the sky, catching the faint breathy chuckle of the young dark fae before the mist engulfed her. It was enough to calm her panic and reel her back into that laser focus. She'd wasted too much time, foolishly, weakly, and it had almost cost her everything. Sayana collected her anger, embraced and harnessed it, ready to unleash in a raging storm on Maverick. She cut through the misty clouds, hair dampening the higher she went, until visibility was near impossible. But these mountain passes were ingrained peak for peak in her memory. She completely blocked the flashbacks from her last time she'd battled through these passes on that ground. Her mind only honed in on two goals that made it easy to forget everything else: find the flag and release her retribution on Maverick. She knew her time of advantage was up, and she extended every one of her senses to detect him if he chose to come after her. Sayana dipped and weaved over the jagged stone of the mountains, eyes scanning fervently for the flicker of the black flag that was deliberately near impossible to detect against the obsidian terrain. If she wasn't careful, she could pass it by embarrassingly without realizing. Slicing through the fallen clouds, her hair turned wet and heavy. She was about to fold into a dive to get a closer look, but she felt the invasion in time to twist and bring her blade up before the strike of the blue-flamed steel hit her. In the air, Maverick was hard and determined as they locked gazes through crossed blades. Cobalt and amethyst met in a beautiful blazing tango. Sayana could see nothing but white rage. She pushed off his blade and swung again, and he deflected with his own. The gray gloom of their surroundings exploded in sparks and embers of electricity and fire every time their blades met. Sayana didn't relent in her offense attacks, striking over and over in a perfectly controlled and channeled anger that made Maverick falter. He seemed to know it, and before she could bring down the next swipe of her sword, he tucked his wings in tight and dove headfirst out of the path of her lightning blade. He was swallowed whole by a cloud of angry darkness, and she brazenly cast a bolt through her fingertips after him in her frustration at his retreat. She didn't let it curb her focus. All she had to do was find that damned flag. Maverick had yet to feel a fraction of her full, undiluted fury over his cheat that could cost Amaya her life. She cast out the thought of the darkling and began a steady sweep over the mountains once more. After a few minutes, Sayana's irritation grew to the point of recklessness. It was as good as searching blindfolded. An idea came to her, and she aimed high, flying and flying, her wings pounding furiously against gravity to triumph the skies. Feeling high enough, Zayana closed her eyes and focused on her breathing. She calmed her mind and dove for the stormy well of power that lay within her. She felt its pulse like an orb of living light, in stark contrast to the darkness that lived in her mind and heart. Zayana sheathed her sword and held her palms as if that ball of power were within her grasp. She yielded and harnessed, and it became a tangible force. The currents filled her veins, taking away the chill of her damp hair that hung limp around her face. All she felt was power. Electric, magnificent power. It sparked to life at her fingertips, and when Zayana opened her eyes, the space between her palms grew a lethal ball of charged lightning. She let it build, patiently and meticulously, knowing any wrong conduction could backfire horribly. Beautifully jagged strokes sparked and danced over her hands and into the orb that grew. It was truly mesmerizing. Then, when she felt the well straining, warning her she was testing the limits, Zayana let go. As she cast her hands out, the orb flattened and expanded, and she watched in awe of her own ability as it conquered the mist and darkness across the entire training arena, chasing away the overcast gloom for her to see every dark fey that now looked up at her. The gleam of the High Lord caught her eye, but she paid none of them an ounce of attention. She didn't waste a second of the time she'd bought for herself before the mist crept back to shadow everything once again. Zayana flew away from the open grounds below, knowing they would never make it so easy. The flag would be somewhere within the mountains. If she'd blinked, she would have missed it. A slight flicker in the distance. These mountains held nothing that moved naturally, and knowing her blast would have chased away any other creature in flight, Zayana smiled in victory. She darted for the flag. Landing on the narrow, flat plain, Zayana tucked in her wings as she stalked for the billowing black fabric that sang with her success. She got all of a few steps before she had to twist in time to cast out her lightning in defense as Maverick's fire shot for her. She growled in annoyance. Maverick closed in the distance without attack. Zayana didn't feel so restrained. Bracing, she strung out a precise dance of movements that correlated with her lightning strikes. He deflected some of them and narrowly avoided others. But she was only warming up. With the next charge of her bolts, she pointed her ironclad fingers and brought them together in front of her, sending a bright flare after him. It stuck, hard enough that there was nothing graceful about his hurl backward until he slammed against the stone. Zayana should have turned and raced to capture the flag once and for all, but in her fury, she advanced for him again. Maverick was on his hands and knees, spitting black blood onto the ground. Straightening, Zayana drew her sword and held the point to his dead heart. Her chest rose and fell deeply, the dark chant to drive her blade through him near maddening. "I always knew you were a spineless coward," she hissed through clenched teeth. Maverick didn't show any anger, nor any sign that he intended to fight back. Her nostrils flared, hating his submission. This wasn't him. He didn't concede. She pressed her blade harder, and his jaw flexed. "I promise you, Zayana, I had no knowledge of Barrick's intention." She didn't want to hear his name, and the sound of it added more pressure to her arm until she felt the tip of her blade pierce his skin. He winced, but made no sound. "You expect me to believe that," she said, keeping her voice steady. "Do you think I'm a damn fool?" Gods, she hated him. She despised him so much, it was almost a physical burn scorching her chest. Or perhaps it was the wild awakening of her lightning that demanded she and him hear.
You are no fool, which is why you will not kill me.
Sayana flared in challenge, gripping the hilt with both hands and angling her arms in the perfect position to drive her sword clean through his chest. It wasn't just a want, a petty chance at revenge. As she looked down at Maverick, all she could see was every wicked, horrid, and abominable thing in the world. All she could see was herself. She clenched her teeth. Staring into those depthless black eyes, she saw a flicker of something damning. Understanding. His wet midnight hair clung to his face at all angles, and for a moment, she saw him as his younger self. Maverick wasn't always like this. He wasn't always a dark fae. But she was. She was born this way. I will kill you, Maverick. Maybe not today, nor in 100 years. But I will. I hope you spend the rest of your life watching your back for me, because I will always be there, waiting. A shadow that lingers even in the dark. With a long stride backward, her blade left his chest. Maverick hissed, hand going to the wound that leaked black blood. Sayana turned from him and stalked for the flag once more. It was a foolish move made in the glimmer of defeat she thought she saw in the demon's eye. Sayana should have known better, only realizing her mistake when the sear of hot flame struck her back. She cried out in surprise, crashing to her knees to cool the burning with the breeze and wet mist. But it was too late, and as she straightened, Maverick passed her in haste, coming to stand in front of the flag. Her eyes went wide in disbelief, unaccepting of the failure that ridiculed her as he reached out a hand to claim victory. Her victory. Sayana snapped. All pain diminished in an instant as she rose and threw out her ability in the form of a lasso that whipped around the wrist mere inches from the flag's material. Maverick shouted as the rope of electricity held him and pulsed through his body, heightened all the more by the wetness that coated him. Sayana pulled with all her might, yanking Maverick back, and he went sprawling before her. In the same breath, she lunged and ran. Just before he got to his feet, she gripped the damned flag and ripped it from its pole with a roaring cry of victory. Her breathing was hard as she turned to face Maverick. Holding the flag, she glared at him. The siren that sang over the mountains was a wondrous melody. Sayana breathed. She blazed. She raged within. She had won. Chapter 28. Faythe. Faythe stirred, wrapped in something firm and warm that filled her with a sense of contentment and safety. She fluttered her eyes open, only to be met with the steady rise and fall of a muscular torso. At some point in the night, she must have shuffled closer to Reylan, likely for comfort, as his fingers were still entwined with hers, and their joined hands lay over his chest while she curled into him on her side. She held still, registering their position and closeness, but not out of embarrassment or fear. As she carefully tilted her head back, she looked upon Raylan's peaceful, sleeping face. Soft silver curls had fallen over his forehead, and every stern line of his face was smooth and unburdened. She didn't want to disturb him, savoring the sight. After reluctantly parting with Nick and returning to her own subconscious, Faythe had collapsed from the exertion of her ability. She knew she was dangerously close to harming herself, or worse, but she couldn't help but grapple onto every precious second she could get with her dear friend. Faythe didn't have the strength to check in on Reylan and confirm she had made it across. she'd succumb to the dark pull of sleep instantly. They must have slept in, as Faythe felt rested and refreshed. It seemed Reylan had needed the extra hours too, and her chest twinged with guilt that he had exerted himself by gifting her his power. She didn't know how to express her gratitude that he'd stayed awake for as long as it took for her to see Nick, draining his own energy in the process. Words were never enough, and she couldn't help but feel she had nothing of value to offer this selfless warrior. Her sadness tore her heart. With caution, she slid her hand free from his. He was soundless, and his chest remained in a steady, even rhythm. Faythe shuffled a short distance away before peeling herself upright, tucking her knees to her chest as she glanced sideward to catch a glimpse of the cloudless daytime sky beyond the balcony. She managed all of a few quiet seconds before Raylan's deep inhale signaled he was awake. Faythe glanced down at him as he propped himself up on his elbows. He looked at her expectantly, with a frown knitted in concern, and she realized he must not know she'd made it last night.
"Did it work?"
he asked carefully. A smile bloomed on Faythe's cheeks, and it relaxed Raylan's tense shoulders. She nodded. It worked. Reylan fell back down with a breath of relief.
"What does High Pharaoh's king have to report, then?"
Though he said it in humor, Faythe had to turn away from him at the question, not wanting to dampen his obvious elation that she had managed to speak with Nick when the happiness was cruelly overshadowed by sorrow in their difficult conversation. But she could never hide anything from Reylan, and he sat up next to her without hesitation.
"You told him about the journey to the Isles, didn't you?"
Not directly, but it was only a matter of time before Marlowe did. He read the answer in her pinched brow. It made it real, she said quietly, as if all this time I didn't really believe I might not see him again. Jacon, Marlowe, Toria. Faythe closed her eyes, needing to calm her racing heart as it tightened her throat.
"You will," Reylan said firmly. "On my life, Faythe, you will see them again."
Gods. The mere thought of his life being in the balance to save her own made her chest twist awfully. Though he said the words to comfort her, the promise that he would protect her life with his own if need be, pained her far more than comforted her. So much so, she felt a wave of dread that made her want to find some way, any way to get him to stay behind. If only so he would be safe. It would be a futile effort because she knew Reylan would never abandon her, and she would never abandon him. They would start the journey by week's end, and the hourglass counting down their peaceful time was draining faster than she anticipated. Raylan's hand fell on her back, and the spark of it made her tense in surprise. He must have gauged it as unwanted contact, quickly letting his arm drop, but the touch tingled through her as the opposite, and she turned her head to meet his sapphires again. The look they shared held something igniting. Before the intensity could grow, Reylan pulled back the covers and twisted out of bed. She watched him slip into his jacket and boots. He'd freshen and change in his own rooms, as he always did. She didn't let her disappointment settle that their alone time was over once more.
"I have to brief the guard on their new measures for while I'm gone,"
he said, buttoning his jacket to look semi-presentable and not like he'd just tumbled out of her bed. It was sure to fan the flames of gossip. Faythe gave a short nod. "Aguilar invited me for another tour of the castle," she told him. Though it still swept her with a nervous unease, it no longer frightened her to see her father. In fact, every time he suggested some time alone, she felt giddy with thrill like a child, both to learn more about the history of her heritage and the kingdom, and to recollect on the memories she secretly stored in a precious part of her mind. Not sure how many she would have the privilege of experiencing with her father, should the worst happen on their journey. Reylan grinned wide at the mention, a rare, bright smile that fluttered her heart to see. "I'm glad," was all he said, but his tone perked up in joy. It was clear from the moment she saw them together that Reylan and Aguilar held a bond that ran far deeper than a king and his general. Faythe thought she would be jealous of the connection they shared, which she had been robbed of establishing with Aguilar, but it filled her heart to see. Reylan strode for the door, pausing at it. "I'll find you later." It was the promise he always made, right before he left to fulfill his duties for the day, sometimes more reluctantly than others. She didn't envy him for the weight of responsibility and the stack of tasks that required his attention. He suited the role and dealt with everything no matter how grueling and tedious it seemed. Faythe admired him greatly for it, and was learning so much from him about what it took to be a figure who stood to be respected, what it took to lead. Faythe wasn't alone in her rooms for long before a delicate knock, followed by the opening of her door, signaled her day beginning. Gressla strolled in as usual, casting the same knowing look she always did when she timed her arrival just as Reylan left. She never said anything, but she didn't have to, and Faythe couldn't prevent the color that seeped into her cheeks, no matter how many weeks had passed. Faythe was fully enraptured by Aguilar's rumbling voice as she tuned in to a tale about the Ashfire's royal line. She was completely in awe, and admittedly daunted, at being a relation of such an ancient and powerful bloodline. The Ashfires were fabled, dating right back to the first ever king of Ryanel and the first Phoenix rider, Mateus Ashfire. "My brother was like Bael Morris in a lot of ways, and it was his own need to prove he was something more that got him recklessly killed during a horrible battle many centuries ago, near to when the conflicts with Valgard began," Aguilar explained while they observed a new set of paintings along a separate hallway leading into the library. Faythe's brow knitted, and she stopped in front of a family portrait. She identified Aguilar straight away, even though he looked no older than Reylan in the image. Next to him, she could only assume, was the brother he spoke of, and the only other person besides their parents who stood behind them. Strangely, Faythe felt an odd, nervous chill curve her spine, as though there were an essence left behind in the still gaze of the Fae in the painting. Her grandparents and uncle, it struck her to realize. Never in her orphaned life did she believe she would ever get to know any of her lineage on either of her parents' sides. Being confronted with it now brought about a wave of emotions she couldn't separate. Sadness, joy, fear, unworthiness. They all swirled nauseatingly in her stomach. Faythe's eyes lingered on her uncle a little longer. Unlike Aguilar, his expression was colder, firmer, and a sharp tremor shook her body as she felt as if she were staring into the detached eyes of Malin. "He wanted the throne?" Faythe asked, though she already knew the answer. Aguilar nodded, and she followed him away from the painting until they entered the magnificent library. Faythe's eyes were instantly drawn to the phoenix feather once again. But she didn't advance to it this time, as the king diverted over to a reading area. "We all harbor demons, but his chanted louder than most. I was the oldest, and my father always favored me. As much as I tried to include my brother, we were always separated. I was brought up to rule, and I suppose he felt the lack of attention as a lack of worth. We quickly grew apart when we became old enough to learn our duty. Aguilar spoke of his brother sadly, like one who knew how it felt to grieve for someone who was still alive, and she pitied him. "And now, Mullen is next in line for the throne?" Faythe asked. She needed to know from him, and watched every flicker of expression that could betray his next words. She already knew the answer, but she'd rather ask the question to detect if Aguilar had revised the prospects, if he considered her a real candidate at all. As the king or as her father, she couldn't be sure which opinion she found more important. Faythe wouldn't blame him if Mullen was the favored option. He had grown up here for centuries and knew the way of life, the structures of the court, and had the backing of the high Fey nobles as far as she had observed. Faythe had nothing to show for herself. The only thing that kept her chin high in determination was that she had everything to learn, and had never felt more eager and willing, no matter what became of her residence in Reylan. Aguilar stopped walking and turned to her. His poise was dominating as he stood with hands clasped behind his back. But it was not an intimidation or scrutiny. It was simply a natural stance for the king. He didn't respond immediately, and Faythe stood rigid as he looked at her, studied her. In the space of a few excruciatingly long seconds, Faythe felt as if he reached into the depths of her soul with that look, gauging if she could handle his honest judgment, or perhaps to prove himself wrong or right in whatever he saw in her. He spoke when Faythe was close to turning to stone in anticipation. "From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew that you were destined for something great, Faythe. For when I looked at you, I saw exactly what I saw in your mother. A fierceness, a rare determination. To live, to fight, to stand up for what is right." Faythe's heart beat hard, moved by his words and the mention of her mother. "Then you spoke, like a leader and a protector, a peacemaker. I saw a ruler worthy of being my successor." Aguilar bowed his head to her. Bowed. Faythe was stunned, unable to comprehend what she was hearing and seeing. A great king stood before her, offering his respect as though she were another monarch. When he straightened and locked eyes with her, Faythe instinctively dipped her own head back to him. In the movement was a silent acceptance of his belief in her, his want for her to follow in his footsteps. It daunted her, thrilled her, but most of all, it strengthened her. Having Aguilar's blessing dispersed the shadows of uncertainty, and Faythe claimed every ounce of that newfound strength. She would rise and fight, and hope the people would see her as they saw her father, and as they once saw her mother, as Ryanel's queen. "Thank you," Faythe said, straightening with confidence. Aguilar's smile was warm, eyes twinkling with a pride that brightened her soul. Then the determination of a king fell to the worry of father. "General Reylan has informed me of the journey you are to take," he said. Faythe prepared herself for yet another lecture on the ridiculous expedition to the Isles. "I understand the need to put duty and destiny before your own wants and safety. But is this truly an unavoidable cause?" Faythe's face fell with guilt as she glimpsed the concern that aged his face. "It has to be me." "And it is not for me to stop you. Though might I at least send the aid of soldiers? If Marvellis finds out, she will move to stop me." "We only just found each other," Aguilar's voice grew quiet as though it were a traitorous slip of thought, along with the near undetectable deflation of his shoulders. He was quick to compose himself.
I apologize. I do not wish to incite guilt.
Faythe swallowed, but it did nothing to relieve her tightening airway. Because he was right, and the thought of venturing away from him so soon after being united with him was the one heartache that clenched her chest with heavy, selfish longing to stay and damn the consequences. She was selfish for allowing Aguilar to bond with her, to have given him hope and a reminder of his lost love. If Faythe didn't return, she hated the thought of becoming another immeasurable loss for him to bear. I'm sorry. She didn't know what she meant by it. Aguilar reached out a hand, but hesitated, only for a second, before his warm palm met her shoulder. It was a small comfort, an acceptance that burst in her chest. They shared a sad but grateful look, seeming to communicate their mutual alignment of thought. They were blessed to have even their short amount of time together, no matter what became of the future.
All I ask is that you be careful and remember, your destiny is far greater than what you are. It is who you are that carries the hope for this kingdom. I know you will return to us.
Faythe blinked back the wave of pride that pricked her eyes. She had no words to utter in her gratitude, and no words to console him. She couldn't promise what wasn't within her power to ensure, but knowing what she had to return to gave her a fierce will to live. Aguilar dropped his hand. In his small smile, it was as if he'd read her thoughts without her need to voice them. He turned and strode for a table stacked with open books and parchments.
I should like for you to dine with me before you leave. All of you who are to take this journey.
Faythe followed. I would like that, she answered with genuine sincerity. They stopped before the disorganized table. It was very out of place in the impeccable library, and she noticed all the books and parchments held a coating of dust. No one had touched anything on this table in a very long time. In answer to her observations, Aguilar said,
Your mother loved to read.
He reached out a hand, disturbing the neglected books as he aimlessly flicked through a couple of pages of one that lay open. She understood then that the discarded array of books lay exactly as her mother had left them. Never touched, never returned to the shelves, as if it might erase the image of her standing here studying the texts. It was a tragic thought that settled in her stomach. Even after all this time, Aguilar's loss clung to him as if it were still fresh. But he was resilient and hid his sorrow masterfully, so he would not come apart in front of a kingdom that needed him. He was one of the most selfless and strong people she'd ever had the privilege of getting to know.
For weeks before she left, I would always find her here. Sometimes it took great persuasion to peel her away from her ancient wonders and scripts.
A warm smile graced his cheeks as he looked over the pages, reminiscing on the memories. Then his head turned up, and he gave a quick glance around. Faythe followed his gaze, but they were completely alone in the library as far as she could tell.
What I am about to share with you has remained a secret from all, and I thought it would remain so forever. But you need to know, Faythe. Now you are here. Now you are known to be my blood. It changes everything.
Faythe braced herself, but it didn't prevent his words from striking her with clashing emotions.
I must start with the fact your mother believed in the spirits you speak of, and spent endless days reading any scripture she could get her hands on, all in aid of one purpose. The Fae were made of human origin by the power of the spirits, and Liliana believed there may have been some way to make contact with the spirit of life. If not to have her turned Fae, then to have me turned human. Agalor paused, gauging her reaction. Faythe was stunned and pictured her wide-eyed disbelief at the impossible notion. A faint smile twitched the king's lips as he looked away and turned. "There's something I would like to show you." He began to walk off. Faythe didn't immediately follow him, as a flash of memory, a question, was answered unwittingly by Agalor's information. Her heart pounded, picking up a rapid, uneven tempo as the puzzle pieces slid together on their own. Her pocket watch, or more specifically, the note she'd found within. Did Agalor know her mother had found out how to contact Aurealis? That she had discovered the locations of all 3 spirit temples? Faythe looked down at the scattered books and loose papers. Her mother had made it to Aurealis' temple, which finally answered Faythe's question of why she had chosen to go to High Pharaoh. Yet she couldn't figure out what the spirit could have told her for her mother to decide not to return to Ryanel. Perhaps she was wrong to assume it was simply an attempt to stay out of sight of Marvellus, wherever the Great Spirit lay in wait. It didn't make sense that she had chosen not to tell Faythe of her ability when she was old enough to at least begin to understand it. She couldn't wrap her head around why she had also been deprived of knowing a single thing about her father. Her mind reeled, and the room tilted. Faythe shook her head. She couldn't overwhelm herself just now, not with Agalor present to question it. Turning to him, she found the king waiting patient and poised by the far door. She took a long breath to calm herself and moved to follow. They came to stand in front of 2 massive, intricately carved oak doors. No guard stood outside, but the longer she stared at the glittering wood, she began to see the faint shimmer that radiated from them. "This room is warded against anyone without my blood," Agalor answered her curiosity. Reaching out a hand, the king pressed his palm lightly to the veil, and at his touch it rippled and dispersed like the parting of shallow water. Faythe was mesmerized. As Agalor entered, Faythe was giddy on his heel, excited to find out what lay beyond to warrant such magical protection. Inside, her eyes went wide at first glance, as some other kind of magic illuminated the space in response to their presence. The room glittered like a sea of crystals, jewels, artifacts, scriptures. But what caught Faythe's attention was the prominent centerpiece. Upon a velvet-covered mannequin sat the single most magnificent gown Faythe had ever laid eyes on, one she knew nothing would ever compare to. A crown adorned the head of the figure, but not in the traditional sense she would expect. This one was a halo of wavy peaks, like a blazing sunrise floating behind the mannequin's head. Faythe circled around, needing to see every angle. She almost gasped at the image of power crafted masterfully on the back of the garment. While the front was all crimson and embellished with red crystals, sewn onto the back was a sheer material which attached to the wrists in hues of crimson and gold. Faythe reached for the sleeve, extending it and watching as the illusion of a phoenix wing came to life before her. "I have to tell you something, Faythe. Knowledge I have confided in no other who didn't absolutely need to know before. But you have every right to know, and so will the world if you choose." Agalor's voice was quiet, uncertain. When her wide eyes met his, she dropped her hold on the garment,
glancing his pride laced with reservation as he observed her. Faythe was riddled with nervous anticipation over what he wanted to confess, feeling her palms slick with sweat.
There are many who will object to me in stating you as my heir, Faythe, because they believe you to be illegitimate.
Faythe's stomach sank, the ugly sense of her twisted, unwanted existence returning. But Aguilar showed no concern, and his next words struck her still.
They are wrong, because Liliana and I were wed in private. But it was legal and binding all the same, and I have the documents and witnesses to prove it.
Faythe was stunned. She couldn't be sure of what she felt at the knowledge. Relief, joy, triumph. All for her parents who had defied harsh prejudice to be together. Then there was a daunting sense of responsibility. Having legitimacy sealed her rightful claim, but she would be a fool to think that was all it would take. Faythe still had a fight ahead of her to prove herself worthy to the court and citizens. She still had a fight against Malin. Aguilar took a few thoughtful steps toward the masterpiece of a dress, staring at it, but seeing far more than material and jewels.
This was to be her wedding and coronation gown. We were biding our time on making it public, anticipating the outcry over our mortal differences. I didn't care, but Liliana insisted on more time, convinced she would find a resolution to ease the minds of the people and nobles who would undoubtedly object, and perhaps put all effort into abdicating me and removing us both from power.
Faythe circled the dress, feeling an odd sense of strength and power. Coming to stand before it, she was transfixed. The longer she stared, the more the image in her mind became vivid. She pictured her mother instead of the velvet mannequin, and she was breathtaking. Then, just for a second, she saw herself, blazing and triumphant in the phoenix's colors. Chapter 29. Nicolaius. 2 weeks felt like mere days. Nick clutched onto every precious minute he ultimately wasted. Now his hourglass had nearly run out, and in his torment and sorrow, he had never hated himself more for not spending what little time he had left with Toria. She was set to leave by the afternoon, when Holmstone's cavalry would arrive to steal her. He had to remember she wasn't his, or anyone's. This was her choice, and Queen Toria Stagnite of Fenstead was to become the ultimate weapon in disguise. Nick had called her to his council chamber, but not for a final private goodbye, as Jackon and Marlowe lounged on the seats behind him while he stood staring out the window in solemn silence. The humans didn't speak either, and he might have felt bad for his bitter mood that weighted the air. But he had to set his turmoil about Toria aside for this, to inform them he had finally seen Faythe. He felt Toria's approach from down the hall, and his shoulders locked as he tuned in to her gentle footsteps that he would miss. So many small, simple things had become so much more treasured and painful to imagine parting with. It seemed foolish, but he didn't care. She entered through the door after a short knock, not waiting for a call of invitation. Nick felt her at his back and turned. A pang emitted from his chest at the sight of her. She wore a cloak for the outdoors, and a pair of gloves dangled in her grasp. Their time would be up as soon as this meeting was over with. For a moment, they stared at each other, and he thought he saw the suppressed pain in her brown eyes before they dropped to fiddle with her gloves. Then Toria spared a glance at Jackon and Marlowe, and they offered warm smiles of reception.
Nick couldn't bear to look at them for the most selfish, ridiculous reason as their hands entwined affectionately where they sat, in their effortless closeness. Gods, had he really fallen to such pitiful levels that he was jealous of the humans? He was a king, a powerful night walker. But even reminding himself of those things did nothing to cure the ugly seed that grew, watered by his loneliness.
"Why are we all here?"
Toria asked when Nick didn't immediately say anything. He settled his eyes on Jacon. Faythe came to me. How is she? Jacon asked quickly, straightening with full attention while Marlowe's eyes widened with hope. Nick mustered a hollow smile. She is well. Thriving in Ryanel, it seems. But she still has a lot to overcome with her father. Jacon's stiff shoulders relaxed a little. Did she say anything about coming back? Or about us going to her? Nick had to look away from him. He wanted to soothe his worries, assure him Faythe thought of and missed him dearly. But something else needed to be voiced far more urgently. Faythe wasn't coming back. Not any time soon. She misses us all, truly, but... Nick slid his hands into his pockets, pacing over to the empty fireplace. We all knew the war against Marvellus wasn't over. He heard Jacon rising to his feet. If she's planning something, she'll need our help. Nick shook his head. We can't. Of course we can. Nick turned to him, gaze hardening at the flare of challenge. Even if we wanted to, she'd be well on her way there before we could reach Ryanel's borders. Where? Jacon snarled, fanning Nick's anger even further. It was irrational, but he couldn't help it. Especially when the human pinned him with an accusatory look that suggested Nick was content in letting Faythe face the quest on her own. It was so far from the truth, and he'd raged and wrecked several rooms in turmoil because he wanted to aid her. Faythe had made it clear she had to go now, and that Reylan would be going with her. She was already with the one who would protect her like no other.
She's going to seek out Dakotas' temple on the Nilte Niles.
Marlowe's calming voice answered for him. They all snapped their gaze to the blacksmith. The oracle. She wore a sad smile. Nick had to walk over and perch on the edge of his desk, feeling his stability falter as he thought things through. He folded his arms, pinching his brow between his fingers. Dear gods, he muttered with a shake of the head, mulling it over. She's been planning this for a while. Even though he wasn't looking in her direction, he pictured the blacksmith nodding her head in confirmation as silence answered him.
We should go to her,
Toria said in disbelief. Nick looked up, and her face was creased in deep concern. Would she really give up her chance in Elmstone to go to Faythe's aid? He felt guilty for questioning it. Faythe had been invaluable as a friend to Toria during her time in the castle. Of course the princess would care deeply. Nick switched his gaze to Marlowe. Faythe said you would be able to explain. The blacksmith stood, but didn't go to Jacon's side. She moved to a space where all their attention was centered on her, and she was calm and composed.
In the past few months, I've seen far more than I have in my whole life. Sometimes it's very cryptic. Other times it's so clear. Though one thing remains the same. The war will not come because it has surrounded us for centuries. Not a war of man against Fae, or Fae against Fae. This was never a war against Valgard, but a war against the spirits.
We know this, Nick said as gently as he could. He was desperate to hear more of what this meant for Faythe.
Yes, but what you do not know is that Faythe is not just human, not just half Fae. She is an heir of Marvellus, born of a line of direct ancestors that can be traced over the centuries, right back to the spirit herself in Fey form.
Nick had never been so struck still by shock that he had to brace both hands on the desk to keep from swaying. It was mirrored on Toria and Jagon's expressions as they looked to Marlowe as if she were out of control.
There is something else. Faythe is born of a bloodline blessed, Agalor, and a direct descendant, Liliana. It is why she has manipulation of the mind, both conscious and unconscious. Whatever that means, it is important to Marvellus.
Nick began to feel nauseous. It didn't make sense. Not in the history of the world he knew. Not in all he believed to be real. Just as he knew it wouldn't make sense to anyone else. Impossible didn't even seem appropriate. He vacantly shook his head while letting the information settle. So why does she seek out Dakotas' temple?
Marlowe's face paled. Marvellus broke many fundamental laws when she transitioned to our world, nearly a millennium ago. It required the sacrifice of those blessed with pure spiritual ability. Those like me, though I can't be certain how many. It also required a specific moment in time, a solar eclipse, during which the veil between this world and the spiritual world was thin enough to be broken. A time that only occurs once in a millennium. She paused, glancing around the circle as though one might be able to race to the conclusion before she explained it. Everyone remained still, with horror-struck faces. It seems history plans to repeat. Dakotas, spirit of death and goddess of the moon, intends to follow her sister and be bound in a form that can walk our world. If she succeeds, may the gods have mercy on us all.
Silence settled around the room, one so cold it seeped into Nick's very bones and rattled a chill. Everyone mulled over the revelation, the damning, the inconceivable, and the knowledge that their mutual friend was not only at the forefront of stopping it, but she was also connected to it. It can only be me. Nick's panic surged at the thought of her facing the grave danger alone, but he quickly remembered that was far from the truth. She had Reylan, whom Nick had observed over his time in High Pharaoh more closely than he should have, always out of concern for Faythe. He had been wary of the general's intentions, but the way he was with her, his defensiveness and protectiveness. Nothing was impossible. Not anymore. It was enough to soothe his worries and discourage him from doing something reckless and impractical. Marching to Ryanel wouldn't help her, and he could only pray she made it back safe. He wouldn't accept an alternative. No one else spoke, so Marlowe continued.
She faces a great trial, and she will need us, not to aid her in this quest, but to accept her when she returns.
Nick's brow furrowed at the cryptic message. Of course we will, he all but snapped, knowing there was nothing that could make him turn his back on her. Marlowe's smile was knowing but solemn.
She might not be the same as you once knew.
What that meant, Nick couldn't be sure, but his view remained the same. Jagon moved, an arm going around Marlowe's waist. The plan remains the same. Marlowe and I will go to Ryanel to aid communications between you and Agalor. Faythe will appreciate our being there when she returns. Nick wanted to protest, suddenly overwhelmed by the notion of them setting off on the uncertain journey across the sea. It was a helpless feeling of confinement, as though his throne were a cage, and his crown the shackles that held him back while everyone close to him set off on their own perilous quest, and he could do nothing but watch. Toria's voice cut through his desolate thoughts.
Olmstone will be arriving shortly.
The declaration sank him further,
and he wondered if there was no end to the well of torment he had been slipping into all this time. There were short moments in his life that had kept him from succumbing to the wildness of such a dark and bleak existence, but they could all be traced back to one person. Nick feared that without Toria, he might just be willing to fall completely. Toria closed the short distance between her and Marlowe. "Thank you for being a friend and for telling us all you know about Faythe, all you can tell us. I do not envy your gift and the curse of knowledge you bear. You are the bravest of us all." The two embraced for a tender moment. "Good luck to you, Your Majesty," Marlowe said, pride coating the title. Toria's eyes lit up with fierce determination, and it was inspiring to see, but it also twisted his self-guilt. He should have done more for her. He should be the one to strengthen her belief in herself. As a mate and as a friend, he had failed her. Toria deserved far more. The Finstead princess stepped out of Marlowe's embrace, and even though they weren't as close, Toria didn't hesitate to walk into Jackon's open arms. Watching their goodbyes, Nick had to focus on his steady breathing to distract from the crushing sadness that swept him at knowing this was real. Their time was up. The humans left, their final farewells heartfelt but sad. Nick and Toria stood in a thick, palpable silence. Nick remained leaning on the desk, unable to shift his eyes from the ground while his heart was shattering piece by piece with each tick of the phantom clock. Finally, after a long, shaky breath, Toria spoke. "I guess I should give you something of mine, for the night walking." "Do you remember the day we first met?" He met her hazel gaze, and the question seemed to stump her. "When I arrived in High Pharaoh?" "Before then." Creases formed around her eyes, but she nodded. "My parents dragged me to Finstead against my many protests for your winter solstice carnival. I found it over the top, pretentious, and wanted nothing more than to be back in High Pharaoh the moment I arrived." "Yes, I'll never forget your sulking face as you sat glaring at everyone," Toria mused. For a moment, the brightness of her smile eased the melancholy of his heart. He mirrored her expression. "And I'll never forget how every single protest and irritation dissolved the moment I saw you. Your gown was ridiculous, but the emerald color was so striking on you." "You made fun of me the whole time," she grumbled. Young Nicolaius was a menace. A light chuckle left him. "Would you believe me if I said it was because I found you the most magnificent thing in that ballroom?" "Not for a second." "Good. Because you were the most magnificent thing I'd ever seen at all." Nick reached into his pocket, and Toria's eyes widened at the item. He held it up, observing the light that bounced from every angle of the emerald-jeweled comb. "I plucked this from your hair, claiming you had far too many, and that they were wearing you instead of you them. And as I handed it back to you, you said, 'Keep it. It would match your eyes if you dared to let a sparkle of joy into them.'" Nick's mouth twitched in bittersweet reflection. "Why do you still have that?" Toria asked quietly. Nick's face pinched as he fiddled with the comb between his fingers. "I kept it with the intention of giving it back to you one day. Over a century passed, and I always thought about going back to Finstead, if only to tell you it worked. That every time I looked at the damn thing, it brought me joy to remember that moment. But we were preparing for the greatest battles Engardia was to face. Training became the only thing that mattered.
But I never forgot about you. Never forgot that I would one day follow through and return this to you. I thought about that every time I went onto those battlefields. It was my determination to walk off them. He shook his head, eyes finally glancing up to catch hers. He didn't expect the glitter that danced across the hazel. Then there you were, on my doorstep, so haunted and broken. Above everything, I was relieved, so goddamned relieved you had come to High Pharaoh. To me. Toria moved toward him slowly. Nick remained reclining against the desk, his heart beating harder with each step she took to close the distance. I could have gone to Ryanel. I could have gone to Wolmstone. She stopped closer than he expected, looking down at him and searching his eyes with a hint of hesitation. He stayed silent. Both kingdoms were far closer, both with kings who were close to my father. They would have easily taken me in. Yet I kept going, kept writing, because... Her gentle hand trailed over his jaw, igniting his skin. I remembered the sulking prince who stole that comb from my hair, who jested and teased the whole damn time. I remembered that there was no one else at that ridiculous, over-the-top ball I wanted the company of more that night, despite how much of a pain in my ass you were. Warmth filled his dying chest, and it took every single piece of restraint not to reach out and feel her, to pull her to him. Nick had never been so stunted by such raw, desperate emotion with no way of release. Can I ask for something? Her voice was hushed, uncertain. His chest rose and fell deeply, not breaking her hypnotizing stare as he got out. Anything. Toria's throat shifted as she swallowed, and he couldn't help but tune in to her heartbeat as it picked up tempo. The few seconds she deliberated continuing with her request were maddening. Kiss me. His heart might have stopped completely. Toria. She interpreted his response as a rejection before he could continue. She dropped her eyes, about to take a step back, but Nick moved on instinct laced with desperation and desire. His arm hooked around her waist as he lifted her and twisted with her. She let out a breath of surprise when they stilled, and then she sat on the desk he had been perching on a second ago. He stood between her legs and leaned into her. Toria's hands gripped the folds of his jacket as though she thought she would fall, but Nick's arm didn't release her. Their faces came so dangerously close, he felt the warmth of her breath against his lips. If I kiss you, Toria, I won't be able to stop. They shared a breath, and he swore he felt the tightening of her legs around him that made him force back a groan. I don't want you to. He did groan then, his forehead falling to rest on hers while he fought with restraint. One hand traveled from her waist to hook under her thigh, clad in such form-fitting riding leathers the sight was enrapturing, but the feel was nearly his undoing. The position he'd put them in strained the last tether on his control. You don't want this. Not when you're about to leave with prospects for another. He pleaded with her as though she might have the will to pull away when he lost his. Instead, her palms flattened against his chest. Slowly, torturously, they trailed up to his neck. Her soft fingers over his skin made his whole body shiver until her fingers weaved into his hair. I have promised nothing yet. Can't I have this one moment for myself? Nick's hand clenched lightly on her thigh. This won't be just a moment.
Please. He pulled his head back, locking onto her hazel gaze. Beyond the haze of lust lay the vulnerable longing he couldn't deny, a desperation sent to pull them from the paths that would force them apart.
If we do this, there's no taking it back.
It's not as if it'll be the first time. No, it wouldn't. The memory of their first night together was one he often thought of, alone, when nothing else could sate the pent-up need for release in the darkest hours of the night, or after having spent a day with her, or when his mind didn't care what time of the goddamn day it was, neither bent on sparking his desire for her.
Why now?
Toria's fingers uncurled from his hair, and Nick's breath sharpened as she went to unfasten his jacket. I want this for me, she said, voice turning to an alluring whisper. I want this to remember I had a time of freedom to do as I desired before my duty. He didn't stop her when she pushed his jacket from his shoulders. He could do nothing but hold her, letting her take every ounce of control. A part of him hated the satisfaction that caressed him from within, but the twist of pain, the seed of guilt that he should stop this for her sake, was drowned by such a strong force, heightened even more so now he might not get another chance to show her how much she meant to him.
And after,
Nick ground out as she unclasped her cloak and let it fall. Her hand encased his cheek. After. He almost missed the faint wince that flashed across her expression. I go to Wilmstone. We go back to how things were. No expectations. His heart squeezed so tight his teeth clamped together, but against his will to protest, he nodded slowly. Nick, she breathed, and her need filled the room with the sweetest, most desirable scent. His name on her lips, and in the sensual way she spoke it, was his undoing. Nick crashed his mouth over hers. A soft moan left her, and he pressed into her tighter. Toria ground her hips against him as he did, and he lost all tethers to his reserves, control, and sanity. He lost himself in her, and he knew he didn't care if he ever came back. Every feel of her was glorious, every taste like an insatiable craving. The way she moved for him, it was as if her body harmonized with his. The material of his pants felt torturous, and he became unhinged, unable to stop the jerk of his hips that answered to the way her legs around him pulled tighter, impossibly close. Toria's noises were of the sweetest notes. His lips found her neck, and Nick panted with restraint, against every primal instinct that roared to claim what was his. It was dangerous for him to be this close to her, but he wouldn't mark her. He would never take that choice from her, and the risk to her life if he gave in was enough for him to resist the drag of his teeth over her long neck, which she exposed to him so eagerly. Her fingers in his hair curled tightly, almost to the point of pain, and he relished in her abandon. A knock on the door made him emit a low growl from his chest. He couldn't stop. The need to be buried so deep in her there would be no disentangling them was like fire coursing through every inch of him. It was utterly claiming and changing, and his fury at being interrupted when the intruder knocked again shot all kinds of murderous thoughts through his mind. He heard the guard nervously clear his throat before his muffled voice sounded through the wood.
"The Prince of Ulmstone has arrived, Your Majesty."
If his rage weren't a dangerous force before, it near shattered at hearing that name. It took great will to pull back, but not completely, as he rested his forehead on Toria's while they caught their breath. Knowing this was it, Their time was up. His heart clenched and clenched so painfully he couldn't stop himself as he blurted, "I want you to come back." Toria pulled away, surprise diffusing her lust. "Nick, I don't know what they'll offer you. I don't know if I can compete. But what I promise you is that you will never need to commit yourself to marriage or surrender anything in return for High Pharaoh's protection and allegiance. I will respect your choice and what you need to do for the good of your kingdom. But no, should you ever change your mind, you can always come home." Her hand caressed his jaw, and she brought her lips to his in a single soft kiss. Nick groaned as his lips found the soft spot below her ear. "Until you do, I'm going to be thinking of all the shameful things I never got the chance to do to you right here." He leaned into her further, and a breath left her as she clutched onto him tighter. "I'll always be thinking of this, of that look on your face, of how I would have scattered everything on this desk to worship every inch of you over it, of how beautifully you would have screamed for me." He memorized the staccato of her desirous breaths and how her thighs squeezed around him. Another knock turned him rigid, and he had to breathe consciously not to snap. "Your Majesty, Prince Tarley Wolverlon awaits in the reception hall. He's impatient." Nick smiled against Toria's throat. It was a wicked joy to imagine his irritation at being kept waiting. Nick didn't care, and there was a large part of him fighting internally not to make him wait far longer so he could fill his words to Toria with memory rather than promise. Toria forced him to straighten, pushing his chest. Menace. He gave her space after setting her back down, and Toria righted herself, adjusting her askew clothing before fixing herself back into her cloak. Nick's desire for her still pulsed so strong, he had to avert his gaze and think of something, anything, to subdue his raging thoughts. "I trust you won't go poking around for things you shouldn't when you nightwalk to me," Toria said, her breathing still delightfully uneven. Nick gave a devious smile. "What dirty secrets might you have to hide from me, Toria?" She scowled, and Nick chuckled, grateful for the distraction, for the small dose of light-heartedness he would cling to, not knowing when he would see her again. "You have my word. I will only be looking for information regarding Olmstone. But, Toria..." Nick paused, face falling serious. "You give me one word, one sign. If they ever give you a reason to think for a second you are not safe there, and I'll come for you. I don't care what it takes." Toria smiled sadly. "Thank you, Nick. I won't forget all you've done for me." The crushing pain in his chest returned. "This is not goodbye." She closed the distance to him, and he didn't stop her when she fell into his embrace. They held each other for a short, tender moment. Her voice was barely a whisper as she said, "I hope not." Chapter 30. Nicolaius. Tarley Wolverlon wore a divided expression as they met on the portico outdoors. There was the gleam of excitement of someone eyeing a prized jewel as his eyes landed on Toria. But something about it was triumphant rather than endearing. His look of suppressed ire, however, that only surfaced when his gaze shifted to Nick. The challenge that radiated between them was a familiar energy that grated on his nerves. Perhaps it was a fool's move, but as they approached, Nick couldn't help the hand he lay on Toria's back to guide her out. His touch didn't go unnoticed by the prince. He didn't want it to. "I have been here some time," Tarley spoke with a hard edge. Nick fought the curl of his mouth. I must accept fault and offer my apologies. I kept the princess back for final preparations for her long trip. Toria is still High Pharaoh's ward, after all. Toria's spine stiffened as she caught on to the subtle emphasis he put on their preparations. Another wicked voice cut through the tension.
I wish to bid you farewell, Toria Stagnite.
Zarius wore a triumphant gleam as he stepped outside to join them.
I look forward to watching our kingdom strengthen at the prospect of this wonderful union.
Nick tried not to lash out, knowing the anger that flexed his fist was not the best approach to dealing with the Lord. Instead, he schooled his face to a cool calm. His fingers trailed Toria's spine deliberately as he let his hands fall, then clasped them behind him to straighten his posture. Her lips parted, but she otherwise kept her composure.
Indeed,
Nick said, matching Zarius's cheerful tone. He had to play smart.
High Pharaoh, Olmstone, and Fenstead could thrive greatly with this binding alliance. I look forward to corresponding with your father on the matters once you return, and the princess has had a chance to settle.
Nick was purposeful in pointing out Tarley was not a voice of authority in the negotiations. It was a move of arrogance and perhaps spite, but it was also the truth. Nick outranked the Olmstone prince now. To his surprise, Tarley didn't balk.
I'm afraid my father is preoccupied with other matters at present. Most of the negotiations will be made with me.
While the thought riled him and the smug look on Tarley's face flared his violence, the prince had unknowingly provided Nick with his first insight into the Olmstone king's suspicious activity. He couldn't imagine what would be more important to Varlas than securing the Fenstead princess for his kingdom. The wave of urgency to protect Toria was so strong, he almost damned the Geist to demand she wasn't to leave his side. He couldn't shake the settling anxiety that he was sending her straight into the arms of the enemy, to the ones who had killed her parents and conquered her kingdom. Toria's eloquent voice interjected.
I will of course be included in all correspondence and negotiations, as I not only stand as High Pharaoh's ward, but as Fenstead's queen.
Of course, Nick agreed, pride chasing away the uncertainty. Toria was strong and resilient and smart. He had to believe she could take care of herself, and if her position became compromised, he would storm Olmstone with everything he had. It was a harrowing thought, but if they threatened to harm her, he would incite a war.
We shall see,
Tarley said, eyes flashing between him and Toria. Nick's rage didn't get the chance to surface recklessly when the prince extended a palm to her. Everything else dissolved to twist his stomach with jealousy and sorrow.
Come, princess.
Toria gracefully accepted his offer, but her smile was hollow. Nick fixed his eyes on her palm as it slid into his tormenting demons mocking and laughing at the contact, flaring his every instinct to remove the touch of another from his mate. Toria didn't deserve to be fated to one so spineless and pitiful. Neither of them looked back as they descended the stairs to where a carriage lay in wait. His rage at imagining them in such a confined space together was drowned by the wave of his grief as Toria took steps away from him.
I'm glad you came to accept my counsel, Your Majesty.
Zarius came up to stand by his shoulder. Nick couldn't take his eyes off Toria despite the irritation that clenched his fists.
Using our best pawn to secure a stronghold.
It was an effort not to take his trembling fist to the Lord's face at the way he spoke of her. Zarius was brazen, as though he were goading Nick to break, to expose whatever suspicions the Lord might have about his feelings for the princess. Nick yielded nothing. He tunneled so far down into a coldness he knew all too well, detaching himself from the world, a place built of his own self-loathing.
You were right.
Nick forced the words from his mouth.
Toria as an asset could be very advantageous if we negotiate well.
He had thought about how to handle Zarius for some time, and knew the only way to tide him over while he worked on his own silent plans was to give him everything. At least make him think he had everything.
You were close to my father, Zarius. I trust you by my side, as I trust you will be invaluable in these upcoming negotiations.
It was like spilling acid from his mouth, and the ripple effect of the Lord's inflating ego was suffocating.
I serve no greater honor than aiding in the rise of High Pharaoh. I am glad we see eye to eye, just as I did with your father.
Zarius spoke with cruel confidence. Nick would allow the Lord to bask in his triumph. He would allow him to build himself up in such high regard so it would be all the more satisfying to watch him fall. All Nick had was time, and he had to bide it well. For Toria and for his kingdom, he had to be smart. But most of all, he had to be patient. There were no words to describe the way he felt watching her travel away from him. Nick stood on the portico, hands clasped formally to straighten his posture, while he and the other members of the court bid farewell to the princess as she rode off with the Olmstone escort. The carriage had almost reached the gates, and his heart was such an uneven mess of shards he didn't care if it stopped there and then. Please look back. Perhaps it was a foolish thought, childish even, but he found himself needing it, the knowledge she had thought of him in her last moment leaving the castle grounds, the knowledge it was hard for her to leave, even if it were just a fraction of what he felt. The horses trotted to the gate, a steady pace that quickened in his frantic mind. Too fast. Look back, look back, look back. He flexed his fingers but refrained from moving otherwise, from running after her in an epic, disgraceful display as his mind taunted. She's my mate, and I'm letting her go. At the gate, his eyes bore holes into that damn carriage. Then, at the last second, Toria looked back. Her beauty was radiant even from this distance as her head twisted out the window. He was mesmerized by the flowing waves of her brown hair, the gold accents that adorned her ears glinting in the sunlight. It was an image he held still in his mind, savoring it, then storing it. That second of suspended time was far too short. Toria dipped back inside just as the ornate carriage disappeared out of sight completely.
This could be a great merger between courts,
Zarius muttered. Nick didn't want to pay him any mind, but he was completely vulnerable with his guard down in the moment as he fought against every instinct to abandon the plan, to declare what was his and should have been all along.
Don't let it become a clash between courts. A word of counsel, Your Majesty. One heart can tear down an empire faster than any army.
Perhaps he was already a losing player if he couldn't find it in himself to convince his council, the world, that what he likely wore on his sleeve wasn't true. His love for Queen Toria Stagnite. It was sheer will that kept him from buckling where he stood, unmoving. He didn't know how much time passed, but he found himself completely alone. The sky fell a few shades darker, and bodies occasionally filtered across his inattentive vision. Then finally, as the sun made its final descent, Nick looked away from where she had vanished. He turned back to his castle, knowing Toria Stagnite had been willingly sacrificed as the opening gambit in their deadly game. Chapter 31. Faythe. In the great dining hall, Faythe could barely touch her food from the knots in her stomach. There was a lingering sadness that clouded the air at dinner with her companions and the king, their last supper before they left tomorrow. The dinner Agalor had insisted they all spend together. She pushed around the selection she'd forced onto her plate from the glorious spread. All this effort, yet she felt guilty for her lack of appetite.
We plan to take the known passes through the Fire Mountains. Diverting through Balmor would be far too much of a risk, lest we run into Valgard armadas in the southern Gulf.
Reylan sat opposite her, explaining their route while casting her several looks laced with worry. Agalor leaned back in his chair as he pondered the information.
I suppose you are right. Though you will be unable to go on horseback, it will need to make sure you are well stocked with provisions. I do not believe there is anything left of civilian life on the Isles. Beasts and creatures are all that are said to remain. You will be cautious.
Faythe shifted her gaze to the king. It was the first time she'd ever heard him speak to Reylan so informally, and on such a personal level. His concern was clear in his tone, as well as in the slight crease of his brow. At his quick flash of a look in her direction, she saw the hidden plea in his words. To protect her. Faythe dropped her eyes to her plate in guilt. Reylan gave a nod.
Of course. We have devised a plan for every stop and considered all threats that could greet us. We are well prepared.
While Faythe and Reylan sat on either side of the king, Reuben sat next to her, along with Livia, and across from her Kylier and Isaiah were enjoying their final dinner in comfort, for none of them knew how long it would be before they returned, if they returned at all.
And you are sure it cannot be delayed any longer?
She felt Agalor's words directed at her. Faythe took a deep breath as she raised her head, slipping on a firm mask of confidence while also trying her best to ease his concerns. She knew exactly why he agonized over the sudden announcement of their journey. While she'd been in Ryanel for over 4 months now, like a coward, she had avoided any kind of bonding with her father until only a few weeks ago, and she cursed herself relentlessly for the time she'd lost that may never be regained in their uncertain future. The summer solstice is a mere month away. If we do not go now, we risk not making it to the Isles in time to stop Dakotas. Faythe felt strange to speak of the Great Spirit out loud, as it felt like a fable in her mind. She forced a smile to conceal her unease. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can return. The words burned in her throat as she felt the guilty drop in her stomach that they could be a lie, that a promise of return was not her gift to give. It seemed to ease his tension, and he returned her warm look. No one was really enjoying the food with the heavy conversation except for Reuben, who was fully engrossed in inhaling the pile on his plate. Faythe didn't fail to notice the wary looks of her companions, who were still holding back from outright banning him from coming. Faythe didn't admit it, but she was silently glad he was accompanying them, as another human and lifelong friend she'd missed dearly. It was at least a familiar reminder of her life back in High Pharaoh, even if she didn't hold out any hope of Reuben being of use in the expedition. Faythe was eager for the feast to be over so she could crawl back to solitude. Well, as solitary as she could be when Reylan refused to let her sulk on her own. But he never pressed or forced her to talk, and even in silence it was comforting to have him nearby. As if reading her thoughts, Reylan cleared his throat.
I suppose we should see to it that the last-minute preparations are in order. We should like to leave by first light in the morning."
He cast her a look, and she read the meaning in his eyes. He was giving her and Aguilar the final hours of the night to be alone together, and she could have embraced him for it. Faythe wasn't ready to say goodbye to her father when they had not been blessed with nearly enough time together. Livia, Kylier, and Isaiah understood immediately, and they all began to rise, each giving a short bow to their king before strolling from the hall. Reuben caught on a delayed minute later as Reylan stood behind his chair expectantly to lead him from the hall. His pale cheeks flushed, and Faythe suppressed a genuine smile at the sight of the young boy he looked in that moment, the one she knew from happier memories. Reuben quickly wiped his mouth and fumbled to his feet, but he hesitated before swiping one last slice of bread.
"Thank you. The food was delicious,"
he mumbled ungracefully to the king, mouth half full. Then he strolled out of the hall after the others. Faythe bit her lip to hold in her chuckle at his completely innocent lack of manners. Reuben had never been in the company of the High Fae before, let alone a king. She caught Raylan's eye one last time.
"I'll meet you at your rooms later,"
he said to her privately, and she gave a subtle nod of acknowledgement. She watched his back as the final member of their ensemble left. Then, alone with Aguilar, silence settled. Faythe didn't know what she wanted to say to him, as she didn't think she could acknowledge this as their last moment alone together, for however long life ripped them apart this time.
"There's something I've been waiting to give to you,"
Aguilar said thoughtfully. When Faythe turned to him, he waved over a nearby guard who held something wrapped in a crimson velvet cloth. The king stood as he got close enough to take the item into his own hands. As he came around to her side, Faythe also felt compelled to get to her feet. When they stood facing each other, Aguilar unwrapped the item that stole Faythe's breath the moment she laid eyes upon it.
"They call it the Eye of the Phoenix,"
Aguilar said as he admired the amulet he held. It was a fitting name. The intricate, ornate silver band held a single brilliant amber stone in its center, but it moved ever so faintly with tendrils of red like a live flame.
"It has been in the Ashfire line since the age of the Phoenix Riders. It is said to have been forged in phoenix fire, a deadly weapon, but also great protection. It may all be superstition, but it has always been passed to the firstborn child in each generation."
Aguilar held out a hand, but Faythe was too stunned. I can't accept that." She stumbled over her words, feeling wholly unworthy of the ancient heirloom he wanted to bestow upon her.
"You are my daughter, are you not?"
he asked carefully, in such a way that it was left open for Faythe to deny without judgment. But this held more meaning than a simple declaration. With the acceptance of the gift, he was all but crowning her head. Faythe slowly reached out her hand in answer, and his calloused fingers grazed her skin as he went to adorn her wrist with the Eye of the Phoenix. She couldn't hold in her gasp as the cold metal touched her skin. The faint prickling of unexplainable energy tingled over her hand, up her arm, and ignited in a small burst of flame in her chest, snuffing out the darkness that clouded her mind, like a shockwave of strength. She looked to Aguilar with wide eyes. He looked back with a pride she had never seen before, pride reserved for a father to his child. With the acceptance of the amulet, Faythe felt something far more powerful and heavy bearing down. The weight of the phantom crown that had her straightening in turn to bear the acceptance of that too. "Thank you," she said quietly through the emotion that choked her. Aguilar was slow to release her wrist.
I shouldn't say this, as it is not certain what the challenges that lie ahead when you return from your duty. We may not have had the privilege of filling these halls with your laughter as you grew, of collecting the memories of your childhood, or of watching you bond with the people as their princess Faythe. But I still see it all the same, and I know I am not alone.
His hand raised to her cheek, and her vision blurred around the edges at the wave of his pride that pierced her chest.
My daughter, Ryanel's lost flame returned. Just like your mother, you would make a gracious queen, Faythe Ashfire.
Chapter 32. Zayana. Zayana was jerked awake by a faint knocking against wood. When her eyes snapped open, it took all of a second for her to remember she was in her rooms. When she moved, she winced, straightening from the awkward upright position she'd fallen asleep in the armchair she'd pulled to her bedside. She hadn't meant to fall asleep, and in a surge of panic she studied the chest of the darkling who occupied her bed. Amaya's chest rose and fell, but her breathing was still shallow and labored. As Zayana shuffled to stretch her aching muscles, a blanket she didn't remember covering herself with fell to bundle in her lap. She frowned at the material, but the gentle knocking sounded once again, reminding her of the presence that lingered. Zayana rose, rolling her neck and arms to ease the stiffness. She cracked open the door. Upon seeing Tynan's concerned face, she wordlessly widened the gap for him to slip inside. "You didn't bother to knock the last time," she commented quietly, not wanting to disturb the darkling who needed all the rest she could get to heal. Tynan looked to where she lay with a hint of pain disturbing his hard face. He had failed in his role to cover her when the attack happened, and she expected he would feel some responsibility for her condition. They had yet to discuss anything of the battle from 2 days ago, and Zayana had yet to face Mordecai to be commended for her victory.
"None of us have seen you since the battle. You told us to stay away."
Confusion twisted Zayana's expression, and she glanced at the blanket on the chair. She said nothing about it. Tynan passed her to get a better look at Amaya, whose face could almost be mistaken for dead with its hollowness and dry lips.
"I knew Niltain's steel was lethal to our kind, but—"
He stopped himself, and they shared a grim look. Neither had predicted just how deadly it could be. "She's small in form, and not as well fed or trained as she should be." Zayana's fingers curled. "I imagine it's attacking her system faster than if it were inside you or me. Her body can't heal fast enough to counteract the metal poison. Niltain's steel could incapacitate and torture against the skin, but if it entered the bloodstream, it could be fatal, like a spreading poison." Zayana didn't have an ounce of pity for Tynan, who didn't even try to hide his guilt. She wondered if it was simply for her being hurt when he should have been covering her, or if he was regretful of how badly he'd underestimated her before. Amaya had proven herself without a doubt on that field, and if any of them tried to devalue her worth now, it would be on Zayana's wrath. The only thing that churned her stomach to a feeling she was not wholly accustomed to was the prospect of Amaya not waking up. There were no healers under the mountain. Such a talent as magic healing was only known to exist in Faythe, and Zayana was forbidden to bring one here, unless she was prepared to kill the captive afterward. She was ruthless, born heartless, but even if she were to find one with the rare skill, she was conflicted about wasting such a life. But Amaya was coming to the end of her luxury of time, and she was deteriorating. If it came to a choice between one of her own and a stranger, the answer was obvious. She had already wasted enough days. "Tomorrow, I'm going to find a healer," she announced. Tynan whirled to her. "What about the quest?" Sayana had won it, and if she left, she couldn't be sure it would still be on offer by the time she returned. She would be all but submitting her reward to the insufferable Maverick. Perhaps this had been his plan all along. If he couldn't best her in battle, he would still find a way to steal the prize. Lying, cheating, arrogant bastard. Sayana's anger was razor-sharp at the mere thought of him. "I'll speak with Mordecai," was all she said. Tynan's look of understanding laced with disappointment ground her nerves further. It wasn't directed at him, but they both knew the High Lord would not have the patience to hold off the quest for her. Even more, she risked losing the promised status of master and being seen as weak. For caring for a life beneath her own so much, she would risk everything. Sayana was a fool, and it had been tormenting her to distraction the past couple of days. She should let Amaya die if that was to be her fate. It was expected of her. She was just another Darkling, replaceable. Yet every time Sayana imagined the chest she studied stealing for good, she couldn't explain it. It was as if in failing Amaya, she would be failing a piece of herself, one that couldn't be forgiven with time. "Watch her." Sayana didn't wait for his response. Spinning on her heel, she marched out of her rooms, high on rage and resentment. If she had to leave to find the healer tomorrow, she wanted to get the humiliation over with by explaining her absence to Mordecai. She was seething as she stormed the halls. The few dark fae who littered the cavernous space averted their gazes, shrinking out of her way quicker than usual. She was at risk of recklessly harming anyone who got in her way in her current mindset. Sayana focused on reeling in some form of composure to face the High Lord. It would not win her any favors to arrive unhinged, or she risked far more than verbal disgrace for what she was about to propose. Then, just as she was calming into some form of sedation, around the next corner her vision flashed white at the person who stalked her way. In the space of a breath, Sayana drew the dagger at her thigh, crossed the space, and slammed Maverick to the wall, settling her blade across his throat. She bared her teeth while he took a second in his bewilderment to register the threat. "I should have known," she snarled. "You never have been anything more than a spineless, cheating coward." Two dark fae rounded the corner, taking in the sight of their delegates. She didn't even have to turn to them before they hastily shuffled back out of sight. Maverick said nothing. His face was calm and cool, devoid of all emotion. Sayana clenched her teeth, pressing her dagger harder until it made a shallow cut, slicking the edge with a trail of black blood. "Say something," she demanded. He stayed silent. Sayana gripped the folds of his jacket and slammed him against the wall again. He yielded no reaction but a faint grunt at the force. Stepping back, she held the point of her knife to his neck, her breathing heavy. "I could kill you right now." "Then do it," he said at last, tone soothing as though he were trying to encourage her. Sayana's nostrils flared. Everything was a game, a trick with Maverick. Yet there was nothing taunting or teasing on his face. No victory. Nothing. It wasn't like him to be so detached. "You are pathetic," she spat. Both of them stood in thick, rising tension for a few deep breaths of cool loathing. She had half a mind to rip his head from his shoulders for what he had done. But Maverick simply watched her, black eyes fixed until her breathing slowed and came easier, until sense weaved through the all-consuming hate. All he did was watch her steadily.
Beric and Rex are dead,
he said quietly, cautiously, knowing she was teetering on a razor's edge with the little humanity she held. Saying those names was certainly a risk to her murderous ideals. Hearing they were dead by Amaya's hand rallied two prominent thoughts. The first was that in extending her protection to Amaya, their deaths were her punishment to Faythe. The second was dark and gleeful satisfaction that the Darkling had gotten her own back. Twice.
I told Mordecai I don't stand to challenge their deaths. The end they met was fair game.
He went on with equal calm. Sayana's eyes narrowed a fraction, but she did not lower the blade she threatened him with. Whatever he read on her face gave him the confidence to slip his hands into his pockets, and the bastard had the audacity to shift into a leisurely lean against the wall. She tried to ignore the flare of anger. It was as though he didn't believe she would follow through and plunge her dagger through his throat. Or he simply didn't fear it. "Why?" she ground out.
It was fair game.
He gave a one-shouldered shrug.
They brought illegal weapons onto the field.
Sayana stepped forward, leaning into him once again to press the length of the blade against her last cut. "You brought illegal weapons onto that damned field. And if Amaya dies because of your cowardice, so help me, Maverick, I'll be coming for you." Their closeness was deadly and intimate, faces almost level from his slant against the wall. She straddled his extended crossed legs. For a split second, she almost retreated at the dark flash of desire in his depthless onyx eyes. There and gone so fast, she would have missed it if she blinked. She recoiled internally. Not at that look, but because her body betrayed her mind with a flush of heat in response to it.
"Are you quite done threatening my life?"
he said with a low gravel tone he didn't try to disguise. Sayana didn't respond, but she supposed the edge of her unmoving blade was answer enough. Maverick's insufferable smirk returned, sadistically delighted by her threat.
"I thought you might like to know I have a healer for your little Darkling."
Her breath stilled. "What?"
"I said."
"I know what you said," she flared. "Where did you get a healer?"
"I have my ways."
Sayana stared into his eyes, searching them for any indication he was playing her for a fool. "Why?" Maverick seemed to calculate his next words carefully.
"She was impressive out there. It would be a shame to see such talent go to waste."
Lies. He was lying, but it didn't seem as if he cared whether she believed him or not.
"One of my rogues should have escorted her there by now while we've been chatting."
He slipped back into his insufferable arrogance, but she didn't care. About him, about his pitiful life, nor about his reasons. Tension vibrated an exhilarating current between them, and their faces came so close they shared breath. Sayana's voice dropped to an icy warning. "Mark my words, Maverick." She locked eyes with him to deliver her promise. "If she doesn't wake up, neither will you." They stared off in thickening silence. Neither flinched from the compromised position. He wanted to rise to her threat, but debated if it was worth her anger.
"Ah, there you are."
At the voice that carried down the hall, Zayana instantly pulled away from Maverick with a forceful shove. He straightened, and both of them bowed at the waist to Mordecai as he strolled toward them.
"Interrupting something, am I?"
he asked, voice dancing in amusement. Zayana straightened, clenching her wrist painfully tightly behind her back. "No, High Lord," she answered before Maverick could. Mordecai looked between them both, a brow curving at the obvious conflict that was palpable between the delegates.
"I imagine the emotions of the battle are still running high,"
he observed. It was a light way of putting it, but Zayana remained silent.
"What an impressive show you two put on."
Zayana hated the comment, as if they were no more than pretty weapons for his entertainment. She wouldn't out Maverick for his use of Niltain's steel. It would only serve to make her look weak, and she wouldn't have them punish him. No, she would exact her revenge on him in her own way.
"Come,"
he said simply, turning on his heel to stalk back the way he came. Zayana moved while Maverick stayed put, figuring Mordecai's summons was regarding the task he was about to finally disclose. But Mordecai paused after a few steps.
"Both of you?"
he added with a quick glance behind him. Zayana flexed her fingers but said nothing as she continued to follow the High Lord through the maze of passageways. She did, however, cast a glower of hate toward Maverick. Childish, perhaps, but the petty side of her always came out around the dark demon. Maverick fell into step beside her, much to her irritation. She was supposed to be his superior now, though this was still to be formally imposed. She had beat him, and hated that it felt as if she had gained nothing in return. Upon their arrival at the council room, they found the masters already seated, and Mordecai went around the table to take his own grand place. He didn't sit. Instead, he stood proud and silently assessed the two delegates in front of him. They stayed silent and obedient. Speak when spoken to. His eyes darted between them, but Zayana couldn't be sure what he was pondering. He looked at them as though he couldn't tell them apart, and that unnerved her more than she cared to admit.
"It has been 2 days, and you have not come to seek your reward."
Zayana's spine stiffened. "One of mine was wounded in battle," she explained. His emotionless face seemed to have already rejected that as ample reason.
"Maverick lost 2 in that battle, yet he came to me straight away."
Zayana had to fight against snapping her head to him in accusation. Instead, her claws cut into her wrist behind her back, enough to be painful. Mordecai went on.
"He came to tell me he seeks no justice for those deaths at the hand of your darkling. I must admit, she has impressive potential."
"Which is why I have been absent, High Lord. I plan to finish crafting the weapon I will make of her. I won't let her die and lose that hard work."
"Is she recovering, then?"
Zayana couldn't help the look she slid to Maverick. "Yes," she answered. She just needed firm encouragement. Dying wasn't an option. She hoped her words were convincing, that he wouldn't find out Zayana had sat like a shriveling coward at Amaya's bedside instead, muttering pitiful prayers to whatever creature would listen that she would wake up again. Mordecai answered with a bored hum, seeming to accept her absence but not pleased by it.
"The quest I propose looms closer. 2 weeks, to be exact, until you shall embark."
Zayana straightened. A thrill tingled her chest and brought a flare of momentary joy. This was it, her quest to freedom. One she had proven herself worthy of. All her negative sentiments were swallowed by giddy anticipation.
The time we have been waiting a millennium for is finally upon us, he said. It is a little over a month until the one who guides us shall join us.
He had Zayana's full, undivided attention. Her breaths were steady, and she knew what Mordecai referred to. Who he referred to. Dakotas' ascension. Zayana let out. She couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it was real and that she was to be a part of such a brilliant event that would go down in history for all eternity. The spirit of death, the goddess of the moon, the one they owed their survival to, would come to walk on their land. It was an exhilarating concept. A triumphant smile appeared in the corner of Mordecai's mouth.
Yes, Zayana. When you leave this mountain, you will come back having made history, and she will reward you with something far greater than anything you could have wished for.
A surge of pride and determination raised her chin and allowed a smile of her own to disturb her calm face. Only, it was quickly dulled by a cruel tug of the phantom leash that had been tied around her neck since birth. You will come back. Suddenly, the prospect of leaving, of going on the quest, didn't seem as freeing and exciting with the knowledge she would always be called back here. Always be at someone's mercy. It was a darkly damning feeling, but she had never been taught anything different. She had been taught to always belong, to obey and to lead. Zayana's life had never truly been her own.
You shall not go alone.
Mordecai's voice snapped her from her clouded thoughts of resentment.
Choose whomever you wish, those who can glamour, to aid in your quest. The existence of our kind should remain secret until the time is right. Fly to where you can, and where there is cloud cover. But otherwise, this journey should be taken by foot.
Zayana wanted to groan out loud. She knew where Dakotas' temple lay, on the Niltane Isles of Ryanel. They would miss the day of the solstice completely if they didn't plan their journey wisely, and indeed, some flight would be necessary to make it there at all. Should I not have left far sooner, High Lord? She felt the need to state the obvious. He smirked, seemingly anticipating the question.
If we had the luxury of deciding, you would be right in your observation.
Mordecai tapped aimlessly against the wood of the table. The rest of the masters were silent and expressionless. Zayana wondered why they were here at all.
We do not hold the key to the temple, and the one who does also happens to be exactly what we need for the ascension.
Mordecai finally occupied his throne, and Zayana gauged they were about to dive into a long string of details. She was a fool to believe ensuring Dakotas' ascension would be without challenge, that she could face the task with ease and perhaps even excitement. The High Lord's hard look braced her for grim details.
Does the year of Marvellous mean anything to you?
Zayana's brow furrowed. The ones descended from Marvellous as Faythe, yes. But her descendant lines were all hunted and slaughtered. The heirs of Marvellous are a fable now. Mordecai gave a brief chuckle.
It seems her kin are far more cunning at illusion than even the great spirits could have prepared for.
He leaned back casually, clearly reveling in the tale. Sayana stared back with a frown, growing irritable at his dance around the point.
One lives, not just in the air, but one conceived of both her direct bloodline and one blessed with her magic. The divination is in motion.
Sayana fit the pieces together. He seeks out the temple to stop Dakotas, knowing she will band with Marvellus. He gave a nod of approval.
She is said to take the same quest as you. She is the one who holds the key we need, both to open the temple and to open the veil.
A dark chuckle rumbled through him, humorous disbelief. Sayana couldn't see what was of amusement. She was more than capable of taking down one person who stood in their way.
As it would seem, fate has a wicked sense of humor,
he went on. At her pointed look of question, his grin widened.
She is Faythe Ashfire of Ryanel.
Ashfire. Sayana knew the royal house of Ryanel. Only in all her teachings of the Ally Kingdom's lineage, particularly those they were still to conquer, she had never heard the name Faythe.
Hagalor has a daughter. How did he keep that a secret?
Maverick asked with pressing disbelief. Sayana had forgotten about his presence and his silence, and she twisted her head to him to match his look of confusion.
He did not know himself until months ago, when conflict stirred between the allied kingdoms. It seems her mother fled with the unborn child without his knowledge. We can all assume her foolish reasons were in vain.
It started to make sense. If Faythe's mother was a descendant of Marvellus, she would have found out what a child conceived with the Nightwalker was destined for. She faintly pitied the tragic soul, born without any idea of the fate that would befall her. And her mother, who seemed to have failed in her attempt to keep her from it. So, am I to kill her? Sayana asked, not particularly enjoying the fact, but hardening herself to accept it. To her surprise, Mordecai shook his head.
She doesn't just hold the key to the temple. She is the key.
Sayana would never admit it, but Faythe's death not falling to her hands was a relief. Then a spark of remembrance had her locking eyes with her High Lord. The heirs of Marvellus. They were human.
As is she.
Sayana couldn't be sure why that fact made a difference, as though the girl never stood a chance in this world from the moment she was conceived. Weakly human, but different from her kind. She would have power at least, though Sayana didn't believe it could be substantial enough to stand against the dark fae who were about to be set on her.
You should not be so quick to underestimate her. She is powerful, and is said to have harnessed the Light Temple ruin. You would be wise to take caution.
She didn't like that it felt like a challenge.
You will need this.
Mordecai gestured to his side, where a blackfare stood, cradling an object wrapped in a cloth. Upon removing it, Sayana's blood stilled. She didn't let it show, but snapped her eyes back to meet Mordecai's.
I said you may take whomever you choose, but I have decided to add one to escort you of my own choosing.
He went on, without acknowledging her wide-eyed look. Sayana's jaw flexed, and her clawed fingers broke her skin. His eyes flashed to beside her, and she heard his declaration before it was spoken.
Maverick shall accompany you. Under your authority, Sayana, You have proven yourself worthy of the strength and leadership.
She heard nothing after Maverick's name. Not when rage clouded her senses and set her thoughts aflame. Sayana said nothing, focused on her breathing to calm the storm of her mind, which translated to the awakening of her lightning that prickled her whole body. I was played for a fool. Sayana stilled her mind, reeling her emotions in as she'd been disciplined to her whole life. I never should have believed winning would grant its merits. Her breaths cooled her hot wrath and smoothed her skin. Liars. They're all liars. Finally, she rallied enough composure to reply. Her tone was hard and ice-cold. I do not need him.
It is not up for debate,
Mordecai dismissed, triggering her gruesome violent thoughts.
Faythe is powerful, and she will not be without the company of others with abilities. You will need both of your powers if you are to succeed.
Sayana wanted to shout and rage and kill, wondering why they'd suffered the damned battle at all. It was all for nothing, as she should have been chosen to lead without it. She'd spent 3 centuries of existence proving she was worthy, proving she was the best, and he had belittled everything she had worked for by demanding a pageant of talent that ultimately reaped no real reward except a damn High Lord's favor. She stared at him with cold, simmering fury that she masterfully kept off her face. But in that stare, she marked him. Sayana stormed the halls to her rooms, aware of but too enraged to pay notice to Maverick, who followed her. Arriving at her door, she barged through it, halting in the doorway. At the sight of Amaya sitting up in her bed, grasping a steaming cup, every other emotion that boiled in her blood cooled with a wave of relief. The Darkling wore a smile as she chatted to a female face sitting on the edge of the bed, and her smile widened when her eyes met Sayana's. She was too dumbstruck to return it. Seeing the healthy glow had returned to her skin, although she'd left her only a couple of hours ago, looking close to death's claim. Then Sayana took in the presence of Tynan, who stood with arms crossed and a hard look of threat, pinning the black fair from across the room. Maverick's rogue equally stared off in challenge, neither acknowledging the delegates who entered. Sayana didn't care that Maverick was at her back, didn't even care for every other invading presence in her safe and private space, as she walked right up to the bed and stopped at the foot. The Fae met Sayana's cold look with a warm reception. Despite where she was, despite the dangerous, foreign, winged species that surrounded her, she wasn't afraid. At least, if she was, she kept it masterfully suppressed. How? Sayana demanded. She'd been hopeful a healer could give the Darkling the boost she needed to heal herself, but Amaya looked as though she had never been wounded. The Fae stood, casting one last smile to Amaya. She's strong, this one. As soon as she felt my magic, it was as if she was determined to work with it. It will take a couple more days to fully burn out the remains of the Niltane poison, but she'll make a full recovery. Sayana stared at the Fae, so soft-spoken with an accent that was faintly familiar. Kind-hearted when she had no reason to be. It didn't make sense. She couldn't decide if her lack of fear was foolish, for being so trusting that she couldn't see her life was all but sacrificed in being here, or if she admired her selflessness in aiding without resistance despite her grim fate. The Fae was strikingly beautiful. Loose white tresses curled around her face, overspilling from her long braid. The paleness of her hair was in marvelous contrast to her glowing bronzed skin. Her eyes were a wondrous bright hazel. I should like to stay a couple of days if that's all right, to be sure there's no setback with the poison. Sayana stiffened, feeling a wave of something that churned her gut, akin to regret. No, deeper. Remorse? For the kindness she didn't know how to receive and didn't deserve when she would be forced to win the Fay's life for her exposure to their existence. She shouldn't have accepted, but Zayana's head nodded of its own accord. Because Amaya did deserve her kindness. "Thank you," she said to the Fae. The words were so unused they felt foreign on her tongue. Her cruel mind sang weakness, but her gratitude was too strong to listen to its taunts. She looked back, catching Maverick's eye first. He stood by the door with his hands in his pockets, observing her with a frown.
"I was of the impression I would be escorting our guest out," he said carefully.
Maverick had planned to take her. Did he plan to take the task of her execution too? Zayana figured it was the least he could do when he was the reason they were in this mess. Yet he didn't need to. He could have left her and not bothered himself at all with Amaya's fate. After all, he wouldn't receive punishment. She couldn't figure him out. Why would he help? He owed her nothing. Zayana knew she should let him take her, to get it over with instead of stringing out the inevitable for a couple of days, allowing the Fae to think her goodness would be rewarded with freedom, unaware that these mountains had claws, and once within their grasp, it was stay or die. If anyone else found out she was here, the Fae's fate would be far worse than death. Zayana didn't waver her firm expression. "You heard her. Amaya could decline again. She needs a few more days." She switched her gaze to Tynan. "Leave us, and I don't want to be disturbed. I will come to you when it's time to discuss and prepare for the quest we will take in 2 weeks." Tynan gave her a single nod, then fixed his stare on the black fare across the room expectantly. He, in turn, glanced to Maverick for instruction. A dip of the head was all he gave to his rogue. With a grunt, the black fare left, and Tynan followed after him. Maverick lingered.
"A word, Zayana."
Later, she dismissed. His jaw flexed in protest. She walked over to the door, and Maverick twisted smoothly to walk out of it. A few steps past the threshold, he sang behind him.
"Seems like the perfect night for a late-hour bath."
Chapter 33. Zayana. Zayana stood by the fire pit staring into flames that soothed her senses so she could think peacefully. Amaya was once again in a deep slumber behind her, and Zayana couldn't relax in the presence of the Fae, who sat by the bookcase on a lounge chair casually flipping through pages. Zayana didn't know what she read, nor did she really care. They had barely spoken a word since everyone left, and the Fae purposely sedated Amaya for better healing. Zayana felt foolish for not knowing how to approach a topic of conversation with the Fae. Any she had encountered in her lifetime she had usually killed, or she'd watched their death during transition. With the awkward silence grating on her nerves, Zayana swiveled to the Fae. "What is your name?" Peering up from her book, her cheeks flushed rose as she blinked to refocus her vision after reading for so long. Flicking her eyes down to the pages, Zayana realized exactly why the hint of embarrassment flashed across her expression as she recognized the title. Amaya had given off the same shyness, and she had to wonder if it really was so scandalous to own such books. The face straightened from her curled-up position on the chair. "Nerida," she answered. "And yours?" Zayana shifted on her feet, oddly nervous at the question she passed back to her. It wasn't often she was asked anything about herself. Outside her close circle, her social skills were severely out of practice. She shouldn't bother to engage with her, knowing Nerida's days were severely limited. But curiosity got the better of her. "Sayana," she answered. Nerida closed her book, shifting in attention. Sayana stiffened with anxiety under her awe-filled gaze. She was an odd creature, a happy lamb in a lion's den. She couldn't be sure whether the Fae was simply naive or incredibly brave. "Why are you not afraid?" Wisely, there was a wary shift on Nerida's face. "Why should I be?" Usually, such idiotic questions would irritate Sayana into snapping back with disciplinary sense. Yet she could only stare pointedly like a gawking fool. Nerida huffed a short laugh at Sayana's expression, which twitched her face into a firm scowl. With hesitation, Nerida stood and walked over to where Sayana was posted by the fire. Sayana tracked her every flicker of movement. It was ridiculous to think of her as a foreign species. Aside from wings and the color of their blood, they were almost kin. "I've read a lot about your kind, you know," she said casually as she took up the armchair by the flames instead. Sayana couldn't help but be bewildered by the prey getting comfortable in front of the predator. "It's fascinating to find out so many of you lived, and have been living, in secret, building your species once again. It's remarkable." The knowledge should have frightened her, but Sayana was baffled by her intrigue and awe. "I wouldn't believe what you might have picked up in scripture." Sayana turned her eyes from the Fae, perhaps acknowledging her own shame. "We are made of nightmares, not dreams, and you'd be wise to be fearful of that. Your kindness is what will get you killed, as it already has." "Nightmares are made of monsters, are they not?" Sayana followed the Fae's line of sight to the peacefully sleeping darkling in her bed. "That is not all that I see here." Sayana paused. Within, she fought with agreement. Nerida was strange, foolishly, naively strange in her perceptions. "Where do you come from?" She couldn't figure the Fae out. Her calm optimism. It was a trait Sayana didn't think she had come across before. Finally, Nerida seemed to guard herself sensibly from the question. Good. At least she wasn't a complete fool and held some reservations about what she could share. "Nowhere." When Sayana arched a brow, she added, "I travel." It wasn't an answer Sayana was willing to accept. "Where were you born?" A hint of a warning seeped into her tone. She couldn't help it, hating for her question to be evaded. It was so rare for someone to challenge her or try to withhold information from her. Nerida studied her for a few seconds. Studied, and Sayana's hideous defensive side took it as an insult. A question of her authority. Lightning rippled across her fingertips as an instinctive reaction. The Fae's eyes shot to her hands at her sides, widening as she caught a glimpse of her ability. But to her displeasure, it was not in fear. "Remarkable," Nerida breathed. "I should have realized sooner by the vibrant core of purple in your eyes." Sayana's lightning winked out. This Fae was impossible. It was a miracle she had survived this long with her stupidity. "You're a stormcaster." Sayana blinked. "A what?" Nerida's eyes met hers with a frown of confusion. "You've never known what you are." "I know exactly who I am," she snapped. "Liar," her cruel mind hissed. "No one's seen a stormcaster since the old age of the Fae, and even then, they were extremely rare. An unexpected development of the fire wielder ability, but far more lethal." Zayana's mind raced, pulsed with a wave of knowledge she didn't want to hear or believe, as it made her question everything she thought she knew about herself. She knew her ability was rare, but to be spoken of as if she had no clue about herself. She hated that it felt like another lack of control on her life. Zayana's voice dropped, becoming cold and threatening. First lesson, Nerida. I don't often give second chances. You've earned one pass for helping Amaya, so I'll ask again. She focused her breathing to calm her anger. Where do you come from? Finally, the naive Faye had the good sense to look afraid. Her throat bobbed. I was born in Lake Laria, she confessed. Zayana straightened, finally realizing why her accent sounded familiar. Nerida must have read the recognition on her face. You have been before. It was an observation rather than a question, but Zayana turned from her, not deigning to give her confirmation. She had only been to the Great Western Isle a handful of times. Every time she did, she felt her presence alone was a dark stain on the beauty of the kingdom of ice and water. Zayana diverted. Did Maverick retrieve you from Lake Laria? Though even as she asked, her mind calculated the round trip would be impossible in the length of time he'd had. Nerida shook her head. I left there a long time ago. I lived in Fenstead for some time until... Her face fell in sorrow. Well, after it was conquered, I fled to Fenner and Ryanel as one of the closest towns. The Great Lake there is marvelous. It almost rivals the pristine crystal waters of Lake Laria. Nerida's eyes wandered, looking to nothing in particular while she seemed to travel to her homeland in her mind. Zayana envied her for having such bright joy to reflect on. She found bliss in the stars, the one thing of beauty that would remain the same no matter where she went. It could not be taken from her. How did he know you were there? There aren't many water wielders on the mainland, and I was certainly the only one in Fenner. I guess it wouldn't have taken much if he asked around, as discreet as I try to be. But not all of us have healing abilities. Zayana processed this information, matching it to what she already knew from centuries of schooling. Water and healing, a rare and invaluable combination. It only twisted her gut with regret even more to have to waste such a talent for saving one life of the wrong kind. He was surprisingly kind, you know, Nerida went on, perking up. Peering down at the Fae, Zayana saw she'd settled against the back of the chair, perfectly comfortable with her surroundings, her company, and her situation. It was unbelievable. Dark and mysterious turns out to have a soft side. He was calm in explaining what he was and what he needed of me. You can imagine my shock. I might not have believed him until he showed me his wings. It's truly astounding. Nerida's eyes fell on Zayana's wings. She tucked them in tighter in subconscious defense. I couldn't leave a young Fae to die. Dark, believed to be extinct species aside. Nerida's smile curled in teasing amusement. What Maverick had failed to include in the terms of her duty was that her life would be the price for Amaya's. But something about her made Zayana wonder if she might have still agreed, even if she knew. Her frustration grew at the horrible rise of guilt. She shouldn't care, and it was becoming a constant drain to fight the fact she did. Without warning, Zayana stormed for the door. Where are you going? Nerida called, twisting over the chair to track her. There's something I need to do. She yanked the door open, but paused, turning her head back. If you're smart, you'll stay silent, sit still, and won't leave this room. Sayana traveled the maze of the underground with one specific vicinity in mind. Even as her feet pressed forward, her mind screamed at her to turn back. Getting answers wasn't worth suffering Maverick's presence. But it seemed he too had things on his mind that needed to be said. Seems like a perfect night for a late-hour bath. Sure enough, she detected his insufferable scent down the hall leading into the baths and focused on taming her irritation that stirred at being near him. Rounding the final corner, she found the bastard in the black waters. Sayana felt the heat he added to the chilled pool, giving off a light steam in the air. Maverick's head was tipped back with eyes closed as he basked in the moonlight pooling in from above, highlighting every impressive contour of his glistening bare chest and arms that he splayed over the edge as he glamored his wings, as though he were in a hot spring in summer.
"Care to join me, Sayana?"
he asked without opening his eyes. A curl formed on his mouth.
"You'll find the temperature to be quite pleasing."
If she didn't despise him, she might have admitted the offer was tempting. It wasn't often she bathed in warm water, only in the prime of summer, when the rays of the sun penetrated the overcast mountain with their shine for long enough to add a faint warmth. Why did you bring her here? Sayana ignored his invitation. He lifted his head, black eyes sparkling as he looked over at her. She held his gaze, willing her traitorous eyes not to travel as he twisted in the water to face her.
"Join me."
"Tell me."
"I will if you join me."
Sayana ground her teeth. She was of the right mind to storm away, but she had a feeling it would only be a matter of time before their unspoken conversation brought them right back here, both about Nerida and the quest ahead. Maverick rolled his eyes at her stance of defiance.
"Don't make this glorious hot water go to waste."
Shifting back to his previous position, he turned his head from her. Sayana muttered a colorful string of curses, both internally and out loud, as she began to undo the fasteners on her jacket. She was still mumbling her dismay when she stood bare and slowly eased into the pool. Her words ceased the moment her legs felt the blissful heat, and she bit back her sigh of contentment instead. How could something so simple feel so good? Her skin loosened, muscles easing, and she took a moment to close her eyes and breathe in relaxation when she was fully submerged. Remembering she had company, her eyes snapped open. Maverick still looked away from her, but the knowing curl of his mouth itched her skin. "Lose the gloating," she grumbled. Finally, he looked to her, focusing on nowhere but her eyes. Sayana drifted through the water, glamoring her wings to settle against the edge opposite him.
"I suppose I should congratulate you,"
he said loosely, fingers tracing the surface water. Sayana scoffed. "No need. It's not as if either of us expected any different outcome." Maverick's grin turned feline, relishing in her confidence, which seemed to overcome any bruise to his ego from the loss. She added, "Though it seems I reap no reward regardless of my victory."
"We're nothing more than pretty show dogs to them,"
he said, stretching back. She didn't glance at the flexing muscles of his chest, but the awareness surrounded her.
"We both knew it was nothing more than a game laid out for their own amusement, though I would be lying if I said I didn't also enjoy it."
He cast her a wicked smile. Sayana rolled her eyes. "It worked out perfectly for you regardless."
I was just as surprised as you were to find out he would be sending me with you."
She met his depthless gaze and narrowed in on him to detect if he spoke the truth. Nothing about his expression was gloating.
"You think I want to spend weeks among you and yours," he huffed. "You'd better keep that insufferable dog of yours on a leash."
Zayana flared at the insult, knowing it was Tynan in particular he referred to, though he held no fondness for any of them. Over the past century, Tynan and the Blackfair delegate had gotten into many violent altercations. It always started in defense of her, and ended in Tynan's punishment, no matter who was at fault. What was worse was that as his leader, Tynan's brutal and public punishments were always hers to carry out. Such gut-twisting memories she stored behind a solid block in her mind that only broke each time she was forced to add another. Don't be a bastard, and he won't have cause to bite.
Out there, the laws of the mountain don't exist.
Out there, she warned. You answer to me, just like the rest of them. His eyes flexed at the tone. The dominance in him rippled like the waves of the water. He unhooked his elbows from the bath's edge and floated closer to her. She didn't balk, nor did she allow her eyes to leave his. He stopped just shy of arm's reach.
You've let the wind go to your head if you think I'll submit to the same obedience as your dogs,
he rumbled, voice quiet but firm.
I will honor your victory, and by that I mean I will yield to you. But try to mock me, belittle me, in front of your underlings, and I think you'll find yourself on a field where there are no rules, and you might not emerge so triumphant.
She held his black stare like fire on fire, felt it in the heat of the water as the tension grew thick. Zayana couldn't decide how she wanted to respond. In violence at the threat he laid down in his words, or indifference because she understood. She despised him for so many wicked reasons, some not even his own fault. But she respected him, as sometimes she couldn't deny they were one and the same. Zayana decided not to respond, but her silence was enough to assure him as he gave her a short nod. Cutting through the water, he came to lazily prop himself against the edge next to her.
It will be refreshing to taste air not so tainted by pent-up malice and aggression,
he diverted casually. Zayana snickered, glad for the dissolved tension she didn't have the energy to battle with.
Don't pretend like you don't thrive on such things. Oh, we both do. But it's only fun when it's our own, not that of untrained darklings unable to turn it into pleasure.
Just pure, irritatingly unfocused wrath. Zayana couldn't fight it. She smiled. Not out of slyness or cunning. It was a flutter of unusual warmth to acknowledge her genuine light-hearted amusement. What was even more jarring was the one who inflicted it.
"How is our little darkling?"
he drawled, trying to sound as if he didn't really care. Zayana shifted to look at him. Why did you help her? It had been tormenting her all day. Maverick had no reason to offer such mercy, and nothing to gain. Or so she thought. It set every nerve of irritation on edge that perhaps there was a personal goal behind his actions. There always was. And Zayana hated nothing more than to feel as if she owed a debt.
"I have my reasons,"
was all he said, and she wouldn't grovel for an explanation, no matter how much it clenched her fists to wonder.
"You do know we will have to kill the healer,"
he drawled coldly.
"I hope you're not growing attached as quickly as you did with your little darkling."
The mocking tone itched at her violent thoughts. She couldn't understand why her emotions had decided to turn on her now, when she was so close to getting everything she wanted. Before she could remind herself who she was in the company of, she blurted, "What if we take her with us?" They couldn't let her go. Sayana wasn't completely blindsided by foolish emotions to trust Nerida wouldn't talk. It wasn't yet the time for their exposure, and it could ruin everything. Yet even barely knowing the Fae, Sayana couldn't stand the thought of such a waste of talent. She felt Maverick's pressing judgment lock on her and swallowed the grating sensation that she had exposed a weakness to him. Mercy. He was silent for a long moment, and she almost slid her eyes across to gauge his reaction.
"I'm deciding if I should forget you just suggested that," he said carefully, "as I assume you're going to take it back."
"I wouldn't say something I plan to take back," she snapped. Perhaps she'd lost control and finally cracked. She'd spent centuries under this mountain and killed countless Fae, humans, and dark Fae. Her hands were coated with the blood of all species, and she didn't think it would ever wash off. Yet in the span of less than a month, she'd shown more weakness and, dare she believe it, compassion than she had in her entire life. They weren't feelings she should harbor. No dark Fae did. She didn't want them. Yet they stirred in her mind so irritatingly, it was impossible to ignore. And exhausting to hide.
"By the dark spirit,"
he drawled, not meeting her eye as he tipped his head to gaze at the moon through the open mouth of the cave.
"Our esteemed delegate, the notoriously ruthless, highly powerful, and feared Sayana Silverfair, has grown soft."
"Not at all," she hissed, hating that the comment reduced her to nothing, discrediting all she had built herself to be. The Fae is useful. She's a water wielder and a healer. You heard Mordecai. This human girl is powerful and will likely have companions who are too. Nerida provides another weapon in our arsenal.
"Oh, she has a name. How lovely of you to care to find that out."
She ground her teeth. "Unlike you, I don't fail to see past a single task someone can perform." A deviant smirk curved his lips.
"I bet not."
He glided through the water until he was right in front of her.
"I bet you're good at discovering many tasks that can be performed by a person."
It was incredible to witness where the bastard's mind could jump to so quickly. Incredibly infuriating. She blamed the heat of the water for the flush of her body, at the gaze that accompanied his statement. The twinkle of mischief in his depthless eyes that made her want to gouge them out of his hollow skull. "You're insufferable." His smile only widened to a grin that showed his elongated canines. Unlike her, the Blackfairs could not retract the teeth they needed to feed. Silverfairs didn't need mortal blood to survive like them. It was a curse of the ritual performed to change their species.
"I think you like it."
"I think the heat is getting to your head." He inched a little closer, and Zayana's eyes flared in a deadly warning, all too aware of every inch of her skin that was exposed under the black water, only a slight shift of movement away from touching his.
"The heat is getting to a lot of things, I can assure you."
It took a conscious amount of will not to look down despite knowing she would see nothing. But it were as if he could see past the cracks of the hard expression she tried to maintain while they stared off against each other. His grin turned roguish, as if he knew exactly what she was thinking. He tutted, floating back to rest side by side with her.
What scandalous thoughts you have, Sayana.
You know nothing of what I'm thinking. She passed it off as nonchalantly as she could. She didn't have to look. His sly amusement was palpable, and she wanted nothing more than to carve it from his face.
I sometimes think I know you better than you know yourself.
Then you'll know my only thoughts of you are about how painful I can make your death. The bastard chuckled.
I think anyone can sense that, he said. But not the other things you wish to do with me before that gruesome end.
Sayana's mouth fell open. It wasn't often that she was so at a loss for words. Maverick's brazenness and overinflated ego had taken on new heights of stupidity. It only added to her loathing and stirred her violent creative thinking. To wipe the smug look off his face, Sayana decided to act rather than speak. She moved through the water, aware of his eyes that tracked her. Then she did something she never thought she would. She continued to the shallow end, inches of her skin slowly becoming more exposed. Her shoulders, her chest. Sayana held her breath, stepping out past her breasts even though her back was to him. Her marred, torn back from many, many lashings between and around where her wings expanded. She didn't even release her glamour so her wings could cover her. She felt Maverick stare like a branding, surprised to feel nothing but blazing triumph that she'd silenced him, that she could no longer feel his arrogance and teasing in the hushed air. The water lapped around her navel, and she didn't falter a step as she continued out of the bath. The cold air kissed her behind, tingling over every inch of her once she was fully out of the water. It cooled her heated skin, made her body shiver. Sayana didn't look at him as she began to dress, the material clinging to her wet skin. "You will keep silent about this," she said casually, knowing he watched every movement, devouring every piece of her. "Nerida will stay in my rooms until it is time to leave. She will accompany us, and you will say nothing. I don't need your opinion, and I don't care for it." She was buttoning her pants, having already flung on her light shirt that likely exposed as much as if she were still naked in its dampness. She turned to him regardless. Maverick was unmoving. Not a single ripple disturbed the water as he fixed his eyes on her. A spark of hunger hardened his black stare, but there was no smile on his cut features. A conflict of rage and desire danced in his onyx orbs. "Out there, you are under my leadership. You all are. You say you think you know me, Maverick. Then you should know I don't act without reason. I'm not afraid to challenge you. Not in here, nor out there." Fully dressed, Sayana stalked for the exit without looking back. Don't give me cause to. Chapter 34. Faythe. Faythe stared at her reflection in the mirror, feeling vacant. Over the week, she had succumbed to the stresses that drove her from sleep. She embraced every fierce word of her friends and father that filled her with determination. She mulled over every happy and perilous outcome of the path she was set to take. Now the day had dawned. All she could do was adopt a cool indifference to force her to take her first steps onto that road of uncertainty. Gresla was finishing off the elaborate braid she'd spent more time than usual styling half back for her journey ahead, making sure it would remain out of her face and not bother her. Faythe caught her occasional sad gaze as she secured endless pins behind her head. She had no way of knowing how many days or months counted down until her end, and no sure confidence she would succeed in her endgame to rid the world of Marvellus once and for all. But what she was sure of was that while she lived, she had people who were counting on her, and those she was counting on all the same. For them, she would be brave. For them, she would fight. Reylan had left earlier that morning before the sun began to rise, as it was now, to prepare himself for the journey. She knew the others would be doing the same. It was time. Faythe was no longer afraid and had learned to let go of the weight of emotions over everything she could not prevent or change. When Gressla finished, Faythe stood and turned to her. She had nothing to offer the kind-hearted woman who had done so much for her during her time in the castle. Nothing but endless words of gratitude. Her small, plump fingers reached to Faythe's cheek with a smile that reflected in her eyes.
You looked just like your mother the day she left.
Faythe's eyes widened. You knew her? Gressla winced.
I was her handmaiden, too, she confessed, striking Faythe with a sudden twist of emotion that pricked her eyes. I was the only one who knew of your conception, but she swore me to secrecy, and I couldn't betray that. I always had.
She gave a loose chuckle, silver lapping her gray eyes.
Faith that she left for good reason, that it was somehow tied to you, and whatever it was, I knew you would be safe with her.
Why didn't you tell me before?
Because while I see the spirit of your mother and the will of your father, you are someone else entirely, Faythe. It gives me hope for us all.
Faythe didn't feel deserving of her powerful belief, but she didn't shy away from it. Her palm encased Gressla's at her face. They exchanged a pained smile, neither letting their tears of farewell and gratitude shed.
Are you sure I can't stay to help you dress, dear?
Faythe gently shook her head. You've done more for me than I can ever thank you for, Gressla. She didn't mean for it to sound like a permanent goodbye, but Gressla's face fell further as if she felt it as such.
You will come back, Lady Faythe. I will be waiting with your favorite meal and a warm bath for your return.
They embraced each other. Faythe savored every second of her comforting warmth. With a final squeeze, Gressla said quietly,
Be safe, my dear.
All Faythe could muster was a nod and hollow promise when they parted. Then the handmaiden turned for the door and didn't look back as she left silently. Faythe took a deep breath to calm down, letting the first rays of the sunrise caress her face and offer solace. Then she approached the ensemble laid out by Gressla on the bed. Her fingers grazed the black and crimson leathers and various weapon holsters. It was an exquisite combination. Everything had been specifically and carefully made for her, with requests from Livia for the clothing to be added to and reinforced for their journey. Faythe took her time stripping out of her nightclothes and into her Ryanell leathers that were gloriously form-fitting for the best freedom of movement. They were textured with scales dipped in crimson, reminding her of fire and ash, a powerful masterpiece. She equipped herself with every item, like armor in preparation for battle. For the journey they would take was just as variable, uncertain, and perhaps equally as deadly. She was fiddling with the buckle on her upper thigh sheath when 2 knocks sounded at her door. Reylan entered through it when she didn't call out to him, and the sight made her straighten in awe. He looked... gods. Words left her completely. No way to describe what she thought of the great general dressed like death incarnate. Though he wore no steel, as they would all stop by the royal armory to equip themselves before they left, Reylan looked even more lethal in his battle leathers. Her throat turned dry as he approached her slowly. Neither of them spoke, but a dark look of appreciation glazed his eyes as he glanced at her from head to toe, with each step closer he got. She felt his gaze like an impression over every inch of her skin. Her heart picked up a quick tempo. Reylan said nothing as he stopped a mere foot away. Faythe's head tilted to hold his stare that fluttered a giddy tension in her lower stomach. Then her eyes widened, following him as he dropped to one knee before her. Faythe's breath hitched when his fingers grazed her upper thigh, working on the dagger sheath she'd been in the midst of securing. When he pulled to tighten the buckle, she jerked, her hand instinctively raising to his shoulder for balance. As it did, Raylan's sparkling sapphire eyes flashed up to her through long lashes. And spirits be damned. She hoped he didn't detect the desire that flushed her body at his gaze. When he finished, Raylan rose deliberately slowly. Faythe began to feel mildly dizzy from her uneven breaths with each of his movements. The trace of his stare that was claiming. He didn't stop there. His hands came up to her shoulder next, adjusting another strap. Then, as his fingers grazed across her chest, she thought he was going for the other side to fix the buckles there too. But his hand halted at her chin. Faythe held utterly still, and when Raylan's fingertips grazed her bare neck, her lips parted at the sensation that crawled delightfully over her skin. He paused for a few tense seconds, as if to read her reaction. Faythe didn't move, didn't speak, out of fear that if she did, he might retreat from her. Whatever he deciphered in her expression made his eyes flash to her mouth, then back to her stare. Faythe couldn't even be sure her heart was still beating. His hand curled slowly along her neck until his fingers trailed over the tip of her spine, and the touch angled her head back on instinct. Finally, Raylan spoke when she was close to coming apart completely.
"There's something I've been waiting to do,"
he said in barely more than a husky whisper that weakened her knees.
"Something I never got the chance to do back in High Faro."
Faythe's heart reached a tempo she feared could break through her ribcage. She wanted him, but one thought sank cruelly above her need to give in to desire. This can't end well for either of us. She choked the gut-wrenching truth. She was human, and she'd ignored the curse of time once with Nick. Yet to deny Raylan twisted her heart like nothing she'd felt before. Faythe wanted to bow her head in disappointment, but Raylan didn't release her. Instead, his eyes searched hers, looking for any sign her reservations were her own, and not simply for her mortality. He seemed to find his answer when his gaze turned soft but fierce.
Why think of the ending of something that has not been given the chance to begin? Why deny yourself the chance to be happy, and damn whatever the ending may be?
Faythe's brow pinched together as she fought the lapping pools in her eyes. Raylan never once shied anyway from everything she was, everything she wasn't. His face inched closer, so tensely slow, as if he left each second as a chance for her to object. She didn't. She couldn't. Every impulse and instinct within her longed to close that distance. When she couldn't stand the growing need any longer, Faythe closed her eyes and made the last move to push up on her toes and meet him. Then the sun and moon collided. A ray of the brightest light flared in her mind, shooting to her chest and bursting with a warmth so pure and safe. Faythe arched her back with the need to be impossibly closer, a want for this moment to be suspended in time. She felt herself become complete with that kiss. She felt him within as though her soul rejoiced. In the way their mouths moved together, the final barrier crumbled. The kiss was soft and searching, but it was also claiming, savoring every taste and feel, the desire all-consuming. When they parted, Reylan rested his forehead on hers as they caught their breath. Faythe felt unexplainably weightless, unburdened. When her heart calmed enough to speak, she asked quietly, "Why did you wait so long?" Reylan pulled back, one arm around her waist to hold her to him, while the other caressed her cheek and neck while he looked over her face, as if he didn't believe she were real.
"You were healing and needed time to adjust. We both had demons we had to face, and I didn't want you to think for one moment that this was a distraction."
His eyes were pained, a look of terror filling them that pierced her chest. Every closely guarded emotion opened like a book before her, and she embraced each page of him.
"You are not a distraction, Faythe. You are everything."
Her heart could have stopped at the declaration, at the fierce look in his eye that showed he meant every word.
"I don't know what the future holds, or where the path may end, but I plan to follow you down whatever perilous, reckless, adventurous road you lead, Faythe Ashfire."
His lips curled in tender amusement.
"I vow to stand by your side. I vow to protect you with my sword and my life. And I vow to bind my fate to yours, if you will have me. I've lived enough years in this world to know, should you leave it, so too shall my desire to stay here without you."
Every word he spoke, she felt down to the depths of her soul, felt them, and returned them. Reylan held still, waiting for her response with rare anticipation, as though she might reject him. "Reylan," she said through a breath while emotion tightened her throat. "I can't let you give up your life for me. Gods, if anything were to happen to you because of me." He cut off her words with a kiss, and in her selfishness she couldn't pull away. Knowing it was his will to follow her to whatever end made her burst with a happiness she never thought she would be blessed with in her life, never believed she deserved. Reylan accepted her with every darkness and danger that came alongside her twisted fate. Faythe kissed him back with a needy desperation that had her straining on the tips of her toes in an attempt to be closer to him while she tangled her fingers in his soft silver hair. She felt the longing in him, too, when his hands trailed down the curve of her spine and around her waist. Faythe cursed the hour, cursed that this hadn't happened on one of those blissful mornings when she awoke beside him. The one who understood her from the beginning, saw every flaw and strength she never knew she harbored. She would forever long for every minute of those hours she had watched the sun rise over his face, and for how he welcomed her each morning with a smile that made her believe no matter what became of the day ahead, it would be okay. Where his hands touched, she wished desperately to be in her nightgown, or without clothes at all. Knowing they were about to venture into the unknown, without any assurance they would get another carefree morning like those she treasured, crushed her spirit like a physical pain in her chest. Reylan seemed to feel her dip of mood at the thought. The kiss slowed, and when they broke apart, his eyes were clouded with desire, but fierce with determination.
"I've had a long time to think of every way I want to have you, Faythe."
Her name on his tongue always sent sparks through her body, but in this tone dipped in gravel, infused with rising lust. Heat formed insatiably between her legs. His arm tightened around her waist as though he sensed it, tugging her to him impossibly close. He leaned his head down, and when his lips met the curve of her ear, her fingers curled tighter in his hair with a sharp breath. Alone. His breath carried down her neck and turned her mind to incoherent nonsense. Safe and warm. His lips pressed to her neck, and a small whimper left her. Her veins throbbed hard, and she felt his elongated canines. As they scraped lightly against her skin, Faythe might have buckled were it not for his strong arms that held her. In that bed behind me, perhaps, but in many other places too. What might you say if you knew of the indulgent thoughts I've had about you on that piano? Gods above. She had to refrain from glancing to the games room, certain her imagination would be nether bent on sending her off on the desolate quest with the torment of that mental image. Her mind was a haze of lust and desire, but she found the words to say. Are you trying to entice me into staying alive? He pulled back to look at her with a wicked smile. Depends. Is it working? Faythe bit her lip, which flared a hunger in his eyes. Definitely, she whispered, reaching up to kiss him once more, thinking she would never get enough of the feel of him. They parted before it could become heated again, so they wouldn't risk screwing the damn quest and the rest of the world to stay and fulfill Raylan's promise now rather than later. But she couldn't ignore the tick of the phantom clock in her mind that chimed with the dawning of a dire fate if they didn't leave. Until the end of days, Raylan Arrowwood. His smile, warm, genuine, and heartbreakingly rare, had become the light in her eternal shadow. Maybe even longer, Faythe Ashfire. Maybe even longer, Faythe Ashfire. Chapter 35. Faythe. Arriving at the royal armory below the castle was an interesting sight. Kylier and Isaiah were arguing over something, both holding various hunting knives they seemed to be comparing. Livia leaned casually on Isaiah's shoulder, twirling a dagger of her own, and clearly teaming up with him against an increasingly irritated Kylier. Reuben stood at the other end of the long room, awkwardly squinting at a crossbow he held pointed toward the Fae, which, to Faythe's momentary terror, was locked and loaded. Raylan beat her to it, striding over to her friend. "Put that down before you hurt yourself," he scolded, cautiously taking the crossbow from Reuben and disarming it. Faythe held in her chuckle at Reuben's sheepish look. He was merely a curious sort, though she didn't think he had the slightest clue how to use any of the weapons, aside from perhaps a small blade. Raylan then stormed the short distance to the other Fae in the room, fully slipping into his general/commander persona. She couldn't deny she found it highly attractive when he asserted his authority, and it no longer flushed her with embarrassment to admit it. "Kylier's right. We've been over this." Raylan caught the ornate dagger Livia was toying with, its blade cut in a wave. "Nothing fancy, and the lightest you can find. We're not attending a display." Livia scowled at his back as Raylan went over to the wall of lethal blades in all possible shapes and sizes. Faythe was awestruck as she looked over the unique ensemble. She walked over to it, picking up a small but razor-sharp dagger. "We know, but Kylier just makes it too easy to tease," Livia chirped as she came up to Faythe's side. She slid a glance over at him, highly amused by the disgruntled Kylier who was shaking his head in annoyance at his brother. Livia reached for 2 separate blades, swiftly sliding them into different slots on her body, then twisted over to the wall of swords, and Faythe watched with admiration as she equipped twin swords at her back. They were thin, and likely the combined weight of her single longsword, Lumarius. She'd never seen the commander fight with 2, but Faythe was highly intrigued. When she turned back, Reylan appeared immediately beside her. She looked him over, now coated in steel despite only having averted her attention for a mere few minutes. He was a glorious sight to behold, even more so with the added edge of danger.
If you're done gawking, the weapons could also use some of your admiration so we can get going sometime this morning, he smirked.
She refrained from whacking him at the teasing remark, twisting to look back over the blades. There were so many she didn't know how she could choose, or if there was a right or wrong one to go for, as Reylan had indicated. But he waited patiently for her to decide what she wanted to defend herself with. Faythe settled on one her eyes kept returning to, which she took gently from the wall, casting a sidelong glance at the general to gauge if it was a good choice. At a slight side smile, she asked, "What?" He shook his head.
"Nothing."
Faythe stood defiantly, and he huffed a laugh.
Liliana didn't take much interest in any kind of weaponry, but she did favor one blade in particular whenever she insisted on lessons in self-defense.
Faythe's eyebrows rose, and she stared down at the simple black leather handle of the blade over her palms. A smile bloomed on her face as she thought of her mother's spirit in the blade. Faythe slipped it into the holster on her leg, trying not to imagine Reylan on his knees before her and his touch on her thigh. Meeting his sapphire eyes, she found they were filled with pride as he watched her.
"If you two are going to stand around staring at each other all morning, I'm going back to bed."
Isaiah's voice carried across the room. He didn't shy away from calling them out to everyone. Faythe's face burned as she looked over, finding their companions fully equipped and ready to go. Even Reuben now sported a couple of flashes of steel she had no doubt one of the Fae had supplied him with.
"Agreed. We've already wasted enough time waiting for the 2 of you to come down here,"
Livia added, and no one missed the subtle suggestion in her tone that added to the smirk on her face.
"Well, it's about time at least. I was at my wit's end with Raylan's incessant—"
"We'll be in the reception hall,"
Kyler called to stop Isaiah's next words. Faythe wanted to thank him for putting an end to the playful jests. She turned away from them to the ensemble of steel, more to hide her flushed crimson face from their taunts. Reylan nodded in gratitude for her, and their companions mercifully shuffled from the hall to give Faythe a little more time to gather herself and equip for the journey. "How long did you say it could take to get to the Isles?" she asked, sliding a look to Reylan. He chuckled.
"At least 3 weeks.
Faythe blew out a long breath, taking another slim, short knife and fitting it to her hip.
"If some foul creature or death trap doesn't kill them, I very well might."
Reylan grinned, and it was uplifting to see him join in with the light-hearted mood, considering what they faced.
"I think I'll help."
He reached for a final blade of his choosing, whose twin he sported at his side. His hand held her waist as he slid it into the remaining sheath on her hip. When his fingers lingered and his eyes locked on hers, it was all she could do to close the distance impulsively and meet his mouth, knowing they didn't have an audience anymore. Reylan pulled back first, far too fast, and she couldn't hide her disappointment. His smile stretched out to a grin at her response, and then his thumb traced her bottom lip before he planted one final kiss there.
"We won't get off to a great start if Livia storms back through here because we're taking too long again,"
he said against her mouth. Faythe wanted to retort that they should damn the time anyway and delay their departure. But in taking a moment to think about Raylan's touch, she realized he was right. Now they had confessed their feelings and acceptance of each other. Faythe had never felt more complete, more free. She had no suppressed feelings, and with the strength Reylan brought out in her, she was ready for the road ahead, ready to face anything that dared try to stop them in their task. Reluctantly, she stepped away from him. "Let's get this over with." He nodded his agreement, giving her one last lingering look. His expression alone kick-started her pulse, but she breathed deeply to ignore it, or they risked eating into the afternoon if they didn't refrain from temptation. Raylan's presence was both what would keep her going through their long journey, and what would heighten her frustration with the other party members, whom they had to be mindful of when her desires were running wild. Leaving the armory, they were silent while walking the halls to the reception. Faythe tunneled into her own thoughts, taming the storm to sedate her heartbeat that rattled knowing her time was up. This was it, and whatever was to happen on the path of the unknown, no one was safe anymore. It no longer frightened her. They had all made their choices, and she felt stronger than ever with Reylan by her side. Faythe spotted their companions straight away. Livia sat on the ornate center table, face plastered with amusement as she swung her legs casually. Faythe followed her line of sight just in time to catch Kyler disarming Isaiah and twisting him into a swift position to snap his neck. While the younger brother called his disgruntled complaints, Kyler released him and went on to explain something to Reuben, who stood with arms crossed observing them. It was both highly amusing and warmly endearing that he was at least attempting to clue her human friend in on some methods of attack and defense. Spotting Faythe and Reylan, they ceased their brief combat lesson, and Livia hopped off the table. They halted to form a circle. Everyone looked to her, but she didn't shy from their attention, raising her chin with a smile. "Whatever we face out there doesn't stand a chance," Faythe commented, looking them over. Lethal, focused, determined. It lifted the stern expressions around the circle and lightened the mood. Perhaps there was joy and excitement to be found in the dangerous unknown. "We have your horses ready, General." A young human man came in through the open castle doors. He gave him a respectful nod in acknowledgement, and Kyler, Isaiah, Reuben, and Livia headed for the portico. Reylan cast her a look, and his smile of encouragement tugged her mouth upward. With a deep inhale, she followed her companions outside. Faythe's eyebrows rose to find Aguilar at the top of the steps. He twisted to them as they were the last to step out, his woeful smile holding suppressed worry. When they all stood before the king, he straightened with hands clasped behind his back. "I thank you all for your bravery in accepting this quest, and in doing so, your vow to protect your heir with your life if need be will forever be valued." Aguilar addressed everyone but her in that moment, and Faythe looked to them all in accusation. They all gave a firm nod to their king, faces hard and determined. It was then she realized it was not the first time they had all spoken of this quest when she was not present. Though she knew they were willing to accept the risks of their journey to the Isles, Faythe had never once expected their lives would be forfeited for her own. It didn't matter who she was, nor what crown they saw upon her head. She wouldn't allow anyone to make such a sacrifice for her. "It is their honorable duty, Faythe." Raylan's internal words made her cast him the same accusatory frown, but his soft, pleading eyes smoothed out her expression, and she caught his lingering meaning. It would be an insult to decline or object to them. "In your blood oath to me, and in your unwavering bravery, I know you will not fail." Kyler, Isaiah, and Livia bent in a low bow to Aguilar. Reuben, through no reason other than trying to blend in, also doubled over a delayed few seconds later. After they all straightened, they headed down the steps to the awaiting horses that were fully equipped for riding with provisions. Aguilar turned to Reylan then, taking the few steps over to them. He held out a hand to the general, and Reylan looked pained as they embraced forearms. Faythe felt his pinch of pain in her chest at their exchanged look of concern.
"Take care of her, and both of you come home."
Aguilar's words were hushed, for Reylan directly, though it tugged her heart to hear them. Reylan didn't answer with words, only a fierce nod before they let their joined arms drop. It twisted her gut to think his lack of verbal response was because Reylan was nothing if not honest, and he couldn't agree to the final part of Aguilar's wish when he wasn't certain they both would return. He stepped away from the king, eyes flashing to hers for a second, then over to the awaiting party. It was his silent communication that they would give her as much time as she needed to say goodbye to her father, as he strolled toward them without a look back. Alone with Aguilar, Faythe was conflicted in what she wanted to say. No sequence of words seemed right to explain the lattice of emotions she felt in that moment. To think of the bond she had cut short when they had only been reunited for so little time. It was unbearable for the girl who never thought she would have a single memory to cherish with her father in her lifetime. Simply getting to meet him was a gift, and if that was all she would have, it was enough. Neither of them said a word straight away. A goodbye felt too permanent. A promise of return was a cruel dose of hope.
"I'm so proud of you."
His voice was shallow like a wisp of wind. It wasn't what she expected, and she struggled to find a response to utter how much it meant to her.
"I know your mother looks at us now and is smiling at what we found against the odds."
"Thank you," Faythe choked out. "For everything." She didn't mean for it to sound like a goodbye she would not return from. But in the cloud of sorrow that shadowed his hazel eyes, Aguilar took it to mean something similar. He reached both arms out, but halted just for a second to see if she would retreat. When Faythe stood firm, his large hands encased her upper arms.
"You are more than I could have wished for in this life, Faythe. And I know you have it in you to change the world. Not with the power you wield or the crown that may befall you, but with that golden heart that sings in your chest. For what is good, for what is right, and for what is fair."
Faythe was transfixed by his fierce eyes. They struck her to listen, to absorb every word as though it were the truth.
"But sometimes you have to fight fire with fire. Watch the world burn, and then rise from the ashes."
Faythe lost all tethers on restraint and fell into Aguilar's arms with the wave of emotion that flowed from his words and his expression. He believed in that better world, and somehow, though she didn't know what she had done to deserve it, he believed in her.
"Stay safe, my child,"
he whispered within their warm embrace. She savored every precious second of it, and he refused to be the one to break the hold, as if knowing how much she needed the father's courage and pride she soaked in as he held her. Then she let go. The last look they shared held so many silent words, so many mutual feelings. Faythe turned from him and descended the steps. She didn't feel sadness or regret. She didn't even feel guilt. Glancing over at her companions, all mounted on horses except for Reylan, Faythe raised her chin in pride and confidence. The sunrise cast them in blazing amber hues, and beyond, the phoenix sigil branded into the center of the expansive courtyard became torched by the glorious sun, giving off the illusion that the bird was caught in flame. Rise from the ashes. Raylan's eyes were bright with a rare emotion as he tracked her every step to him. He followed her, admiration and awe blanking his expression. But she couldn't be sure what he saw in her in that moment, for his eyes to glaze as if deep in his own thoughts. He stood waiting for her by 2 brown mares. "No, Callie?" Faythe asked when she was close enough. He shook his head. "We'll be trading horses frequently." "Pity. I think she was beginning to like me more than you." When she came to a halt in front of him, the firm grasp of his eyes didn't release her. Faythe swallowed hard, partially to subdue the new rage of desire she felt at being near him, knowing he felt the same. Reylan took a deep breath, as if reading her thoughts, snapping out of whatever deep trance he'd reeled himself into. A small, warm curl of his mouth relaxed her tense shoulders, and he looked to her mare expectantly. Faythe turned for her horse, realizing now why Reylan had yet to mount like the others, when she slid one foot in the stirrup and his hands went to her waist. "You didn't show this kind of chivalry when you were teaching me." She flashed him a smirk. "No need to start now." Reylan took a subtle step forward until their bodies were flush, the flash in his eye a challenge. The rush of heat to her core from the movement made her curse the bastard internally. He was simply taking the opportunity to touch her without any obvious intimacy given their company. "You seem to respond better to firm encouragement." The way he settled on the word firm while giving her waist a gentle squeeze was almost her undoing. Spirits be damned. This is going to be a long trip. Too long. When all she could picture now was what their return would earn. Her warm bed, Reylan beside her, and endless blissful hours for him to fulfill the promise he'd made to her in those rooms. Isaiah cleared his throat, but followed with no words, a silent acknowledgement he knew exactly the tensions that were running between her and the general. Livia released a quiet giggle, and from the glimpse she caught of Kylier atop his horse, even he didn't bother to suppress his amusement. Reuben, mercifully, appeared as vacant and clueless as ever. Caught between scowling and succumbing to the wave of embarrassment, Faythe channeled her frustration that they weren't alone into the strain of mounting the damn horse. She had to use little effort, however, as Raylan's aid made it a swift glide up. When everyone was mounted and looking at Reylan, he gave a short nod, and they all sent their horses launching forward. Faythe hesitated. Was it a sign of wavering courage if she looked back? Would it give away the small dose of terror that lived in the pit of her chest? Reylan read her pause and didn't press forward with the others. Faythe cursed everything and twisted her body back to glimpse the king one final time. Even from a distance, she thought she caught the relaxing of his posture that accompanied the smile that bloomed on his face, as if he hoped she would look back. Faythe was glad she did, feeling the farewell smile sink that terror deeper, replacing it with the courage he saw in her. Faythe savored that image, of the sun proudly illuminating the Phoenix King, of her father staring at her with nothing but pride and joy. With that last picture clutched tightly to her chest, Faythe tore her eyes from Agalor to glance confidently over the horizon and snapped her reins. Chapter 36. Zayana. Zayana's blood hummed with a feeling so long dormant, it awoke every sense with glee. Excitement. Fully dressed in her black and silver leather armor and strapped with steel, she secured the chain of her cloak at her shoulder, before straightening with a confidence and determination that put her in an unusually high mood. She was minutes away from freedom. As much as she wanted to storm out of her room and not look back, the other presence with her was still one hurdle in the way. One that could ruin everything if she was seen before they got her out and far away from the mountain with them. Zayana spun to Nerida, who was packing up the last of her things. She didn't have much aside from some spare clothing and a small collection of serums and herbs. Amaya had made a full recovery and would be joining them on the expedition, much to the great protest of her companions. But her mind was set, and aside from Maverick, Tynan was the only other body Zayana was taking with her. Drya and Selene couldn't glamour their wings, so they were never an option to come along. And although she felt bad to refuse Aislinn and Kellius, she needed them to stay on her authority to the Silver Fairs while she was gone. That, and she couldn't afford to have so many bodies to consider when their mission depended on them being stealthy and unseen as they tracked their targets all the way to the Isles. The plan to get Nerida out was simple. While the Masters and Mordecai were seeing them off, Aislinn and Kellius would lead her out through the same dark, unused passages Maverick had used to get her in. What the Fae didn't know was that she was not to return home. Zayana hadn't thought about the long term. Once their existence was exposed to the world, she supposed she would let her go. It was a life debt she owed her for saving Amaya. "Are you ready?" Zayana asked. Nerida straightened in response, hooking the satchel she had brought across her cloaked body. She turned to Zayana with a genuine smile that always unnerved her. "Remember what I told you. Head down, don't observe or speak, and we'll get you to a pass just outside the mountains soon. You can trust Aislinn and Kellius."
"Thank you,"
Nerida said. Zayana was already regretting the decision to bring her along and not end her life, as would be the most convenient option. Gods above, her damning lapse of mercy was sure to fall back on her hard. She couldn't be bothered to tell the foolish Fae thanking her captor was ludicrous. Instead, she strolled for the door, so close to being free and feeling air beyond the dull neighboring towns near the mountains. Maverick was leaning idly on the wall outside. His cheeks dimpled with an insufferable grin as he straightened, hands sliding into his pockets. Nerida scooted out past her. Zayana commended herself for holding back her scowl at Maverick. She went to close her door, but strangely she paused. She was never one for sentimental attachment, and still she wasn't, but she spared a last look around the space that was hers, that she had earned, as it was the one thing she might even admit she would miss. With a breath, she closed the door as though it were goodbye, to pave the path to a higher victory. When she turned, Maverick was watching her. Grin vanished. He said nothing, but there was something of understanding beneath the coldness of his gaze. In the warped stone corridors, Zayana's senses were on high alert to detect any wandering dark Fae. She didn't want the inconvenience of silencing them if they spotted the Fae in her company. Aside from the lack of wings, which wasn't that unusual as many would glamour them to preserve space while wandering the caves, Nerida's Fae scent was different enough within these confines for one who was even mildly observant to detect she was not one of them. She had to credit Maverick's rogues for getting her here in the first place. She thought going incognito would be far beyond their brute capabilities. She felt Aislinn and Kellius silently fall into step behind her. Before they made their way to the upper courtyard where Mordecai and the Masters would be waiting, Maverick diverted them to the underpasses. The Fae shuffled close behind, clutching her bag as though she were only just now experiencing the rightful sense of fear.
"Have you been down here before?"
Nerida asked quietly, though Zayana gauged it was more an attempt to distract herself from the eerie descent. "I told you not to speak," she hissed. She felt the air thin and wondered just how far underground they were. It was no wonder no one used this section of the mountain. It wasn't sustainable as a living quarters, and the confinement started to tighten her throat. Panic wasn't an emotion she'd yielded to in many years, yet her breaths hardened of their own accord. The walls closed in, and the roof dropped down so far she thought she would touch it if she reached up on her toes. It felt like a tomb. A cage of stone, not metal. A familiarity. Without warning, a flash of memory made her halt. The steel guard she'd formed around her brutal past slipped just enough for the wicked feeling to seep over her. Helplessness. A force collided with her back. Hands wrapped around her forearms while she jerked. Maverick said nothing, but his touch was slow to release her. They had glamored their wings to fit through the space, and his whole body pressed to hers gave her a short moment of relief, awareness that she was not alone in a stone cage. She was free. The others halted to glance back, and Ziana put all efforts into brushing the quick flash of panic away. "Are you okay?" Ziana snapped her eyes to Nerida at the unexpected question, but her airway felt too constricted to answer. "We're creatures of the air and sky. Confinement is a particular form of torture," Maverick explained, a note of hard detachment in his voice that pressed everyone to continue without further question. Ziana couldn't be sure why he said it. While it was true, she wondered if he too had been subjected to such a cruel form of discipline. She shook the thought, not wanting to pay notice to the kernel of gratitude for his seemingly casual remark that took the attention from her. She pressed ahead. After another long stretch of insufferable claustrophobia, the passageway finally opened into a large open space. She had been powering on, but in spying a door off to the side, Ziana's curiosity halted her steps. "What's in there?" she pondered out loud, but didn't look to see if anyone held the answer. Maverick drawled. "Does it matter? We don't have a lot of time before we're expected. Exploring can be for another day." She didn't react to his subtle jibe, as though she were a child seeking adventure. She couldn't explain why she cared, but Ziana brazenly walked right up to the door. She strained her hearing. Nothing. She tried the handle, but it was locked. Now she was definitely curious. "Honestly, Ziana, I think we have far more pressing matters, don't you?" Maverick drawled on, but he was close as he sauntered up behind her. She ignored him. "What would be so important to log all the way down here?" Ziana said it in a way she knew would spark the playful challenge in Maverick's eyes, though he did keep an edge of skeptic caution as he folded his arms. "I'm not sure it's worth trying to find out. Wreck the door with your little lightning tricks, and you've all but sentenced your own death." Ziana only smirked, casting a look at Aislinn, who smiled deviously. Maverick slid his eyes to follow as she pulled a pin from the back of her head and came up to the door before dropping to a crouch. She mirrored Maverick's crossed arms with a smug curl of her lips. He only rolled his eyes. "Unlike you, I don't choose my company out of brute strength and savagery," Ziana remarked. "There are far more useful and cunning traits to be found." Maverick said nothing. Hearing a series of clicks that sang with triumph, Aislinn straightened before pacing back to Kellius with a suppressed look of confidence. Ziana smiled in delight, going for the door. Maverick was already there, to her great annoyance, and was pulling down the handle with caution before he widened the gap so she could catch a glimpse. It was pitch black. Maverick summoned his fire at the same time she conjured her lightning to provide some luminance. She formed it into a sphere of jagged lines and expanded it with her first steps into the room. It was small and almost bare, save for a chair, a table, and some scattered books, as if someone had been in the midst of reading. Ziana detected they weren't alone seconds before anyone else did. Her orb turned into a brace of defense that had her reaching for her sword. But then she saw it. The bars. At the end of the long room, bars lined the place from wall to wall. A cell. Ziana advanced with caution until her amethyst bolts or Maverick's cobalt flames could expose what was within. Not what. Who. She couldn't hide her sharp inhale at the small form she spied huddled in the corner of a rickety bed with a worn mattress. Small, because there was hardly any flesh to the bones that protruded, and for a second she stilled, thinking they were staring at a corpse, until she heard the heartbeat, a sound she was all too familiar with and fascinated by. Usually it was a hard rhythm. Even the most miserable souls had a somewhat strong beat to their vital organ, but this one sounded broken. "Gods above," Maverick muttered. She didn't expect the disturbance from him, figuring he'd seen far worse things and wouldn't care enough for a single life to give any reaction. The person didn't move, but shuffling sounded from behind her. "Oh, gods!" It was Nerida as the Fae ushered past her. Zayana hooked her arm. She was unsure why, but it seemed foolish to get too close when they had no idea who it was, what it was. Then the person inside the cell shifted for the first time. Zayana stiffened. Slowly, a balding head that held little clumps of gray hair lifted. At the first thing she noticed, Zayana went rigid. Human. This person was human. Their rounded ears confirmed that. No one spoke as they continued trying to lift their head, as though it were a boulder atop their shoulders. When they looked up at last, and somehow locked onto Zayana's ghostly gaze out of all the others, she had never felt such a coldness embrace her. She knew why. It felt as though she were staring at the face of the living dead. She could only just distinguish that this human was female, barely a skeleton with gray, sagging skin covered by no more than an old rag. But what struck her the most were her eyes, the only inkling of color against the grim state of her. While they were dull, cold, and perhaps already dead, Zayana imagined the faint amber to have once been an envious gold. "Please," she rasped, a broken croak. Zayana didn't know why she felt the tightening in her chest. This woman, however she came about such a harrowing fate, was not of her concern. Yet even as that selfish thought crossed her mind, it chanted the lie. Zayana had insisted they open the door. She had entered this room. Whether she wanted it or not, it had become her concern. She may be a creature of darkness and born without a heart, but even without knowing all the human could have possibly been through, she refused to believe anyone in the world deserved to be abandoned to such a long, strung-out end. The woman was old, and she couldn't fathom how long she had been down here. What was worse was that her mind raced with the reason why. No conclusion she drew made sense. She was one human, when the dark fae who needed and wanted to feed had plenty on offer in the surrounding towns. "We can't leave her here." Nerida's voice broke, and Zayana scented the salt of her tears. For once, she didn't think the reaction was weak or unjustified. Nerida was a healer by nature. She was good, and she could at least understand her desire to help. "No, we can't," Zayana agreed vacantly. "We have to," Maverick said. She whipped her cold gaze to him. He tried to hide his own desire to do something behind hard detachment, but she could see through his cracks. "We do something. It's only a matter of time before it comes back to bite us," he snapped. "Then look away, Maverick. We can make it out of here, and I'll meet you in the courtyard with Mordecai. Don't implicate yourself." She said it with bitterness, and the only reaction he gave was a flex of his jaw. He didn't move, and Zayana didn't wait to see if he would. She turned back to the desolate human. The plea remained in her despairing eyes, a plea for only one thing: death. Zayana turned her head to Nerida. How do we do it in the most painless way possible? While she had inflicted so much of it in the world, she wasn't a complete monster, and knew the human had been through more pain than any being should in a lifetime. She didn't wish for her final moments to be painful too. Nerida wiped her wet face, and then an idea must have come to her as she dropped to her knees. The Fae began rummaging through her satchel. Sayana dropped her hand with the orb of electric light for her to better find whatever it was she searched for. Sayana was swept with unease, and her whole body stood taut. Nothing about the room, the conditions, or the unfortunate captive was short of barbaric, even for her kind. She couldn't begin to fathom what the human had been kept down here for, and it was a puzzle she may never get the answer to, as when they were done, had put the poor soul out of her misery. They could never speak of it again without risking the masters finding out. If they were the ones who had locked her down here. Nerida started opening various small vials, concocting something with a few drops and herbs from each one in an empty container. Sayana couldn't stop her eyes from wandering back up to the human. Eyes of one already dead stared back at her. Only her. A chill colder than ice filled her bones at that look. "What is your name?" Sayana tried, but she didn't hold out hope for much information, as the single-worded plea from her had been uttered as if sand coated her throat. Slowly, the human peeled her bony arms from her tucked-up legs. It was like watching the warped roots of a tree grow, the way she moved. Sayana winced for her, but the human yielded no reaction to the pain. She could hear the brittle bones of her body groaning in protest. As the human stood, hunched, she dragged her bare feet along the ground to make it to the bars. Fully illuminated in the orb of her light and mavericks, Sayana knew the image before her would haunt her for the rest of her days. "Who did this to you?" Those dull amber eyes were vacant, hopeless and pleading. Nerida stood then, holding a small glass bottle with whatever lethal dose would grant the human the mercy she deserved. The Fae would have crafted something painless to send the human off into a peaceful, eternal sleep. The Fae reached between the bars, going to take the human's chin while she raised the bottle to her lips. Then, faster than Sayana thought was physically possible in her state, the human lashed out to grab her wrist. Sayana jolted, hand darting to her side to draw her blade. "It's okay." Nerida's calm voice halted her. The human's eyes slid to the Fae. Her other gray, frail hand reached up, and she placed something in Nerida's palm as she spoke. "Give this to the one with eyes like mine," her voice croaked. "To the one they call Faythe Ashfire." Sayana stilled. The name chilled her even more than the first time she heard it. How this human knew of her was mystifying. Tell her I knew her mother. And tell her that I'm sorry." That was even more baffling. Sayana's head began to spin. The coincidence was too much for her to be able to pass it off as a chance. Hearing the name they had been sent to find, the one who held the key to open the temple. The human she had never even crossed paths with, yet who was quickly becoming someone she wished she never would. Nerida nodded, her face in mourning as her fingers closed around the item she was given. A parchment. Sayana didn't know why the Fae felt so deeply for a stranger. The suffering was reflected on her face as she held the human's broken eyes. "You have my word," she promised. The human's mouth twitched, but she was too weak to form a smile. Sayana felt a twisting in her gut, as though the promise they had made was already broken. "We must go," she said, slipping back into a coldness she knew all too well, so detached and full of loathing. She couldn't stand to be in the room any longer, and turned to walk away just as Nerida helped the woman to drink the contents of her liberation. Sayana kept walking back out into the open space, not caring who followed. Nerida would end the human suffering. Aislinn would lock the door, and if the spirits had any mercy left, the masters would simply believe their pet had passed away from the abominable conditions they had left her to rot in. Her fingers clenched to the point of pain, lightning humming and prickling to be released. Only, her anger wasn't just about what she had discovered. It wasn't just toward the masters and their high lord. Sayana resented herself, the world, everyone. She couldn't afford to care. Not for the human behind her, nor for the one she had been sent to find. They were merely collateral in a war far greater than any of them. So Sayana closed off her emotions once more, hating more than anything that she had decided to grow a streak of mercy when she needed her stone-cold heart to reflect in her actions now more than ever. Sayana felt nothing as she stared into the eyes of the High Lord. She stood poised, hands folded at her back, where the others in her company formed. Even her mild buzz of excitement had been subdued by the icy demeanor that had embraced her since their harrowing discovery in the depths of the very mountains they had lived in for centuries. Nerida had assured she would pass away painlessly and quickly, before they'd even locked the door. Sayana didn't care. Not in the numb state she'd reeled into to get past this final conversation with Mordecai.
"You have what I gave you?"
Mordecai asked. "I do." He assessed her from head to toe, a twinkling in his eye that held both threat and admiration.
"You know how important it is. Guard it with your life. It serves one purpose, and I do not need to remind you it is not a tool to be used at your leisure."
She gave a firm nod. "On my life, this quest will be fulfilled. The Codex will ascend, and we will rise." Mordecai's mouth curled with the glee of a serpent.
"Excellent. I know you will not fail me, Sayana."
She didn't voice that what she set out to do was not for him, not for the wicked masters, not even for her kin below. He went on.
"When you return triumphant, you will no longer bear the title of delegate."
Though she anticipated his next words, they fell on her with no impact. She did not want it.
"You will be known to all as Master Sayana."
Murmurs carried over their surroundings as those gathered heard his announcement clearly, as if it were some grand spectacle. Mordecai wanted an audience, witnesses. To everyone watching, it was an honor. To Sayana, she felt the weight of new shackles. She didn't want to be equal to the likes of Nephra and the others. She didn't want to have any more connection to them than she already did. Imagining returning to share a league with them made her want to flee, far and fast, and damn to the nether what would become of her in the unknown. With all the eyes that pinned her, some with awe, some with envy, some with pure, blazing hatred, she did what she knew would be expected of her. She bowed, in acceptance of his title.
"You have earned it, Sayana. Not just from the battle. I have been watching you for a long time."
Mordecai spoke more intimately, just for her. He took a few steps closer.
"In darkness may you triumph."
Sayana swallowed, but as her eyes locked onto the pitch-black depths of his, she echoed, "In darkness may we triumph." With a nod from him, she needed no other signal to leave. She turned away from him, looking over those who would accompany her. Tynan, Amaya, and Maverick. Drya and Selene were not present. They would be below, keeping eyes everywhere to report back after her absence. Aislinn and Kellius would be nearing the meeting point with Nerida. Amaya stood poised, equipped with her own bow and quiver that had been chosen for her exact weight and height. A gift from the rest of them for her performance, and to welcome her into their ranks. Tynan stood by her, and Ziana hadn't failed to notice his tendency to linger close to her since the battle, as though they had formed the most unlikely of subtle combat teams since being forced to work together, when she'd earned his difficult respect. It brought a small warmth to her otherwise icy chest. Then her eyes settled on Maverick. He locked her gaze, hard and focused. For a moment, she didn't despise the fact he was joining them. She couldn't be sure of what it was, but she had come to accept he might be an asset, if he managed to keep a lid on his insufferable arrogance. Nothing about the way he stood or looked at her was in the least bit bad. In fact, he looked to her with the same respect as the rest of them. She chose to enjoy the moment, knowing it wasn't likely to last.
"Good luck to you, Ziana."
Mordecai's last words meant nothing at her back. Luck had nothing to do with what they were setting off to do. Triumph would be hers with steel and will, as it had been throughout her whole life. It didn't take them long to spy Aislinn and Kellius on the outskirts of Dalrune, standing by the desolate-looking Faythe. Ziana couldn't bring herself to feel anything for Nerida, for the sorrow that clearly laced her heart at their discovery of the human and assistance in her death. If she were honest, she would admit an air of disturbance still clung to her from the harrowing experience, but she had to seal it behind the vault of her emotions. She couldn't afford any weaknesses. Out here, she depended now more than ever on the cold ruthlessness the masters had beat and burned into her. She had to become their monster to see this through.
"We'll see you soon,"
Kellius promised, and it put a mild ache in her chest that his tone was dipped in concern. Aislinn also slipped a hint of worry through the cracks of her steel exterior. Any other day, Ziana would have reprimanded them for it, as it was foolish to waste such energy on something that couldn't be controlled, such as whatever fate was to befall her out there. But she understood. It was the longest she would be separated from them, and she hadn't failed to acknowledge that. Whatever happened, she would not abandon them. On her return or not, they would be reunited. There was no embrace, no words of sadness or farewell. Aislinn and Kellius took off to the skies to return to the mountain. Ziana didn't watch them fly away. She had no reason to look anywhere but forward, for her sake and theirs. Everyone looked to her, waiting for the first instruction, even though their plan of action had been run through many times. Far more than it should have been, thanks to Maverick and Tynan's need to counter everything the other said, as if it were a competition of who could piss the other off the most in a single conversation. Ziana cast her eyes up. "The clouds should give us cover to make it past Dagdune and Elmstone by nightfall," she said, grateful for the dark, overcast sky she had been hoping for. Nerida's face brightened just a little at the mention, as it would bring them closer to Fenner. Ziana had to avert her gaze from the small twist in her stomach at her hopefulness. The Fae believed they would be returning her to the town she came from, but that was never part of the plan. Even if she believed their secret was safe with Nerida, it wasn't a chance she was willing to take when it could ruin everything. Ziana said nothing, and figured she could hold off on the drop of fate until after they had rested and were leaving Fenner. Conscious or unconscious would depend on her reaction to the news. "Let's get going," Ziana commanded. Tynan and Amaya didn't hesitate to shoot to the skies, and she watched them before they disappeared above the fog. Maverick turned to the Fae expectantly, as he would be the one to carry her. Nerida's cheeks flushed a warm rose as she clutched her satchel and shuffled over to him. In one swift motion, Maverick scooped her into a cradle hold, and she let out a small breath in surprise, the rose tint darkening. He locked eyes with her for a mere second. Ziana held her face cold and unbothered, despite taking in every inch of their closeness. How Nerida hooked an arm around his neck, a hand to his chest. Maverick splayed his large wings and shot skyward, disappearing like the others in a few powerful beats. Ziana took a long breath in solitude. Closing her eyes for a brief moment, she stilled her mind, relaxed her body, and focused on what was ahead. No room for error. No thoughts of mercy. Flexing her wings wide, she eyed the clouds, saw her freedom beckoning, and soared for it. Chapter 37. Faythe. Nothing could have prepared Faythe for the agony of her thighs after a week of traveling on horseback. She bit back her complaints, most of the time. But it was hard to disguise her stiff walk and winces of discomfort every time they stopped to camp for the night. She would never complain about the cold, uncomfortable nights on her rickety bed in her old hut ever again, finding it far harder to achieve any decent hours of rest on whatever forest floor they deemed the least stony and uneven. The Fae, on the other hand, seemed to be dealing with the conditions far better. Faythe couldn't be sure if it was their unfairly advantaged bodies that could withstand and endure more than her, or if they were more accustomed to such sleeping and travel arrangements from their time at war. The thought stirred her curiosity, but not without a pang of sadness to imagine them in a time of desolation. Faythe shifted in her saddle for what felt like the millionth time since they'd taken off again after camping many hours ago. She clenched her teeth against the ache of her muscles in her thighs and pushed her spine back from falling to a hunch in her tiredness.
"We'll be coming to the town of Destor soon."
Raylan's voice floated next to her. Sliding a look to him, she found his face was hard and concerned.
"We'll find an inn to rest for the night."
Before she got the chance to respond, a sigh of contentment carried from her other side.
"Finally,"
Isaiah all but moaned.
"I can't take another night of beasties in my bedroll."
Livia released a short giggle, and it lifted Faythe's grumpy mood from traveling so long in discomfort and silence. She hadn't expected the journey to be pleasant. Far from it. The last time she traveled for so long was her trip south. The first time she ever ventured out of her home kingdom of High Pharaoh. That was far more leisurely. On this trip, they were following a strict schedule that had been meticulously planned out by the commanders long before they left. Luckily, she had been informed they only had another week until they would trade in the horses and go by foot to cross the Fire Mountains. She was equal parts relieved and daunted by the prospect of venturing through the great mountain passes. Uncertainty lay within, and in her experience, it always came with something nightmarish. Reuben had been mostly silent, seemingly content, and hadn't once complained or shown much of what he was feeling. She checked in on him and stayed by him, since the others were still unfamiliar with her strange friend, but she welcomed his easy company nonetheless. Kylier was often equally quiet, but always the one to help keep fires burning and collect the wood when it ran sparse. His and Raylan's actions and movements were calculated, while Olivia and Isaiah were key to keeping the morale high with their constant jesting, typically at the expense of the two overprotective Fae males. Raylan inched his horse closer, their legs almost touching.
"How are you feeling?"
She smiled, and it was genuine. "I'm okay," she answered. His look told her he didn't believe her. "My legs hurt," she admitted. "A lot." She knew Reylan wouldn't relax until she gave him some reason for her constant fidgeting. His face fell knowingly.
Maybe we should rest for a couple of days in Destor.
Faythe shook her head. I'm fine. It's nothing I can't handle. I won't pass up a few extra days' rest, Isaiah chimed in. Faythe whipped her head to him. Like her, he shifted his weight with a twisted expression. She had to wonder if he truly meant it, since he hadn't shown an ounce of discomfort before. Kyler met eyes with Reylan, and it was often perplexing how they seemed to communicate through a mere look. She pictured Raylan's nod while she had her head turned from him, as Kyler dropped his gaze to her.
We can spare another night. We'll lodge for 2,
he said. There was a warmth in his green eyes that eased her guilt. Perhaps they were all in need of extra time out of the saddle and on hard ground. They rode on for a couple more hours. Idle chatter was exchanged, but as Faythe's exhaustion grew with the descent of the sun, she could barely absorb the words they spoke, never mind engage. Her thighs were now numb, though she welcomed that in place of the chafing ache, and her lids had fluttered against fatigue on more than one occasion. When she spotted the amber glow in the near distance over the hill they were climbing, her whole body sagged in relief. That day was the longest they'd spent on constant horseback, and it took a further half-hour after first spying the signs of civilization until they were finally on the main path leading into the small town. They entered under an archway, and Faythe could already hear the lively bustle of people enjoying life after dark. With summer blooming, the air was cool and welcoming, allowing the nights to be filled with activity rather than spent huddled indoors, avoiding the winter bite. Everyone they passed stole curious glances at the travelers invading their village. Some stopped to gawk and turned to whisper, and she wondered if it was the Fae in her company. The humans acted a lot like those in Pharaohhold, who weren't used to seeing Fae outside the city. That thought was crushed when she spied a couple of Fae already in the town, littered outside a tavern or walking along casually. Even they paused to steal a look. The attention was unnerving, but what did she expect as a seemingly random traveler passing in the middle of the night?
That looks promising,
Isaiah's voice sounded ahead. Faythe followed his line of sight to an establishment near the end of the path. The sign by a floating fire basket reading, "The Twin Flame Inn." A few people, Fae and human, loitered outside. Upon their approach, Faythe began to feel ridiculously nervous. Everyone's gaze pinned on them, some in a disgruntled reception, others too intoxicated to muster an expression. When they all came to a halt, Kyler was first to dismount in a swift motion. She watched him with envy, knowing there was no way she was getting down from her horse with such dignity in her state. He stalked over to some of the Fae, who were quick to straighten warily. Faythe admired his cool demeanor, not at all fazed, while they rested their hands on the hilts of their swords as he walked to them. They only engaged for a minute, the stranger's eyes flashing to them many times without dropping their cold gaze. Then Kyler strolled back, giving Reylan another of those nods that passed silent words. Reylan was already down from his horse by the time she turned to look, and the shuffling to her other side told her the others were following his lead. She suppressed a groan as she released her reins.
I'm sorry.
Raylan's voice so close took her by surprise. Snapping her gaze down to his, it pained her to see the upset on his face. What for? He gave her saddle a pointed look.
I didn't consider you weren't accustomed to riding for so long. We should have planned more frequent stops.
An awful guilt dropped in her stomach. That's what was troubling him? Faythe clenched her teeth as she forced her leg to swing around to one side. Reylan didn't hesitate, positioning to aid her. He did more than that, and she was utterly weightless for a second in his hold as he guided her down. He very slowly eased her feet to the ground, but he still held an arm around her to take most of her weight. She couldn't deny she might have buckled without his help, but in an attempt to ease his worries, she planted her feet despite the internal yelp of tenderness that shot through every muscle in her legs, and then she stepped away from him to bear her full weight. "See? Just fine," she said, as perky as she could act while feeling the total opposite. He seemed to know as much, face as hard as ever. It wasn't just her stiff limbs that soured her mood. They were all in need of a meal and proper rest after a full day of grueling travel. Faythe took a moment to stretch on the spot, while Kylier tied up his horse and came back to lead both of theirs over to the makeshift stable by the side of the inn. She turned to the inn, where Isaiah, Livia, and Reuben stood by the door. Though the strangers didn't offer even a crack of a smile, they seemed harmless. But Faythe eyed the blade Livia had unsheathed as she stuck close to Isaiah, and cast frequent glances at the males who paid her more attention than the rest. Faythe walked the short distance to them on weak knees, each step feeling as if her soles were made of stone. Kylier reached them first, and Faythe observed his hand as it fell on Livia's back. Her stiff shoulders loosened. Faythe and Reylan stepped into the inn behind them, and the scent of ale and bodies was potent enough to wrinkle her nose. The commotion of voices grew louder as they continued down a dark passage that was barely wide enough for two people to pass through. Reylan was at her back, but close enough that she felt a part of him brush her with every step. It was the only thing keeping her nerves at bay. The foreign lands were overwhelming, but it was second to the small taunt that made her mind believe every set of eyes that lingered on her knew who she was. It shouldn't have mattered, but she couldn't shake the unnerving feeling that locked her spine. The establishment opened into a dimly lit front room. It was quaint and bustling with life as people drank and played cards. She saw men, women, and fae. It was odd, and she realized her shock at witnessing their coexisting species and her wariness in the new territory highlighted just how sheltered she had been from the vast world back in Farrowhold. It was both exhilarating and daunting to experience so many things that were the same but different. So very different. Kylier took the lead while Faythe was otherwise preoccupied taking in the place. He walked over to the barkeep with the others in tow. Many, in fact, everyone, looked at the new bodies who had entered their space of entertainment. Conversation hushed as they stole looks and exchanged glances, whispering about whatever they made of the invading force. A familiar touch on Faythe's back jolted her senses. With Raylan's hand, she also felt a soothing internal caress that relaxed some of her wild emotions at trying to deal with the attention. People played cards. Women were draped over the laps of men. Alcohol stung the air, and laughter echoed through the space. When the attention started to disperse from them, Faythe's posture began to ease. A gentle nudge had her walking to where Kylier and the others were engaged with the barkeep. "How many rooms?" the man grumbled, not in the least bit fazed about addressing a fae twice his size. Kylier cast a quick glance over them as if calculating. "Full." Faythe curved a brow. She wouldn't admit she was glad it meant she wouldn't be alone in a room, but she figured the four others would want their own space. It wasn't her business, but she noted how close Livia kept to Kylier, though it was Isaiah who laid one hand subtly around her this time. Reuben was gazing around the room in curiosity, a million different thoughts and wonderment crossing his expression. Faythe shuddered, and out of instinct she couldn't stop her head from turning. When it did, she was met with eyes of a man across the room, already blatantly staring at her. Her rigid posture returned, which seemed to trigger Reylan to follow her line of sight. A hand casually moved to rest on the hilt of his short sword. Faythe's skin pimpled. She wasn't sure what it was about the roguish man that inspired such trepidation. She couldn't stop herself and stole a second look. He was big for a mortal, aged and weathered, wearing heavy, unusual clothing and a cocked hat that reminded her of a three-pointed boat. He wasn't staring anymore, but he still looked frequently enough between turns of the card game he was playing that it was unnerving.
"We've only got 3 left."
The grumble of the barkeep stole her attention. Why did he ask then?
"Looks like I'm shuffling in with you two,"
Zaya quipped, jostling Livia at his side.
1 twin and 2 doubles,
the barkeep added. Kyler flashed his brother a smug look.
"How convenient. You'll be shuffling in with Reuben."
Azaya's face fell, and it was amusing to see irritation on his usually perky features. With the sleeping arrangements sorted, they went about ordering whatever questionable hot meal was on offer, before Reylan guided her around the place to find a table. It was near impossible with the place full to capacity, and she was about to suggest they eat in their rooms, when a voice carried over the noise.
"Well, well."
When she jerked and turned, it was the same man who had been eyeing them the entire time. Her heart leapt, though strangely she expected him to say something from his far-from-subtle interest.
"Never thought we'd be seeing the likes of you around these parts."
The man stood, and upon hearing the thump, Faythe was quick to flash her eyes down to find he only had 1 leg. At least, only one made of flesh. The other was fashioned out of a thick peg of wood and secured by metal.
"General Reylan Arrowwood, famous white lion of the South. To what do we owe the grace of your company?"
"You'd be wise to keep your voice down," Reylan warned, his voice sharp. The man's smile bloomed into a grin. Faythe felt the close approach of Kyler and Azaya, whose faces were equally steeled as they stared down at the man. She shouldn't have been surprised that Reylan would be recognized, but perhaps she'd underestimated just how widely his reputation was known.
"Join me,"
the man said cheerfully, casting out a hand to the table he sat at that was fully occupied. The men exchanged seats between themselves. With a distasteful look over at the newcomers, they began to rise. Faythe might have felt bad, but her need to sit only surfaced relief at the spaces they'd given up. Faythe was eager to accept the offer in her exhaustion that left little room to care about the company, but Raylan's hand curled around her abdomen, and she halted. The man was observant, eyes flashing briefly to that hold. He rumbled a chuckle, throwing himself back down with the decorum of a water hog.
"You do not wish to eat standing. Your journey has been long if you've come all the way from Elium."
Faythe lifted her brow in surprise. Who was this man to know so much? A glance over at her companions revealed nothing but stern reservation. The man had clearly overestimated that his somewhat warm reception would be returned. Reuben was the first to move, and no one seemed inclined to stop him as he took the far seat. Faythe couldn't understand their caution against the man, and followed suit, slipping out of Raylan's grip. She shuffled onto the bench next to Reuben, directly opposite the strange man who kept his lingering blue eyes on her. Reylan folded in beside her, leaving the others no option but to shuffle in beside the stranger.
"Who are you?"
Reylan wasted no time on pleasantries. The man reclined back against the wall.
"I am a sea merchant,"
he answered casually.
"A pirate,"
Kyler corrected. His grin curled at one side, revealing a flash of gold that replaced a tooth.
A traveler, a traitor,
A thief, a trickster. We know your kind. Brave of you to invite us to sit with you. Isaiah said.
I didn't ask what you are,
Reylan cut in. His face was scarily calculating. A shiver encased her body as she realized she hadn't seen this side to him. He was protective and stern, and had used his tone of authority before. But this was different. Who he was now was someone who wouldn't take a chance, who would eliminate any threat no matter what it cost him. Out here, she couldn't be sure what Reylan was capable of.
I'll only ask once more, old man. Who are you? You need not fear anything from me, General.
He swiped his tankard, taking a long swig with a dramatic exhale.
I'm merely curious as to what would bring you so far south of the kingdom. It's not often we see you city folk around here, especially not our esteemed army commanders. And how is it you know so much?
Kylier asked.
You may call me many things, but what kind of pirate would I be if I didn't make it my business to gather knowledge from the places I travel?
His gaze locked on Faythe, and her spine stiffened.
The world is vast and full of wonders.
Raylan's thigh pressed to hers. Then, as the man straightened, his arm went around her once more, hand resting on her hip. She couldn't deny his closeness was a security.
My name is Augustine, but you may call me Gus. And what might yours be?
Faythe, it's none of your concern. Reylan cut her off. Faythe bit down on her cheek to hold in her snap. Feeling silenced like a child flushed her with embarrassment and riled her irritation. She shifted a fraction away from him, feeling his eyes on her as she did. Faythe straightened with confidence. The man observed everything, amusement twinkling in his gaze as it darted between her and the general.
What a peculiar set of eyes you have,
Gus observed, leaning on his forearms over the table.
I have only come across such a likeness once before.
Now her attention was grabbed, heart leaping and skipping at the information. Where? Before he could answer, a maid balancing various bowls approached the table and started placing down the food. The scent of stew and bread filled Faythe's nostrils, and her stomach twisted with hunger. But she kept her focus on the man, her sudden need for the knowledge overpowering all else. Gus nodded down at the bowl.
My stories will not vanish while you take the time to eat. I imagine the food is not so great out in the wilderness.
It pricked her skin the way he looked at her, the way he seemed to know things before they were spoken, but asked nonetheless. It was a familiar, unnerving sensation she couldn't place. Seeing he wasn't about to continue, reluctantly, she picked up her spoon and dove it into the stew. She wasn't expecting much, but was surprised at the explosion of flavor and meat that almost melted in her mouth. She had to suppress a small moan of blissful contentment as she went straight for a second scoop. Gus chuckled, then turned to the maid.
Ale for all my friends here, Katya.
Katya nodded, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks as she checked them over before shuffling off. Clearly, the man was a regular visitor. Bold of you to declare us as such, Isaiah commented. Gus flashed him a crooked grin.
Isaiah Gallantythe, shapeshifter and third in command of Ryanel's great army. I would have expected you to be the least uptight, yet you closely rival your brother here.
She couldn't be sure where this man got his brazenness from, but his words had the opposite effect if he was trying to gain their trust. All the Fae stopped eating, pinning him with several sets of threatening eyes. Gus didn't waver. Partially twisting, he went on.
Kylier Galantide, Shadow Porter and second in command of His Majesty's army. Commander Livia Arrowwood. You certainly don't need magic to be seen as a force to be reckoned with.
A creeping sensation washed over Faythe and cooled her skin. He knew exactly who they were, but that could have been common knowledge with their esteemed reputations. It was when his sparkling eyes slid to lock her gaze that she flushed with dread.
That could only make you one person. One whose name has traveled far and fast since you arrived in Ryanel.
His blue irises twinkled, but there was nothing threatening in his demeanor. His voice was hushed as he said,
Faythe Ashfire.
Faythe blinked in shock. If the man wasn't under threat from her companions before, now he certainly bore the weight of their alarm. It seemed foolish to expose that he knew so much, but he didn't seem in the least bit concerned when the four Fae around him all straightened with a new threatening focus, hands hovering over various weapons as the air tensed around them.
Or should I say, Your Highness?
You should say nothing more if you value your life,
Reylan snarled. Though she blanched, Faythe ignored Reylan, who was one word away from unsheathing the blade he gripped tighter. How do you know my name? She asked. The man simply shrugged.
It is not hard to see the picture when the pieces of the puzzle arrive so closely put together.
Gus was odd indeed, but something about him didn't even surface an inkling of fear. Wariness, yes. She took a second to observe him. Under his obscure hat, she spied the curled locks of dirty blonde hair that poked out, though she figured a long scrub and a bath might brighten them to a golden honey tone. His blue eyes were almost familiar. His face was peppered with short hair, and he appeared not long past middle age. Faythe supposed he was attractive in a disheveled, roguish kind of way, and his personality wasn't shy to attract the attention of women.
Though that's not all you are, is it?
His eyes danced with challenge. Faythe's appetite left her completely. How could this man, this one human man, know so much? She was scared to question what he meant. Gus's gaze flashed to Reuben, who didn't stop devouring his food, but observed the rest of them in mild interest. The pirate's eyes narrowed a fraction on her friend, but the quick second of odd attention could have passed as curiosity.
I think you've had too much ale tonight, old man,
Kylier commented in a way intended to excuse Gus's bold behavior. Gus waved a nonchalant hand.
I can assure you that is not the case.
Just then the barmaid came back over, placing several tankards in front of them.
Now it is.
Reylan stood, and the others, except Reuben, were quick to follow his lead. Reylan pinned Faythe with a persistent but patient gaze when she remained seated, in a complete stupor over the strange conversation, and still trying to process the man's claims. He knew things, and Faythe's curiosity about him drowned out the edge of caution the others maintained. Gus reclined back once more, his smile amused since he knew as much. You said you've seen another set of eyes like mine before. Faythe doubled back. Who?
Faythe.
In Ryanel, she pressed, ignoring the grinding irritation of Raylan's overprotectiveness. Gus eyed the Fae general standing behind her, and something like understanding flashed across his look.
How long will you rest in Destur for?
Tonight and tomorrow night.
Join me again tomorrow night, then,
he offered. Faythe wanted to protest. Her eagerness to know more was all that danced at the forefront of her mind. But she caught the looks he spared her companions and realized it was for their benefit he didn't entice her to stay longer. This man was smart and very observant. She conceded with a slump of her shoulders. "Tomorrow night, then," she agreed, locking eyes with him. It was perhaps a fool's move, as she exposed her desperation that he wouldn't vanish before then. All he gave was a curt nod, and Faythe finally rose from the bench. She cast an expectant look at Reuben, who quickly shoveled in a few more mouthfuls of stew, rose, and snatched a roll before he began to follow. Reylan waited for Faythe to move first, and she tried to keep the discontentment from her face, not looking at him as she passed and followed behind Isaiah. She felt Gus's stare tracking them all the way until they dipped into an ascending stairwell. Chapter 38. Faythe. It seemed everyone was in need of a long rest, as they only exchanged a few words before dividing off into the available rooms to retire for the night. Despite the irritation that swirled in her mind, it only now dawned on Faythe the small space she was to stay in with Reylan as her eyes landed on the rickety bed. She had shared one with him many times, but it felt different now. He hadn't kissed her then. She hadn't kissed him back. Her stomach fluttered as she quickly noted the bed was far smaller than what they were used to in Elyum. The click of the door behind her heightened her awareness. After over a week since leaving the city, they were finally alone. The knowledge flipped in her gut. When Reylan didn't move at her back, she turned to him. Hesitation was clear on his face as he scanned the space, as if he too was acknowledging the close confines and awaiting her reaction. The faint clamor from downstairs still carried through the walls, alerting them to the fact, although they were alone out of sight, they were far from such luxury and sound. Her scandalous thoughts surfaced and brought heat to her face. To disguise the sensation that tingled in her stomach and lower, Faythe walked over to the chest of drawers. Facing it, she began to unbuckle some of the sheaths strapped over her body. She heard Reylan shift and discard a pack somewhere, and then the faint clink of steel against wood as he disarmed himself of the hoard of weapons he carried. When she was no longer wearing any steel, she removed her jacket. Standing in just her thin shirt and pants, she didn't make any further move to undress. Reylan was silent for a long moment, but then she felt him approach, stopping only a short distance behind her. He broke the silence. "You're upset with me." Faythe took a long breath. "I don't need you to speak for me." "That was not my intention. But it would be best if people don't know who you are. The world is full of those who want to do you harm." She turned to face him. "I am no one." His eyes flashed at that, and he took a small step closer. "That is not true, and I don't mean in regard to your family name." His face softened. "But you are Faythe Ashfire, daughter of Agalor Ashfire and rightful heir to the throne of Ryanel. You have no idea what that information in the wrong hands could do." Faythe swallowed hard, as though evil spirit descendants weren't enough. But Reylan was right, and even if it wasn't some crook wanting to gain whatever they thought they could from the crown, if word traveled of her whereabouts, it could whisper back to wherever Marvellus lay in wait, seeking her out. Faythe ran a hand over her face. "You're right, I'm just—" "I know." Reylan closed the distance between them and her skin tingled when his rough palm met her soft cheek. Her frustration dissolved completely, fatigue drowned out by the awakening of his touch. He didn't move. Faythe's eyes fell to his mouth, several times. Still, he didn't bring his face to hers. The feel of him was something she craved more than anything since that first time in her rooms in Elyum. "Are you going to kiss me?" she whispered when she couldn't take the longing, searching stare any longer. One side of his mouth curled right before he angled and dipped his head. Brushing his lips against hers, it was soft, slow, and not nearly enough. Faythe pushed up on her toes, fingers knotting through his silver hair. The change had him dropping his hands to her waist, pulling her flush to his body. Fire ignited over her skin, prickling, heating. It still wasn't enough. Not to cure the ache that began to form between her thighs. After a week of being so close yet unable to share any intimate moment, she knew that ache had grown since they left the capital. The kiss turned claiming, demanding, and before she knew it, his hand had hooked under her thighs to lift her. Her legs tightened around him, and the angle deepened their kiss. Between her legs, the hard feel of him made her stifle a moan that caressed her throat. Her blood sang and roared at knowing he was just as affected as she was. She moved against him and couldn't stop the soft sound that escaped her lips this time. His hold on her thighs tightened as a low growl vibrated in his chest. This wasn't like what they shared in Elyum. This was more. This was a need so demanding, she thought she would come apart right then. She barely felt the step he took until she was set upon the flat surface. On top of the dresser, Faythe kept her legs hooked around him, low enough that if she ground her hips, she would feel his desire. In that moment, she didn't care who might hear. She didn't care about anything but her need for him. His lips left hers only to trail a prickling heat along her jaw, drawing her attention to the pulsing veins in her neck that came alive when his mouth ventured there. When she felt the gentle scrape of his elongated canines, the sound that left her made her clamp her mouth shut with a painful bite of her lips. Her hand that was entangled in his hair gripped the wood beneath her so hard it was near painful. She didn't realize she had moved against him again until Reylan stilled. His hands on her hips tightened to still her. "If you don't stop that," he ground out through a husky breath that blew across her collarbone. "I'm seconds away from damning to the nether where we are and who might hear, and I'm taking you right now." His lips traveled to the hollow spot below her ear, hands hooking under her thighs to recline her back a fraction as she braced her hands behind her. "And let me tell you, this dresser will not hold." Faythe swallowed hard. A dormant thrill rejoiced to hear the deep gravel of restraint in his tone. His words had the opposite effect, a warning that translated to a sinful invitation. She shivered delightfully, and her legs tightened of their own accord. She clenched her teeth at the twinge of pain from horse riding, but when Reylan pulled his face back, she almost bit out a protest. He smirked as her expression must have voiced it for her. His hands trailed to her knees, where he paused, looking up to catch her eye. "May I?" he asked, eyes flashing to her aching thighs. "It should help relieve some of the tightness by morning." She realized what he meant, and all she could respond with was a nod. Reylan moved both his hands to one of her thighs first, and began a slow massage of her tense muscles there. The first need was a small burst of pain, and she clutched the dresser with a hiss. Reylan winced at her reaction, but as he continued to expertly work his palms and fingers, the pain lessened and became pleasurable. So much so she had to refrain from squeezing her legs together. To distract herself, Faythe decided on a topic of observation from the night. Are Livia and Kylie are they
together?
He offered with a hooked brow of faint amusement. Faythe's cheeks flamed at the conclusion she had jumped to when seeing the pair engaged tonight. She nodded her confirmation, and Reylan gave a crooked smile.
No. Kai is just fiercely protective of her. We all are, given her history.
His eyes dropped from her, brow pinching as it seemed to drag up a dark memory. Her scar? Faythe inquired. It wasn't for her to press, and she wouldn't be upset if he said nothing further on the subject. But he nodded in answer.
She has been through more than I think any of us will ever truly know. Before we saved her. Fae heal faster than mortals, but we're not exempt from a scar if the wound is deep enough. What you see on her face is barely half the injury it was, and it almost claimed her life.
Reylan switched his attention to her other leg, and again, Faythe bit back a hiss of pain against the initial discomfort.
While I'm more than confident Livia could take care of anyone who dared to lay a hand on her now, I don't think the fear ever goes away.
Faythe's heart ached for the Fae commander, along with a new burst of pride and admiration for what she had overcome. To have risen above her attackers and become far more than what they ever did to her. Faythe could only hope to have that kind of strength and resilience. Then something soul-deep cried as he brought forth a murderous flash of memory. The map of scars that marred Raylan's body. Those wounds must have been worse than she could have imagined to have left permanent reminders. Exactly what his uncle would have wanted. Her eyes burned with rage and grief, a desire to kill someone who was no longer still alive. Raylan's quiet voice diffused her moment of inner turmoil.
Kai does what I cannot. He acts as though they are together as a deterrent to anyone even thinking of approaching her when they're out and around uncertain company. It's a natural comfort they share that I don't think they even realize anymore. Sometimes Isaiah will step in too.
Faythe couldn't help but ask carefully. They've never wanted it to be real? Raylan's amusement returned.
Livia prefers the company of females, romantically.
His eyes flashed to hers to gauge her surprised reaction. Oh. Faythe was sure her face was as red as the crimson of their leathers. I shouldn't have assumed. Finishing his tender work, leaving her legs feeling tingly and loose, Reylan braced a hand on each of her thighs and gave a teasing squeeze.
I do believe they have engaged intimately before, though I try not to remember that part.
They exchanged a look, and Faythe couldn't be sure why she felt the overwhelming urge to pull him to her. Gripping the front of his shirt, she guided his head back down to hers. The kiss was soft, until it wasn't. Their mouths, teeth, and tongues clashed in a heated pulse of unexplainable need. To be close, to be here and now, as though there might not be a tomorrow. She was reminded of the sharp teeth he hadn't yet retracted when they nicked at her bottom lip. Faythe inhaled in surprise. When she lay a hand on his chest, he stopped. That was all it took, and he pulled back to meet her eye. His breathing was uneven, as was hers, but her eyes fixed on those teeth she'd only seen once before. Her hand moved up to his face, and he stilled as her palm rested on his angled jaw, allowing her thumb to slowly trace and feel the tips of those fangs. She sucked in a faint breath, finding them sharper than she expected. With a bit more pressure, she would cut through flesh. "The first time you showed me these," she trailed off in a whisper, swallowing hard. "Did you want to harm me?" Her mind flashed back to that moment in High Pharaoh when he'd closed her in against the wood of her own door, and she'd caught a glimpse of what set them apart far more than the contours of their ears. She'd gauged it as a threat then, and perhaps it was, as there had been so much anguish and distrust between them. His jaw ticked under her touch, and his blue eyes hardened at the mention.
"I have never wanted to harm you, Faythe. Never."
Faythe winced a little in guilt, but his eyes softened.
"Though you were very trying of my patience back then."
Her mouth curled in mischief.
"That was the first time I nearly lost control with you. Perhaps the first time I really realized."
Reylan stopped himself. "What?" she pressed, her heart picking up tempo.
"How much I wanted you,"
he finished, though it felt like an amended answer. Regardless, it burst a warmth in her chest.
"Gods, I objected to being sent back to High Pharaoh. I really did. Only because I knew even then how dangerous it was for me to be close to you, to get to know you. I feared, more than anything, I feared I wouldn't be able to stop myself, to keep my distance from you beyond making sure you stayed alive."
His smile was partially broken, cleaving her heart.
"It was a futile fear, because I knew from the moment I laid eyes on you, I wouldn't be able to stay away. Even if you weren't who you are, if Agalor didn't send me back, at some point, I would have gone back to High Pharaoh myself, even just to check on you, maybe only from a distance, and you would never have known. In High Pharaoh, you might have been fed and sheltered, but you were not happy. How could you be? You were someone who had been led to believe you had all you deserved when you had nothing. Nothing was yours."
Faythe was stunned speechless, doused with so many emotions that caught in her throat. She never realized just how observant Reylan was.
"Now, I am yours. This kingdom is yours. Freedom is yours to take and do what you want with. On my life, you will always have that."
She felt his fierce words like the joining of a fractured existence. Reylan filled her with strength and purpose and an unwavering belief. She didn't know what she had done right in her life to deserve him. "I am yours too, Reylan." Her words were quiet, her offering in return seeming feeble against everything he had done for her. But she didn't sulk at that fact. Instead, Faythe was dedicated and would give all she could, all she was, until one day, perhaps, she would be enough. His smile, which seemed weighted with heartbreaking relief, brightened the room. Faythe's eyes were drawn to those sharp teeth again. Her heart raced at the thought that had swirled in her head many times, causing her blood to heat and race with desire once more. What would happen if you bit me? She knew what it should do. If they were true mates, it would create that everlasting, unbreakable, and unexplainable bond between their two destined souls that could be matched by nothing else in this world. Faythe's heart tumbled from her chest and withered in pain at the realization it would never be possible. Not with them. Not with her being mortal.
I wouldn't risk it to find out,
he said, bringing his mouth back down to kiss her jaw. She knew what he was doing as he tried to distract her, perhaps himself too, from the horrible truth. While her breath began to leave her, she couldn't let it go. What could happen? His lips trailed back down there, to her neck, and her hands fisted the back of his hair.
It would hurt, and it wouldn't be pleasurable for either of us,
he mumbled against her skin. She doubted that was true. While it wouldn't create a mating bond, and perhaps it might hurt, she couldn't help but think it would be pleasurable for him. That the primal part of his Fey heritage would enjoy the act in the throes of pleasure. I want you to. The words tumbled out of her as a reckless, lust-hazed whisper. One she couldn't believe she'd let out as Reylan went utterly rigid against her. Then he moved, his hand curling around her neck. Faythe inhaled a breath, barely believing he would agree and allowing herself to fall blissfully to his mercy. Her body pressed to his tighter as she felt his mouth, his teeth, settle over her throat. Her pulse was wild, and his chest rose and fell deeply with restraint. She tipped her head back, anticipation coiling and twisting in her stomach, time suspending. She wanted this. She'd asked for this. Reylan applied slight pressure with those teeth, and her lips parted in a shallow cry at the faint pinch. Then the sharpness was replaced by something far softer. Teeth turned to lips that pressed with more force against her neck. Faythe's breaths came heavier as she released all her pent-up anticipation. Raylan's low laughter rumbled over her skin. He pulled his head back once more, hand shifting to stroke her jaw.
You are going to be the end of me, Faythe Ashfire.
Disappointment weighed heavy in her stomach, killing her desire. Another more shameful emotion dropped her mood. A frown formed on Raylan's face as he seemed to detect it.
What's the matter?
Faythe held those sapphire eyes, irises that had become the center of her orbit, and selfishly so. Why me? She choked out. There's someone out there for you. A mate. One you're supposed to be with who could still cross your path in this lifetime. Both his hands went to her face, and the shift in his expression reminded her of a male in battle. One who knew how to give a speech that struck the heart, to invoke the strength and courage needed to see them through hardship.
I have more than everything I could have asked for in this life. I should be a better male. I shouldn't be selfish and should let you go to find someone far more deserving of you,
he said fiercely. Faythe opened her mouth with a string of protest, but Reylan powered on.
As it turns out, I am not that male. I choose you, Faythe. I will always choose you. And I will always hope, as selfish as it may be, that you will choose me too.
Faythe's hands curled over his at her face. I know what a mate means to your people. He kissed her, so soft and barely there. Against her lips, he said,
You are my people.
Faythe held him, fighting the wave of emotion that held her conflicted between wanting to protest and accept. Faythe would never understand what she had done to deserve him, his devotion, but she was grateful. Gods, she was grateful. Pulling back, His thumb brushed her faintly swollen lips.
You must be tired.
Instead of waiting for a response, with an arm around her waist, he effortlessly lifted her down from the dresser. Faythe's feet met the ground, bearing her weight, her legs feeling far looser from his help. "Thank you," she said. His palm curled over her nape as he pressed his lips to her forehead.
Thank you, Faythe.
What for? He looked to her with that treasured smile that gave a full, hard beat to her heart. That rare smile, the one that turned up equally on each side of his mouth, and creased faint dimples that chased away the shadows of a dark past and troubled soul. It reflected in his eyes as much as on his mouth.
For choosing me too.
Chapter 39. Zayana. A week since leaving the mountains, and Zayana was teetering on the edge of murderous. She couldn't be sure who she desired to kill more, Tynan or Maverick.
Do your precious little wings need rest?
Tynan whirled to Maverick at the jibe. They had been debating risking another day of flight or finding horses when they landed in the silver forests of Fenstead before crossing the border lake into Ryanel territory. Zayana had let them battle it out, if anything to expend their energy, as she had already made her decision. The clouds had parted to welcome the glorious summer sun, and it was too much of a risk to fly and be seen in Ryanel, the strongest of the ally kingdoms.
Little!
Tynan seethed, wings flaring. Zayana rolled her eyes at the ego-flexing bullshit at her back.
Barely bigger than a darkling's.
Maverick continued coolly. He leaned with arms crossed against a tree, completely unfazed by the fury that emanated from her second-in-command. Tynan took a step toward him. "Enough," Zayana cut in, whirling to them both. "We'll go by foot until we get to the main town. We'll get horses, and that's how we'll travel from here." Maverick pushed off the trunk.
"You're adding days to our journey."
"The weather changes and we adapt. There's not nearly enough cloud cover for us to be hidden." Zayana took a few steps until she was right in front of him. "Don't question me again." While she saw the flash of anger and protest in his pitch-black eyes, he simply turned from her without another word. "You're going to love Fenner," Nerida gushed over the tension. Zayana said nothing, even though she knew she should have informed the Fae they would not be passing through to visit anyone she knew, or to let her return home. "Glamour your wings," she instructed the dark Fae, ignoring Nerida completely. While the Fae's face seemed to fall, Zayana couldn't afford to feel sympathy for her.
"It will take us 2 days on foot without horses to reach the town and acquire them,"
Maverick grumbled. "If I wanted you to state the obvious, I would have asked," Zayana countered, passing him. "It will take longer if you keep questioning my every judgment and bickering like children." Amaya was quick to shuffle into step with Zayana. Nerida kept to her other side. It seemed they had all grown tired of the petty squabbling of the two males in their company. After a long stretch of silence, Amaya spoke quietly. "When we catch up to them, what will we do?" Zayana slid her eyes down to the dark Fae. She stared at her own footsteps with a mild frown. "We follow them to the Isles. They open the temple, and we make sure Dakotas' ascension is completed. You know this." There was a pause of hesitation before she asked, "What will happen to her?" Zayana knew what they didn't. Knew the moment Faythe's name was given to her that the die had been cast. She didn't know how to respond, wondering if she would taint Amaya's innocent heart with the truth of what they set out to do. She couldn't be sure why she found her ability to hold compassion admirable, when she had been taught to find it a repulsive weakness that only served to get one killed. Suddenly, Sayana halted, arm raising to stop her companions in their tracks as well. She tuned in to the presence she felt and heard the faint cracking of branches from a distance not too far away. Sayana inhaled deeply, hoping to catch a scent in the wind as it carried their way. When she did, she relaxed. Humans. Sayana continued her walk. Humans were of no threat, and to them, Sayana and her company would appear a simple band of ordinary fae trailing through the woods. But as she got closer, the more bodies she began to detect, along with...
It seems the spirit Dakotas is not so eager to waste precious days,
Maverick commented with an edge of amusement. Horses could now be detected in both sound and scent. She suppressed her scowl as Maverick came by her. A minute later, the humans came into view. 3 of them, casually strolling on horseback through the woodland toward them. It was almost too perfect, and she couldn't deny the Great Spirit could be helping them. As they got closer, Sayana noted the bows they carried, arrows ready, as they appeared to be out hunting. Her caution set on high alert as she focused on the glittering dark tips. Niltane steel. Of course, it shouldn't have come as a surprise. She figured most weapons would be crafted of the material legendary to Ryanel. Sayana had to wonder if it was some ancient defense the kingdom had adopted against her kind specifically during the Dark Age. Over time, as they believed the Dark Fae to be extinct, she supposed there wouldn't be many alive who would know of its lethal effects on them. Sayana sidestepped, not realizing what she'd done until her gaze briefly cast back to the darkling she covered. Amaya met her eyes with nothing but innocent wariness.
"Just as well,"
Maverick said, his voice low.
"I'm parched."
Sayana stiffened, having no plans to drink from the humans, and wanting to avoid death if possible. She wasn't one for senseless killing. With every life she'd taken, she believed she had cause, albeit some far pettier than others. What she failed to remember was that Maverick depended on a feed. She couldn't deny him that. And while he could feed without killing, that wasn't an option when they were still a secret to the world. The Fae didn't draw blood from humans. Sayana stopped, and everyone followed her lead. She turned to Maverick before the humans came within earshot. "Are you sure you need it now?" It wasn't in protest, but she needed to confirm if they were killing these humans, or if they could move on and his thirst could wait until they found a single life instead of 3. Maverick deliberated with a cool expression, his eyes shifting to the approaching humans and back to her. A part of Sayana might have believed he wanted to say no, but she could see the hunger in his pitch-black eyes. The darkest side to him that held no humanity. Not anymore. Just pure, insatiable bloodlust. Sayana had to pity him, for his monsters within were unrelating. His thirst was never a choice. His face blanked to a familiar icy coldness.
"I was rather preoccupied finding a certain healer and listening to your meticulous plans to make time for a proper outing,"
he said, meaning it had been too long since his last feed. This was bound to happen soon, and better here in the middle of the forest than potentially unchecked in town if he didn't curb his thirst now. Sayana said nothing, but gave a nod of understanding, believing she caught the wince in the voids of his eyes that he might hate what he was about to do. She turned, braced and equally as heartless, to face the humans. While she didn't indulge on human blood anymore, she was still just as much the Dark Fae as he. the temptation would be a test of her will. She stood straight. Maverick and Tynan flanked her on each side, blocking the path of the oncoming humans. She could already scent their fear as wariness pinched their faces. Shifting in their saddles, their arrows remained nocked but lowered. The hint of a threat was enough for her to slip into her cold-hearted detachment that held no mercy. A freeze over her mind she knew all too well from her merciless upbringing. "You might want to look away, Nerida," Sayana warned without removing her fixed stare on her targets. But she didn't care if the Faythe chose to watch the heinous event that was about to unfold. You're not going to kill them, are you?" she whispered in horror. Sayana's silence was confirmation, and she heard the Faythe whimper and send a pathetic plea to the gods. Words that would always go unheard and uncared for. The gods had abandoned them. The humans came to a cautious stop a few paces away. "Good day," the Sinterman said with a wavering voice, not realizing it was about to be his worst and last day. "We should only like to pass and be on our way." "I'm afraid not," Sayana said, not an ounce of emotion in her voice or her firm, unyielding stance. She slid her glance to Maverick, giving a subtle nod when he met her eye. He didn't hesitate and was across to the man on the left in the space of a breath. The horses bucked and huffed when he was dragged from his own, and the man's shrill cry sent the birds above scattering through the foliage as Maverick sank his teeth into the man's neck. Sayana scented the blood, and to distract herself, she darted for the middleman before his shock and horror even had the chance to take root as he watched what happened to his friend. Tynan was quick to follow suit and take care of the final man. Sayana approached her target, pulled him down from his horse, and spared a few seconds to hold the gaze of the life she was about to take. She listened to his erratic, uneven heartbeat, so fast she wondered if it would fail him before she could end it. He didn't even fight her, struck still and petrified. In the reflection of his moss-green eyes, she saw what she truly was inside. A monster. She snapped his neck with one quick twist, and his body fell to the woodland floor, but she didn't spare a glance down. Instead, Sayana turned back around, instantly locking eyes with the pale and horrified Faythe. While Amaya wasn't exactly undisturbed by what they'd done, at least she had the sense to know why it was necessary, to know what they were. For the first time, Nerida looked at her with what she expected to see from the beginning: disgust, shame, and terror. Sayana ground her teeth, straightening as she dusted herself off nonchalantly. She walked forward a few paces, and Nerida backed up a step as she did. She was afraid. Sayana was too detached from her humanity to care for her ghostly look of abhorrence. "Dear gods," Nerida whispered, eyes scanning the three bodies. Sayana twitched in ire at the judgment on her face. "Do not pray to the gods who have left you at the mercy of monsters like us." She took a breath to calm herself, turning her back on the Faythe. "You are right to fear, Nerida. I tried to warn you." Sayana's gaze drifted to Maverick, just as he pulled away from the body he had nearly drained dry. "We are made only of nightmares." They neared the town in one day rather than two. Slower than flying, quicker than walking. But now they had the horses they required. Sayana didn't feel the need to add wasted hours to their journey by stopping. Even though Amaya had to double up with Tynan and Nerida with Maverick, She didn't think it was worth the time to acquire more horses. It had taken a harsh approach to get the Fae on top of the horse at all. Since their brutal display in the woods with the unfortunate humans, Nerida had shed all her warmth toward them and been pale and silent since. She looked to Zayana with a cold hatred now that was out of place on her delicate features. Good. It was better to be hated for what she was than liked for something she wasn't. Whatever redeemable traits the Fae seemed to think she harbored were now all proven wrong. It was better this way. When they didn't shift course to enter the civilian town of Fenner and kept to the forest track into Esmire instead, Nerida finally found her voice again.
"We're not heading in the right direction," she pointed out apprehensively, casting her gaze to where she thought they should be heading.
"Yes, we are," Zayana responded flatly. The Fae's panic was sour in the air, and Zayana heard her shifting behind.
"No, Fenner is that way,"
she insisted, voice dropping a pitch in fear. Zayana anticipated her protest, but in her low mood, she had very little patience for it.
"Take me back,"
Nerida said, louder this time. Zayana reluctantly pulled her horse to a stop as she heard the Fae begin to struggle against Maverick, who held her from toppling off the height. "You're going to hurt yourself," he grumbled, jostling her like a child.
"Take me back,"
was all she chanted, the words beginning to grate on Zayana's last nerve.
"Take me back, take me back, take me back. I won't stay with you monsters."
Something in Zayana snapped, and with Nerida's last violent struggle against Maverick, he finally let her go out of exasperation. The Fae instantly fell. Zayana dismounted and caught her, whirling Nerida around. There was nothing kind or merciful on her face as she grabbed her by the folds of her cloak, eyes blazing. "Listen to me. You are not going back. You're a damn fool to think we were ever letting you go." Zayana seethed, breathing heavy. Nerida stopped struggling, staring back wide-eyed. "We should have killed you. It is what you expect of us. Yet we get to listen to your rambling about how hideous and terrible we are. Well, guess what? We know exactly what we are and what makes us the monsters you should fear. We never tried to hide that, and it was your own naivety that made the truth that was right in front of you such a shock to witness." Zayana released her harshly. Nerida didn't move. Her fear and panic stunned her. "We wear our evil for all to see, but your kind. Evil lies within you too, behind the illusion of forced peace and false kindness. So tell me, what makes you so different?" Nerida only stood, her face unreadable. But at least she wasn't flailing around and causing a throbbing in Zayana's head. "Now, get back on the damned horse." Zayana didn't wait to see if Nerida would do as she commanded before she spun back around and swiftly mounted her own. Just as she pressed on, she said to no one in particular, "Kill her if she doesn't cooperate." It was an order she wouldn't retract, but even as she said it, she imagined the look of hurt on the Fae's kind face. Zayana hardened herself against feeling any remorse or pity. She wouldn't let one insignificant Fae harm her plans and delay their quest. She couldn't afford to have mercy. Despite this, she couldn't ignore the dip of relief in her stomach at the faint shuffling she heard behind her. No sounds of a struggle or snapped neck. Zayana concluded Maverick had helped Nerida back on top of the horse, as she heard its hooves following her beside Tynan and Amaya. "She won't become a problem," Tynan promised. Sayana cast him a glance and dipped her head in acknowledgement. It was as if he knew, should it become necessary, Sayana might not be able to win the Fay's life herself. Silence fell between them for a long stretch of forest, and Sayana's mind drifted to nothing in particular. She tuned in to the murmurs of the woodland, savoring the heat from the sun that filtered through the canopy, and was surprised by how it helped to diffuse the darkness and hatred that had clouded her mind since they left the mountains. The moment of quiet allowed her to remember why she was here, or rather what she had done to get here. To be able to live like this, in the moment, without a thought for the tether that would yank her right back to the dark, claustrophobic confines of the mountains.
Why did you do it?
Nerida's voice was weak, a quiet question of defeat. Sayana dared to slide her a look as Maverick trotted up beside her. There was a faint twist in her stomach, a feeling she wasn't so familiar with, triggered by the look on the Fay's face. Not because she felt bad, but because her hazel eyes held pity. As though she'd spent her moments of quiet thought realizing there was no changing who Sayana was, who they all were, and that their existence was a sorry one.
We needed horses, and I needed to feed.
Maverick answered plainly, but his jaw locked, and he looked to no one while his expression was hard. Sayana felt something akin to remorse. She would have countered to take some of the blame, but what he said was true. If they didn't have a Blackfair with them, they could have avoided the killings.
Why is it only you who feeds?
Nerida questioned with a wince, and while it held a note of disturbance, it seemed she was attempting to understand them.
We can feed. It makes us stronger, faster.
Tynan chimed in.
But only the transitioned, the Blackfairs, need human blood to survive.
Why didn't you?
Nerida spoke quietly, but her eyes locked on Sayana's to ask.
Why didn't you drink too, if it makes you stronger?
Sayana didn't answer straight away, or look to Tynan, even though she wondered why he wasn't taking the opportunity either. I did before we left, she lied, and she felt Maverick stare the loudest. It's a drug. Too much human blood can drive us to savagery, or make us lose our minds. Despite what you may think of us, we are not that. Not those of us who are warriors anyway. Though there are those beyond salvation in their bloodlust, both the transitioned and the born. Nerida inhaled a shaky breath.
Do you need to drain them every time?
Sayana arched an eyebrow at her sudden inquisitiveness, though she supposed it was better than seeing her quiver in fear. Perhaps if she knew more facts, she would grow to at least understand, even if her fear would never allow her to accept.
No,
Maverick answered, and she supposed it was his area to explain.
It can be moderated. I can survive well and strong as a Fae by feeding twice a week, and not taking enough to harm the human. Weaken them for a few days, perhaps, but not kill.
Then why did you almost drain him back there?
It has been well over a week since I last fed, and we need the extra strength for this task. We would have had to kill them anyway.
Maverick explained it like plain fact, but then his face seemed to fall, the frown so slight it was near undetectable on his fierce exterior.
I'm sorry you had to witness that.
His apology took Sayana by surprise, more so than Nerida. The sincerity was unexpected. She would have passed off his remorse as common decency, simply to put the Fae at ease that she wasn't traveling with some emotionless, unhinged beast. But at seeing Maverick's face, Sayana believed in his remorse. For what he was, and what he was often forced to be. She often forgot that he never chose this life, never chose to be a dark fae, even though he'd embraced and mastered it like any born. He was wicked, evil, and brilliant. Her enemy, but her equal. Chapter 40. Faythe. Faythe was trapped. A violent scream clawed at her throat while she tried to thrash free. It was futile. He had caught her. The captain. And she knew what came next while her body was bound and restrained. She had been seconds from killing him. Seconds from being free. Breathe, Faythe. It was a command that snapped her eyes open. A voice that didn't match the wicked face at the forefront of her terrors. Her heartbeat was so erratic it failed to match her wild breaths. The voice was close, too close, and while her eyes met with only darkness, panic thrashed her bound limbs once again. Then there was a hand at her face and a flicker of sapphire and silver as her pupils adjusted to welcome faint light. Enough to make out the face of Reylan. It was Reylan who held her. Raylan's fingers smoothing over the sweat-dampened hair that clung to her forehead. Once she'd stopped fighting and he gauged her awake enough not to cry out or struggle, his hand that held her wrists above her head loosened, and his other arm reached up to take something she had painfully clutched in her iron grip. She realized then why he'd had to restrain her when she glimpsed the steel dagger he set back on the nightstand. "Oh, gods!" she breathed, reeling back from the night terror she had emerged from. Faythe shot up straight, looking to him with wide-eyed horror. "Did I—" She couldn't finish her sentence, already knowing the answer that curdled her blood. She had tried to attack him. In her sleepy, hallucinating mind, she had seen Captain Varys. She had felt the captain. Nothing brought her more disgust than to know she had mistaken him for the safety that was Reylan. Faythe whipped back the sheet and twisted, feeling herself start to retch. She spluttered through a few hard breaths, but nothing came up. Raylan's hand was on her back, silently stroking her spine while he let her calm. She embraced the cool air, pinching at the front of Raylan's spare shirt. It was all she wore, aside from her underwear, to fan air around her. When her breaths came easier and she had processed the ordeal, she couldn't bear to look at him. "I'm sorry," she croaked, hanging her head. "You have nothing to be sorry for." She heard Raylan shift on the bed and glanced to see him propped back against the feeble wooden headboard, one knee bent with an arm draped over it, while the other lay flat and spread apart. It did nothing to help the heat of her body to see his bare, perfectly sculpted chest so effortlessly reclining. It was unfair how godly he looked. He extended a hand to her. "Come here," he coaxed softly. Faythe hesitated, a flush staining her cheeks. "I'm horribly sweaty." A crooked, devious smile curled his mouth. "I'm only envious I'm not the one to have caused it." While her mouth popped open, Raylan gave a low chuckle. "Come," he tried again. Faythe crawled over to him, and his arm curved around her middle, twisting her so fast and smoothly she almost yelped. She tried to leave a bit of space, but it seemed Raylan had other plans. With his hands on her hips, he gently shuffled her back until she was flush to his front. His touch on her shoulders guided her to recline against him. The position only ignited her body more. Not a slither of space remained between her back and his chest, but it felt so right. Faythe relaxed, easing into his form while his hand began a tender stroke on her arm.
"Do you want to talk about it?"
he asked after a quiet moment. Faythe thought for a second. She had never spoken to anyone of what happened with Varys in the room of torture. Nick knew what he did in her mind, and she supposed Reylan did too. But the restraints, the helplessness when she wasn't sure what they would do to her physically or otherwise, had become a new focus of terror. He would... Faythe swallowed the dark coils of fear to revisit the grim memory. He would bind my wrists and ankles when he took me to invade my mind. I'd never been so helpless, so completely at someone's physical mercy that I couldn't be certain if my mind was the only part of me he wanted to harm, she confessed. The truth felt like shame, like an oily coat of disgust, despite him never having gotten that far. Raylan's hand stopped moving, ripples of his rage flowing through her, only adding to her growing guilt for depicting the dark image. He didn't do anything to me physically beyond the restraints, she added. But the thought that he could have if he'd had more time after getting what he needed for Orlan. She took a deep breath to calm her heart. I don't ever want to be at anyone's mercy like that again.
You won't be.
Raylan's words were hard. A promise.
You won't ever fear another vile monster like him again.
Faythe reached out to touch his hand that dangled over his knee. He gave her a gentle squeeze before she let her palm fall to rest on his thigh. I thought they were gone, she went on quietly. The nightmares. Aguilar said I need to forgive myself, that they're my mind's own way of tormenting me for my failures. I haven't had one since night walking to Nick. Raylan's fingers stilled, contemplating. Then he continued with idle strokes that sent wondrous, soothing tingles up her arm. As it warmed over her chest, his touch, while nowhere near, tightened at her core. Faythe subconsciously bent her leg to press it against his.
Maybe it was something I said, he reflected. About Livia or...
No, I don't think so. She cut in, hating that he thought for one moment he could be at fault. Faythe pondered. The man downstairs, Augustine. He knows about me. More than that I'm an Ashfire.
We'll deal with him.
She shook her head against his chest. I think he has answers I need. I can't explain it, but he knows something, and I think I'm afraid to know. I think it has to do with Marvellis and my connection to her.
Whatever it is, I'm right here with you.
His assurance settled her rising anxiety. To discover what the odd sea merchant could possibly know about her, having never crossed her path before. Faythe's eyes fell, catching onto the markings that beautifully decorated Raylan's skin, ending at his wrist. She felt compelled to reach out her fingers and trace some of the swirling lines she knew continued up over half his chest. What do they mean? She asked quietly, a curiosity that had swirled her mind since the first time she laid eyes on them. Raylan's hand reached out to cover hers. Faythe inhaled a breath, thinking he was about to remove her touch. Instead, he began to guide her fingers over the markings.
This is the Battle of Faythe,
he answered, hushed, his words infused with the darkness of the memory. He continued guiding her hand higher, and her fingertips tingled over his inked skin.
Every name of those I fought beside, every place they died, every date on which those battles raged.
It was not in any language Faythe had seen before. Perhaps it even predated the old language, and he wanted it that way, a story only he could read, one only he could share. But still, it was right there for everyone to see. His pain, his heartache, his loss. It was all in plain sight, and it suddenly cleaved her heart to realize very few had ever gotten close enough to him to decipher it. Faythe felt every powerful muscle in his forearm, with his hands still guiding hers.
These are some of the other battles we faced during those dark years.
His skin was soft, but faintly textured by the markings and prominent veins. A delightful shiver raced from her fingertips, up her own arm, and flushed heat straight between her legs. Still, she remained transfixed while Reylan continued to show her the map of his past, making her feel every memory with him while he moved her hand. They reached over his large bicep, up to his shoulder. Then his and her fingers trailed over Faythe's chest together. Behind her, she knew his was latticed with scars and ink, and the image of when she first saw it raged in her blood.
These are the few memories I have of my parents,
he admitted. Their hands stilled over her heart. Faythe's face wrinkled, fighting against the burn in her eyes. For his grief, and with the overwhelming relief that he would want to share that knowledge with her. Raylan's hand finally released hers, falling to rest back over his knee. His fingers grazed her thigh that was tucked up against his. She glanced at his other tattoo-covered arm.
Those are of my darker days, before I became a general. Every life I took in my uncle's name, and every battle I fought not of political war. If you look closely enough, you'll notice Kylir and Isaiah have some similar markings. We share a lot of those dark days before we found purpose through duty.
Raylan's fingers at her knee began lazy, idle strokes up and down her bare thigh. It took everything in Faythe not to elicit a physical reaction as the heat between her legs intensified. Her heart picked up tempo, and she focused on regulating her breathing. How did you become a general?
Agalor found me, found all of us, and recognized me by my father. He saw something worth saving, I suppose.
His fingers trailed halfway down her thigh and back to her knee. Over and over. It was the sweetest torture that scattered her thoughts. She couldn't be sure if he knew what it was doing to her. You are. His hand dipped lower than the previous time, and she couldn't hide her shallow inhale, having to refrain from the need to clench her thighs together. You are worth saving. She got out. He was quiet for a long few seconds, but didn't stop his tender trail on her leg. Reylan shifted, and she felt his warmth at her shoulder as she instinctively inclined her head to the side. The knot in her stomach tightened. The heat slicking her skin rose with the quickening of her pulse.
Saving needs salvation, he mumbled. A reason to live.
Then his lips met her neck. Faythe's hands reached out in surprise, and she found her fists curling into the flesh of his thighs through his pants on either side of her. What was your reason? She whispered through an unsteady breath. Raylan's fingers stilled, giving her a few seconds to gather herself. Then they moved again, and Faythe loosened completely with his touch.
My reason was I was still searching, always looking, knowing somehow I wasn't done here.
And when you find it, what you're looking for, what happens then?
I will protect it with everything I am.
His lips pressed to her collarbone, and Faythe's head fell back against his shoulder.
I will give my sword and last breath to it.
The words he spoke she felt within, as if he entwined them as a promise around whatever invisible tether ran between them. Faythe's grip on his thighs tightened when his fingers trailed to her stomach, and she tensed until they cast back up to her knee. It was utterly maddening.
I can stop,
he said, the words vibrating over her collar to pebble her breasts. The faint friction of her shirt when she moved was torturous, and not nearly enough. Her mouth dried out completely while his hand continued exploring lower on her thigh, then back to her knee. Slow, tormenting strokes that had her biting back her plea for him to reach her aching core.
Faythe.
Her name sounded sinful in his tone dipped in gravel. No, she answered, barely a rasp.
You need to be clear with your words, Faythe.
I don't want you to stop. His other hand gently trailed down her extended leg, fingers curling under her knee and lifting, guiding her thighs farther apart. Faythe was so consumed by lust, her hips arched a fraction every time his fingers neared where she so desperately wanted to feel them. His mouth on her neck, his hand on her thigh. It took great restraint not to twist in his grasp and take matters into her own hands. With the next teasing stroke of his fingers, Faythe's hips ground against him. She couldn't hide her sharp inhale as she felt the hardness of him at her back, the length of him that plastered her tongue to the roof of her mouth. Reylan let out a short hiss. She couldn't stop herself. She moved against him again, and his other hand gripped her hip to still her.
This isn't about me,
his husky voice mumbled.
Let me help you sleep.
This time, the tips of his fingers reached the crease between her leg and her stomach. Raylan's arm that folded over her abdomen was the only thing keeping her from the impulse to move. Please. She didn't know what she meant by the word, only that she needed more. More of him, and all of him. The hand that pinned her to him reached lower, only to slide under the hem of the shirt that had gathered around her hips. He trailed his fingers up, equally as teasing, until it almost had her begging. Then he cupped her breast. Faythe's head fell into the crook of Raylan's neck with a soft moan.
You are so perfect, Faythe,
he groaned against her skin.
You have no idea how long I've waited for you.
Gods, she was close to coming completely and utterly undone.
As much as I want to hear you, I should remind you of the Fae sleeping nearby with barely soundproof walls.
His hand massaged the globe of her breast before teasing over the most sensitive part, and she let out a shallow, suppressed cry. She could feel his smile against her shoulder where his lips lingered.
I will hear you ride your pleasure, unchecked and with my name on your tongue as you find your release. But tonight, you may want to be mindful of the others.
Oh, gods. With the next descent of his torturous, wondrous fingers, they finally trailed and dipped over the softest part of her. Faythe bit down hard on her bottom lip, head arching back against his shoulder. A noise rumbled up Raylan's throat with his first stroke over her underwear.
So responsive,
he admired. He moved in teasing circles around the bundle of nerves that had her straining against his hold.
So damn perfect.
His slow pace drove her insane as he shifted the material of her underwear to the side, bearing her before working his fingers just as gently. The sound that escaped her came too suddenly to bite back. In response, Raylan's teeth pressed lightly down on her shoulder, the faint pinch adding a contrast that only tightened the sensation at her core. He hushed her with a breath that blew over her neck and under her ear before his teeth nipped her lobe. Faythe's eyes rolled and closed. Then Raylan shifted, his hold around her tightening as he passed the point of slow teasing. His fingers moved faster, with more pressure, and all she could do was writhe against him. A single long finger moved down over her before curving and dipping inside. A quiet cry of ecstasy left her at the sensation. She thought she heard him mutter something that sounded like a plea or curse, but she could barely hear anything with the pleasure that roared in her ears, igniting every nerve ending in her body. Faythe rocked her hips as much as she could. Raylan removed his finger for just long enough to add a second, which began a smooth rhythm as he worked her to the edge. His thumb teased the bundle of nerves that made her strain to chase her own release. Her nails dug into his thighs so hard she was sure it was painful. He only picked up speed, driving into her harder, faster, until she was there, reaching the end of the sprint that she knew would explode the stars. "That's it, Faythe," he whispered, feeling her tighten around him. His other hand left her breast, coming up to curl around her throat. He guided her mouth to his, swallowing her muffled cry of pure pleasure when release shattered her mercilessly. He kissed her feverishly as she trembled against him, and he held her through it, chest heaving as though he were suppressing his own sounds of desire. He continued his strokes, slowing as she rocked through the final wave of her end. When she fell limp, utterly spent, only then did he remove himself from her. She inhaled sharply, feeling cool air as he fixed her underwear back on, and a stiff tremor shook her body. Faythe was breathless and exhausted. Never before had someone made her feel like that, and to think that was only with his hand. She shivered. She wanted to return the favor, feeling her core flush all over again at the thought of feeling him. She tried to peel herself from his chest, but he held her there. Instead, Raylan shuffled effortlessly back, taking her with him until they were lying down fully. Faythe twisted around until her cheek rested on his chest and lay over him, their legs a perfectly comfortable entanglement. She was about to say something, what she couldn't be sure, but her eyelids began to flutter, heavy in response to the warmth that tingled over her body. Drowsiness lapped at her. "Sleep, Faythe," he mumbled, palm smoothing the hair over her nape. And she did. With those last beautiful notes of his voice, Faythe fell into a blissful, dark slumber with her body at ease, her mind soothed, and her heart full. Chapter 41. Ziana. As they made it past the capital city of Elium, they didn't risk stopping by the heart of the kingdom, not for rest or provisions. Ziana was determined to catch up with Faythe and her company, not yet knowing how much closer to the Isles they were in comparison. They trotted through yet another forest. Ziana didn't mind. She enjoyed the woodland, the sounds and smells so unlike the damp stone of the mountains that always reminded her of desolation and hopelessness. Yet her companions were not so subdued. Maverick and Tynan had somehow made a game of who could piss the other off the most times in the span of an hour. Amaya and Nerida were full of wondrous questions and stories they passed between them. If Ziana wasn't so adept at tuning her hearing to cancel out what she didn't want to hear, she might have snapped 100 times over from having not a single minute of peace. Their voices were but another murmur as she focused on her own thoughts. They were strange but freeing. She found herself thinking of a future that would never come to pass. Daydreaming, she supposed. Some of them were of a life of liberty as she glanced at the cloudless skies and longed to soar through them freely. Some of them were of having a beating heart and wondering if it would change anything. Occasionally she tuned in to the fluctuating tempo of Nerida's that had her wholly fascinated. It gave away so many of her thoughts and emotions. Then, as she looked around the still and beautiful forest, sometimes she even imagined a land of peace. A concept that seemed so impossible with the constant clash of species. One had to triumph. We should be nearing a village. Maverick's voice cut through her wandering thoughts. Tynan huffed. And how would you know that? Fine hearing and impeccable scent. Something you clearly lack. Before Tynan could bite back, Zayana cut in. The ground is becoming more turned and disturbed. It's clear these parts of the woods are used for regular hunting. They don't stray far for food if they can help it. By they, she meant the humans and Fae. The dark Fae didn't track and hunt like them. They were often messy and without strategy or pattern. Basic observational skills, too, Maverick commented. Honestly, Zayana, you say they have talents, yet I'm failing to see what this one adds. Tynan's low growl was felt over her skin at the insult. I would show you, but we've been warned against killing each other. Indeed. I don't suppose our esteemed delegate would be best pleased with me if I cut short the life of a member of her precious inner circle. You two bicker like children, Nerida grumbled, clearly at the end of her patience. Zayana would be too, except she'd tuned them all out for the past couple of hours as she rode ahead. Now, she couldn't come to care for either of their empty threats. I've been around plenty of children. These two are worse, Amaya said with a flat tone. Something caught Zayana's eye, a flicker of color that may have been passed off as rustling foliage or a creature. But Zayana had her senses on alert for a clue, any sign to guide them to the right path that would intercept them with the human and her companions. Dismounting, she vaguely heard them question her sudden action from behind, but she paid none of them any attention. Her eyes were fixed on the rippling movement caught in the breeze through the trees. Upon approach, it was clear what it was, and her suspicions were confirmed when her finger grazed the strip of fabric. What she first noticed was that it had been tied there on purpose, not merely a snag of clothing. With a faint hug of her mouth, Zayana knew they were no longer on a nameless, hopeful wander. The piece of cloth was a direction, a scent to follow, and in bringing the fabric to her nose, she identified it straight away. What is it? Tynan came up to her side. Her mouth curled wider. It is the path straight to them. Destour. It was smart to travel this path rather than risk traveling by sea past the southern Gulf that was teeming with Valgard's soldiers. It was also a huge risk, and equally as perilous to take the uncertain route through the Fire Mountains instead. They had tracked the scent Zayana found all the way here, finding several more scraps of tied fabric to keep them on the fastest course. It led them right to this town, where the scent grew strong and fresh. Zayana was giddy with a hunter's thrill. There was a high probability they were still here, and if they were, it would be far easier to devise a plan after gauging what they were up against. They abandoned the horses near the edge of the forest and did not wander into the town freely. No, Zayana had plans to stay hidden, keep to the shadows, and observe them from afar if they could help it. They split up, covering various rooftops when she tracked that their scents lingered the strongest around a small inn. Zayana and Maverick pressed over the slant of an adjacent building that had a decent enough view to peer in through the long front window. It was packed with bodies, hardly any space to maneuver between drunkards.
"I could go in myself,"
Maverick offered when they'd crouched in silence for a long few minutes. Zayana debated. If they were sitting somewhere beyond where they could be seen from the window, their observation point on the roof was useless. If they wandered, it was a risk one of the Fae might detect something different about them. They just wouldn't suspect them to be the impossible, ruthless Dark Fae. "I'll send Tynan," she decided. Maverick's disgruntled objection wasn't subtle, but he wisely refrained from voicing it. Just as she was about to adjust her position to keep balance and free her hands to signal him over, movement from the window caught her attention. It shouldn't have, as it was bustling, but from the slanted top-down view, she observed a bunch of drunken humans rising from a table. One man stayed sitting, oddly dressed and not of any sort she could identify, and then a couple of others moved to take the vacant spaces. Zayana shifted to get a better view, and in her distraction, she foolishly misjudged her footing against the damp stone. A hand braced firmly at her hip before she could embarrassingly slip. Maverick's fingers brushed her bare skin, where her leathers had lifted from her stretched-out position. Zayana blamed the adrenaline of the near fall for the heat that shot through her stomach. She meant to cast him a glare over her shoulder, but her breath hitched in finding him far closer than she expected. Shifting a few inches back would press her flush against him. "I'm fine," she muttered as his hand was yet to release her. She didn't want to acknowledge the building hum over her skin that slowly drove that heat lower. Maverick huffed as he let go. "You're welcome." Zayana bid back her retort, turning her attention to the inn. Her moment of bewildered distraction dissolved completely in her observations. They were Fae. She couldn't see much of them from her frustrating viewpoint, but from their massive forms in comparison to the humans that had left, she knew that much. When they sat, all she caught was the rear view of a silver head of hair. But next to him... "That's her, isn't it?" Maverick concluded. Zayana didn't respond, eyes fixed on the distorted view she caught of the human next to him with light brown hair. She needed to confirm it, but she was almost certain it was her. It was Faythe Ashfire. Suddenly, the long, grueling weeks of travel, the insufferable bickering of her companions, the rough sleeping arrangements, it was all completely worth it for the thrill that replaced her bitter mood. The companions inside were brought a hot meal and spoke to the other strange human who clearly had some influence to have vacated the space for them. Zayana observed everything, though there was little she could gather with no way of hearing and a very limited view of them. Faythe and the silver-haired Fae weren't the only two travelers. 2 Fae males accompanied them, and for a second, Zayana's breath stilled. "What is it?" Maverick questioned. Zayana ignored him, and to distract herself, she settled her eyes on the last Fae member of their party. An exquisite blonde female. Zayana quickly decided she was not one to be underestimated. It was in the weapons she wore, her poise, and her constant attention on her surroundings. She was ready to use any of them, and she would do so with deadly accuracy. Then there was the human man with them.
You know, a little insight into your thoughts would be appreciated.
Zayana rolled her eyes. The key to preparation is observation, and that requires silence. If you keep mumbling in my ear, we could miss something. He was close enough that any words he spoke were felt like shallow vibrations she consciously tried to ignore. Their bodies almost touched side by side. But she'd done a good job of not paying his closeness any attention, too immersed in their targets below to care. The Fae stood, having only consumed half their meal, wearing an edge of caution directed at the seemingly harmless human man. She couldn't be sure what he'd said to invoke such a reaction. Faythe stayed seated for a moment longer before she joined them, and they shuffled out of Zayana's vague line of sight. It was logical to assume they were retiring for the night. Zayana twisted, lying on her back against the slant of the roof instead. She sent one quick hand motion that she knew would be seen by Tynan, where he was with eyes on her. She didn't wait for Maverick and stealthily made her way back to the ground. In the darkness of a narrow alley, the 5 of them reconvened. You should all get some rest. I'll take watch in case any of them leave the establishment, Zayana said. I can take watch, Tynan offered. Zayana shook her head. She was far too awake and alert from finally catching up to them that she doubted sleep would embrace her anyway. Take Nerida and Amaya and find camp in the woods. We'll meet here again by morning. Tynan looked reluctant to agree, but gave a single nod before turning away with the 2 females in tow. Realizing Maverick stayed still, she slid him an expectant glance. I don't need you to stay here. Maverick shrugged casually. If I'm not getting to go inside for a drink, your company is marginally better than your dog's. Zayana refrained from giving a reaction, knowing it would only lead to far more conversation than she cared for. She said nothing as she made her way down the alley to scout. It was the middle of the night, and the bustle of drunken bodies and cavalry had begun to dwindle. They wouldn't find out much tonight. She had to wait until morning. Zayana didn't sleep that night. Instead, she kept track of movements throughout the town. She listened, she watched, and while she really should have captured a few hours' rest at least, her mind was too alert. She lay slanted against the wall of the same alley, idly picking her nails with a dagger while keeping her eyes on the inn, spying from the window should any of their targets make an appearance. When the door opened and she caught the glimmer of silver, Zayana instantly straightened, dipping farther into the shadows and out of sight. Stepping back, she knocked into Maverick's extended legs as he dozed off sitting on a discarded crate. He gave a disgruntled moan at being woken up, but Zayana's hard look had him peeling himself from his lazy position. He came to stand behind her. His head over her shoulder was so close, she could feel his warmth against her back. While she cursed that she was even paying his closeness any notice, she couldn't shake the conflict of wanting distance from him or to step back. The silver-haired warrior was accompanied by another, a male with longer brown, wavy hair and striking green eyes. Something about him was more roguishly beautiful than his companion, dark and untamed beneath the surface. See something you like? Zayana whipped her head around. Foolishly, as his proximity brought Maverick's face so dangerously close to hers that the angle he looked down at her with almost had them grazing lips. It seemed to stun him just as much, but he didn't immediately step back. His eyes held hers, and she felt the pull in those black eyes. A shiver trailed down her spine as though she risked tunneling into their depthless voids, never to see the light again. It was a harrowing thought, but there was an allurement in such darkness. A devious curl of his mouth that creased around his eyes snapped her to her senses. Sayana shoved him back with a single hand against his chest. Not even close, she muttered in answer to his question. Maverick said. It's just not like you to let your attention wander. We're tracking them, she snapped. Not wasting time, or perhaps just desperate to drop the subject, Sayana began to move as the pair of Faythe strolled down the streets. She followed and didn't have to check to know Maverick was trailing her. Coming up to a pile of discarded crates and gauging the building had enough worn grooves for them to scale it, Sayana took to the rooftops for a better viewpoint and ease of tracking. The Faythe made a few stops, and Sayana tuned her hearing to catch what they inquired about. It was mostly boring, mundane life discussions, and she found it odd that they would care to check in with the citizens as mere travelers. What she gathered was that a lot of the townsfolk wanted to bring to their attention that there was a problem with a group they called Raiders. A band of ruthless Faythe with a vendetta against the crown, apparently. One name in particular seemed to be a recurring fear. Rizar. Sayana didn't know if any of it was relevant, but at mention of the Raiders' grudge against their king, the two Faythe seemed set in rigid alert. Well, they always walked with an edge of caution, always ready to jump into action should any situation arise. With the knowledge they gathered, she didn't think it was possible for two males to look more threatening. She and Maverick trailed after them deliriously for close to an hour, though it was better than standing stationary. Back in the alley she'd spend the night spying them from, the two Faythe entered the inn just as she felt the approach of Tynan, Nerida, and Amaya at her back. She turned to them as they came to a stop in front of her. Sayana had pondered for a while over all the information she'd gleaned from the two Faythe's ventures, and through the otherwise dull and useless information, a cunning plan sprang to mind. A curl formed on her mouth as she said to Tynan, "I would like you to spend the day tracking someone down for me." He matched her wicked gleam and listened carefully to her instruction, knowing he was the best person she could choose for the task, even if all 6 of her companions stood before her. Tynan wasted no time setting into motion what she instructed. Meanwhile, Sayana decided to have a little fun in an attempt to feel out what they might be up against. Rustling through the pack Tynan had left them with, she produced what she was looking for. Glancing through the window of the inn, she spied the human sitting with her Faythe companions for breakfast. For a moment she paused, not knowing why exactly, but simply observing them and their carefree demeanors, their laughter, their friendship. It was clear they held a duty to this human as the daughter of their king, but it was so much more than that. Sayana was surprised to feel what she would never admit to anyone: jealousy. She shook her head as if it would banish the thought that offered nothing but pure torment. She tore her eyes from them to the item she held in an attempt to distract herself. "Are you sure about this?" Maverick questioned warily. Sayana steeled her expression. "We need to know what she is capable of." Maverick took a long breath as if to brace himself. "I hate that damn thing." "Me too," were the words her mind chanted, but never voiced. Chapter 42. Faythe. Faythe awoke feeling light and content. She stretched out, expecting to make contact with another body she remembered falling asleep in the arms of, but she was met with only thin cotton sheets as she flexed her fingers. She fluttered her eyes open. Finding the bed empty, she propped herself up on her elbows from her stomach-down position. She was completely alone in the room. Faythe bit her lip, a creeping heat flushing to her cheeks as she recalled the previous night. Her nightmare and what she'd mistakenly tried to do in her terror was completely drowned out by remembering how Reylan had soothed her every nerve back into a deep, restful sleep. How he'd managed to scoot out from under her without Faythe stirring at all was a testament to just how well it had worked. A soft knock at the door snapped her back to the present. Faythe startled, grabbing the blanket that had been draped over her lower half. She fixed it around her shoulders to answer. Faythe was cautious as she cracked the door open a fraction and dipped her head out. It was a relief to see a plump brunette woman wearing a welcoming smile.
"I was requested to bring this up to you, lady."
Eyeing what the woman cradled, Faythe sighed in relief. She opened the door wider for the woman to bring in the steaming basin of water. She set it down on the dresser, another place that flashed in her mind with the events of last night and tingled her skin with desire. Folded over the woman's arm was a towel, and she placed a small container next to the water that Faythe assumed was some kind of soap. "Thank you," Faythe said when she turned back to her. She gave a curt dip of the head.
"Is there anything else I can get for you, lady?"
Faythe shook her head. "This is perfect." The woman moved to take her leave, pausing at the door to say,
"I believe the rest of your companions are downstairs for breakfast when you're finished."
Grateful for the knowledge, Faythe uttered her gratitude once more before the woman left. Feeling bright, she couldn't wait to freshen up her body from last night, and the past week since the trip so far had only offered streams to stop and take a bitter cold bath in. It was wonderfully freeing to be clean of mud and debris, and her mind eased, feeling lighter. Fully dressed, Faythe left the room, noting the clamor that carried from downstairs was far more subdued now than during the night hours. In reflection, most of the tables were also empty, and Faythe was glad for it, relaxing her stiff shoulders that there wasn't so much attention to worry about this time. Faythe heard Isaiah before her eyes found him. He was laughing at something with Livia next to him at a table across the room. Reuben sat with his back to her, and she was quick to scan the space and discover Reylan and Kyler were missing. When he spotted her, Isaiah flashed her a grin before beckoning her over with a jerk of his head. She returned the warmth, and it was uplifting to see them in high spirits. Faythe couldn't help the glance she spared at the table they had occupied the night before. It was now empty. Augustine no longer in the front room of the inn. Her stomach clenched with a sense of nervous unease. Part of her hoped he wouldn't return, to save her the second confrontation. But a larger part, she realized, was anxious to find out exactly what he thought he knew about her. The same woman who brought her the water and supplies set a bowl of porridge in front of Faythe as she folded herself under the bench. She smiled gratefully, the scent of honey and oats filling her nostrils, and eagerly picked up her spoon.
"Sleep well?"
Isaiah asked, taking a sip from his cup. Faythe met his eye as she scooped her first mouthful, to find his eyes were twinkling.
"Seems like you did."
Faythe slid a glance to Livia, who was doing a horrible job of suppressing a knowing smile as she looked away.
"I slept just fine, thanks,"
Faythe answered coolly. Isaiah set down his cup.
"I'll take that as mediocre feedback on our general's talents."
Faythe choked on her next mouthful of oats. Livia giggled while Isaiah tried to maintain an air of innocence that was betrayed by the half-curl of his mouth. Together, the pair were an insufferable tag team of jesting.
"You can take that as none of your damned business,"
Faythe grumbled, face boiling. Isaiah smirked.
"When you're wall-to-wall with such goings-on, it's hardly a choice."
Faythe was on fire, her whole body torched, but neither of them looked mildly disturbed or annoyed. Only pure, blazing amusement danced on their faces. Faythe spared a dreaded look at Reuben, but he was only half tuned into the conversation, preoccupied with his breakfast. She only hoped his human senses meant he hadn't heard anything. "Such thin walls they are, too," Livia chimed in. "Yes, I thought so," Isaiah agreed. "Okay, you've made your point. Do you want an apology?" Isaiah cocked his head. "You can't apologize for something out of your control," he said. Faythe's brow pinched, and his smile turned feline. "Nightmares are such horrible demons. What did you think I was referring to?" Faythe was surprised she didn't turn to ash where she sat. She wished she would, to save herself from being the center of Isaiah and Livia's morning entertainment. With a scowl, she didn't deign to respond. She turned her attention to her human friend. "How are you finding the trip so far?" He was cool in his expression, as he had been for most of the trip. He'd yielded very little emotion other than vacant wonder. "It's enjoyable," he said, finishing his last scoop of porridge. It wasn't the response she expected, as nothing about their arrangements on sodden ground and long hours on horseback was comfortable. He seemed to notice her skepticism, adding, "It's enjoyable being free, out there. I like the open space and fresh air." Faythe smiled, supposing that was true. It was pleasant to be so lost in places they had never dreamed they would travel to before. As children, she and Reuben never believed they would ever leave their hometown of Farahold. People rarely did. It had always been a sense of doom for Faythe, the thought she was destined to live the same bland routine for however many mortal years she had. Now, everything was different. She wasn't that girl in Farahold anymore, and she never would be again. Reuben was no longer that boy either. They exchanged a sad, reflective smile, as though their thoughts aligned. Faythe was glad to have him here, glad he had survived the odds, just as she did. She couldn't stop herself when she leaned into his side, treasuring his familiar soft warmth. Despite seeming stronger, with more muscle and sharper features now, she would always remember Reuben as the boy he was. She would always feel the need to protect him. Just then, Faythe was encased with an awareness seconds before she straightened from Reuben, and her head turned to spy silver hair entering the inn. Her heart flipped, giddy but nervous. She had no regrets or reservations about the night before, or what they'd done, but it still sat on the forefront of her mind, making her body ache with a sense of need at the most inappropriate time. His dark blue eyes flicked up to meet hers, although he was still engaged in conversation with a stern-looking Kylier. Regardless, he gave a faint smile, and Faythe mirrored it in response. Kylier slid in next to Livia while Reylan came around to her. "I was just asking Faythe how well her first night's sleep went," Isaiah said as they sat, eyes on Reylan. "It seems you're somewhat lacking in your ability to console our poor Faythe after a terrible dream." Reylan gave her a glance over, leaving a feather-light impression with his eyes that enchanted her skin, not in the least bit reactive to Isaiah's comment. "I don't believe so," he responded. In his dancing sapphire eyes, she felt the acknowledgement. He knew exactly how well she'd slept with his help. "You know, there's no one at this table who would object if you took away his speech for a while." It was Faythe's turn to giggle as Isaiah's face finally fell into the scowl that was always a triumph to see. She hadn't considered using her ability against him, and didn't believe she ever would. It was invasive, and she wouldn't use it unless she was under threat. Though she couldn't deny the idea was tempting when he became relentless in his teasing. "I'll keep that in mind," she said, casting the Fae opposite her a smile and challenge. "The town seems clear of any threats," Kylier cut in case anyone is concerned. "What exactly is considered a threat?" Faythe asked. Raylan's hand landed on her hip as his arms subtly went around her. She straightened in surprise, not used to his touch and company, but finding it relaxed and strengthened her.
We just wanted to be sure there were no suspicious persons, and make a few inquiries about the town and how it's running while we're here. Agalor likes to keep check of the smaller villages in the kingdom.
And all is well? Faythe found herself interested and concerned. The people are well. Reylan cast her a smile, but she wasn't sure what she read in it. Pride, but it seemed misplaced.
They're a little short on food supply. The harvest hasn't been great this year, and it seems carts from the city have often been raided and compromised. I'll report it to the king, who will look into it further.
Raided? She inquired, brow curving. When Raylan's fingers began an idle caress at her hip, she tried not to let it waver her focus.
There's been a rise of rebel groups throughout Ryanel recently. It's why we weren't so quick to trust in that pirate last night. We still shouldn't trust him, no matter what he thinks he may or may not know about you or anything else,
Kyler explained. Faythe furrowed her brow. I should like to see the town, if there's nothing else we need to do today. The Fae exchanged looks with silent words, and she hated that it made her tense and stirred irritation that she wasn't sure what it meant.
It's probably best if we stay here in case anyone happens to recognize you,
Raylan said softly. She knew why he used the gentle tone because immediately her defensive side flared. How in the gods would anyone recognize me? I've barely been in Ryanel 5 months and not ventured outside of Elyum. Azaya said, Your mother liked to travel the towns. The people knew who she was to the king, that she was their future queen. I think the events in the outer city show just how much you take after her. It would be a risk. Her damn golden eyes, quickly becoming her most hated feature for the beacon they seemed to be in Ryanel. I'll go cloaked and hooded, and I won't make eye contact where I can help it. Faythe persisted, adamant she wasn't going to be stuffed into the small inn all day and night.
Faythe,
Raylan began, but the look she shot him seemed to halt what she knew he wanted to say. Everyone in this inn has seen me, and no one has said anything, she pointed out.
The scene